Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Hello and welcome everybody, my name is Kismet. Let's go weep, make me a little taller, weep, weep, make me a baller, and a little bit taller. Hold on, I gotta fix that camera, there we go. Hello and welcome everybody, again, my name is Kismet. We're gonna have some fun tonight, everybody, running behind, but holy mackerel, did I get a ton of stuff done today. I was absolutely crushing it today, but I was editing videos, I was setting up stuff for the later in the week, which I can't tell you about yet, but some of that stuff is on my schedule. And just so much stuff. I actually have stuff lined up for weeks and weeks. And then, see, a lot of stuff that I'm working on now, everybody, is like 6 months from now. So I do work very far ahead, and I have a lot of things lined up. But some things happen at the last minute as well. It's like, hey, Kismet, you want to play this game? Oh, that's a cool game. I think my community like that. All right, let's play that game. But most of the time, it's really thought out, and it's scheduled out, way out. Then I'd say, hey, cool stuff coming up. And they're like, well, Kismet, you didn't tell us what the cool stuff was. I always tell you what the cool stuff is when they allow me to tell you. I can't tell you ahead of time because a lot of that stuff is NDA, so it means that I can't speak about it until a certain amount of time until I get to that time. So running a bit behind, but that's okay. Also got getting back into walking, everybody. It is getting warmer. So I tried to get out there and walked. I walked 2 miles in the morning and then rested up after doing a whole bunch of stuff. And I walked 2 more miles in the afternoon. But so I walked 4 miles yesterday. Very impressed with myself. Trying to get back out there. I've lost all that pounds that I had regained over the holidays and during the beginning of the year. So back down 5 pounds. So that's good. I just seem to be sitting right at 180, everybody. I go up and down, right around that 180. I'm going to try to break that 180. I'm going to try to break it again, get back down to 175. So still got 5 more to go back down. So I'm down 50 pounds instead of 55. But I'm working on it. So getting back out there. Did a whole bunch of that today, as well as ran around all over the place, did a bunch of stuff. A lot of IRL stuff going on right now with my kids. And all of that, everybody. It's a heavy thing, you know. It's like that Atlas guy who's holding up the world. It's like you're holding up your world all the time. It is very exhausting. But I did get out there, get a bunch of stuff done today. And so I felt pretty good about that. And then I just crashed out. I didn't even hear any of my alarms. I have like 3 alarms that go off, at various times to get me up for the stream. Didn't hear any of them. But then again, this way I'm nice and rested up and I can get in here and play some games. And we'll probably go a bit longer than I normally would just because we started a bit late. Then we got Satisfactory tonight. Or this morning, depending on how you look at it. This is like a Tuesday and a Wednesday thing. And then Wednesday night, we got Fallout 4. And then Thursday, Subnautica 2. And then Saturday, some 7 Days to Die. And then Sunday, of course, Conan Exiles Enhanced, which looks really, really good. Yeah, they really improved that a lot. So we're going to play that for like a night, everybody. And then I will get the question, hey, Kismet, are you going to play insert name of game here? Probably not. Probably not all the way through. Like, I'd love to play Windrose, and I'd love to play, Icarus, and I'd love to play Conan all the way through. But I'm playing a bunch of other stuff, and I'm trying to finish those things, and those I've already committed to doing mega runs of those. And one of those things, of course, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it, hear me over there, is, of course, Satisfactory. And we are working our way across, everybody. Our big goal in this particular playthrough is to get all of the oil and all of the coal. Well, here's the thing, everybody. Oh, man, check it out. We've got all the oil going right there, everybody. It's right there. Every oil pretty much in the game except for a little tiny pocket of oil that we've got to go and double check that we got, because there was a little side oil that we had to get to right here. But it does look like we've gotten it because it's got the check marks, but we just need to make sure that it is working. We've got all this up here at the top. We've got that. Yeah, I know. I think we got it all. We sure did. Don't worry, everybody. We'll get into the other screen and I'll show that again, the map. But we've actually tapped the entire amount of oil in the game. Now, there is oil over here on the side that we are currently using. And what we want to do is replace that with this. And this will probably be the most power I've ever bothered to do. Uh-oh, my trains are doing something. Oh, I can see already. Look at all my trains are stopped. Oh, we got problems. We got switch problems. I love to just log in game, and I didn't have any issue before, and now I've got issues. We've got issues. I bet you that the trains smashed into each other or something. Let's go see. Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, what is it? Is it the train? Yeah, it's the train itself. The train is somehow stuck because we have multiple trains running at the same time and have blocked each other. Yeah, look at that, everybody. We got blocked trains. Yeah, that one's blocking this one. That one's blocking the other one. Perfect storm of everybody blocking each other. Oh boy. Why is this one blocked? See, this one should not, this is the one that's blocking everything. That one should not be blocked. So it thinks that there is another train on that line. And I can tell you how to fix that. You just put a block signal right there and then it'll free that one up. But we'll fix that at full screen so you guys can see me fix that problem. Yeah, we removed that block signal over there and that's caused this train to stop because it's trying to go and go through there. Aha. Very interesting. I don't remember that happening last time, but that's how it goes, everybody. Always some stuff to solve. Always problems to get it going. Thanks for coming in. I see Unforgiven and they're rocking that Teamwork Tycoons icon. I see you got it shaking. That's nice. Nice. We got Paul coming in with the Kismet Love Train. What is up, Paul? By the way, you guys notice how awesome that is working on my Discord? Everybody does shout out my Teamwork Tycoon stream team on the Discord. It automatically puts them on there when they're live and then takes them off of there when they're not live. So you don't have to do it manually anymore. I've been trying to get that set up for a long time. But I finally got it going, and now you guys are styling. And if you want to be part of the Kismet stream team, everybody, just let me know. Just whisper me either on Twitch or on Discord. Don't just tell me in the chat or I'll forget. You definitely want to contact me, either DM or just tell me in the general chat on my Discord. If you want to know my Discord information, just type !Discord. I know, it's super easy, isn't it? Right there in the chat. Or you can go ahead and go down the panels down below. It's on my website as well, kismet.gg, and just click on Discord. It'll take you over there as well. Easy, easy. Zodic's coming in and says, welcome to the stream, all Kismet family. Yes, Zodic, thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got Fast Rider. How's it going, Fast Rider? Says hi, kids in chat. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We're going to have a good night tonight. Thanks for the one there, Fast Rider, and Dragon Wolf, PETA as well. Hope you're all having a great night. Man, I got a lot of stuff done, but it kind of throws me behind. I wish I was in my 20s, everybody, because I could do so much. I could do so much more if I was just younger. And I had the same energy of when I was young. But I'm trying. I'm trying to, lose that weight, get that strength, and do more until my time is done. You know what I mean? Just try to get as much in as I can. Pizza coming in. What's up? Says, hey, Kismet, how you doing, man? Low battery dad. Hey, I know how that goes. I was just talking about that. You got the crazy moo-moos in there. I like it. They're crazy. They're the crazy moo-moos. Conan is pretty now. It is. I ran in there and I ran around in it just to test our server, and it is beautiful because when I first started, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't look too much different because you're in the desert. And then I ran over. I thought, well, I'll run over the hill. I'll go look at the water, and I went, whoa, okay, that looks way better. And then I figured out I need to turn my DLSS on in Conan as well, and bam, man, it really changed it. Or if you have like an AMD card, make sure you flip that on. I'll talk about it when we play the game on Sunday. So we're going to play that on Sunday at 10 p.m. And again, just kind of overriding some of the streams I typically do, like 7 Days to Die, just so I can work that stuff in. We can check it out. You never know. It might be your next favorite game. And then we can get back to what we were working on. Because we're still trying to finish our 7 Days to Die run, both on our team play and our solo play. And then we have a bunch of other stuff we're going to be starting to play, which is Subnautica 2. We still haven't finished our Astroneer Mega playthrough of the Mega Tech. Then we have Starseeker coming up eventually. I don't know when it's dropping. They haven't said yet. But when I know, I'll let you all know. And just a giant list of games, everybody. A giant list of games that no one Kismet can do all of them. Hey, Kiz, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate you all chilling out in the thing as well. Off the rails, yeah, you can't do off the rails in this thing. You gotta wait till I'm in the other one. Doing good. Thanks. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, man. I feel like I got a lot accomplished today. Man, I was on the roll, man. I was just in a creative zone. And sometimes that happens, man. Time goes flying by. Like, I'll be working on a video, everybody. Most of the videos I do, even if they're like a minute long, everybody, I work on for like 6 to 8 hours. So you don't see that part. You just see the 1 minute video. Oh, well, it's a 1 minute video. It's easy. No, it's not easy, everybody. You're collecting all the stuff. You're editing it down. You're re-editing it. Try to get an idea what you want. You're doing voiceover. You're cutting down that voiceover. You're putting all that voiceover together, trying to pace it out. Try to get all the information in the right information. Even a 1 minute video can be a lot of work just to get it just the way I like anyway, at a level that I like to produce it. I like it to be as condensed information wise and cut out all the fluff and just make it as condensed and worthy of your time, as those are my favorite videos. What I call get to the point videos. It's like, get to the point already. I don't want to watch a 45-minute video and then at the very end you say, oh, click this button. I hate that, everybody. I hate those videos. So I like to have my videos says, do this, then that, and then you're done. Those are my kind of videos. Straight and to the point. I don't need to stretch out a video to 10 minutes long to fit some stupid algorithm. I'm trying to make videos for human beings, not for algorithms. Again, I feel the human is much more important, personally. Harm coming in saying hi. What's up, Harm? Thanks for chilling out in the channel. Appreciate you. As well. Oh, you got some crazy moo-moos in Icarus? I bet you do. Remember, everybody, I will have those. I decided that I'm going to have those servers running for about a month, and then I'm going to go in there and see what you guys have done, and then I'm going to take those servers out because we got some other stuff we're going to be doing servers with. So I'm going to just let you guys have a fun time on there for about a month, and then we're going to take them out so we can go ahead and start again. We might, in the future, start a Windrose playthrough. That was really fun. I think my crew had a great time So I'm going to see what they accomplished in that amount of time. That's the type of game I would go in, play a little bit, enjoy some early access, but then wait until it actually goes release. And then when it goes release, then create a whole server for it and do all of that fun stuff, as I like to do. I like to play games a little bit in early access, try not to do everything like I did in Satisfactory, but I played it for thousands of hours. I just didn't go into every single location and tap every node or do all that kind of stuff, because I like to wait for a release, and that then gives it its kind of final form, or at least more advanced form of the game as well. So yeah, we're gonna get into it, everybody. What's up, Register J, the Mighty G in the chat? 65 months and not a care in the world. Love the stream, kids. Oh, well, thank you, Wombat. Thank you so much. We're going to replay that when we get into the other stream, or into the other screen here. All right, let's get into it. I'm ready to play some Satisfactory and get things going. Speaking of, there's Wombat right there, bringing in that Kismet love train. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Of course, when you see someone bring in some love, everybody, whether they donate to the Vault Van Life Project, or if they come in and show the Kismet love train, or they donate subs, or whatever it is, everybody, make sure to show them lots of love in the chat. These are the people that keep this stream going, all right? They're the people that keep us going here, so make sure to show them lots and lots of love in the chat, all right? You got that one job. That one job, it's not really a job, it's I consider it a privilege. So there we go. All right, let's go ahead and fix our problem here. I do remember taking out this thing over here, because we're really close to this track over here. I probably want to move that away, but we've got a block signal here, and we've got one there. I'm not sure why that is saying that's blocked. Unless it's back here. Yes, this goes all the way around, and there's one there and one here. I wonder if it's right here. That's a good question. We'll put one right there. That did not kick in. See how it didn't change the thing? Huh. Maybe it's right here. Oh, I got my game sounds off. This one says red. Yeah, this one is going that way. So we got to find the spot which is causing this one to stop. Ah, it's right there. Okay. And that one's going to go. Yeah, I can see it released that one. And then this one should get released, which should cause this one to be able to go. There we go. And this is going to be my quick wire train. It does get really complex. Isn't that cool, everybody? How it just like solved this problem. And then that one's going to loop back around that way. We probably need to fix that later on, but that's okay. And that one did all of that. And then this one looks like it's going to go this way. Oh, no, this one's one of these. Okay. And there we go. Solved it all with basically one block signal. That's good to know. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that was basically this part here. It thought that there was a train sitting here waiting to go that way, and this part here was part of this. So when it was here, it actually was blocking the rest of this all the way up to here, and this one was trying to transition. Tells me that I could have put this one out a little bit further beyond this connection here. And that would have solved that problem also. But that's okay. Just put a block signal there. And now there goes. Yeah, now they're all back to working again. It's actually a good idea to do that. Now what's going to happen, by the way, is they're going to actually space out from each other. The biggest problem there is that they were all at the same spot at the same time. When you cause that to stop like that, normally that would actually cause my power to go off. Which you certainly don't want to happen, right? You don't want that to happen there as well. This one right here is redundant. We can take that one out. And that should solve that problem. Yeah, there we go. All right. And these ones are waiting on each other. Hey, Kismet Love Train coming in. Who's that? Harm coming in with the 6 months. Unlocking that brand new sub badge. Show him some love in the chat. Half a year already, he says. Yeah. Absolutely. And again, Wombat says 65 months and not a care in the world. Thank you so much. Love the stream, kids. Again, I appreciate y'all coming in, showing that love. Working hard here, everybody. Working hard. But no, I don't like missing streams, everybody. I try to get in as many streams as I can. Yeah, look at all these. They're all like right up on each other. Squirrel. There we go. Oh, yes, I have it on Learn to Play. Man, I just cannot remember to switch those things. Thank you very much on that. There we go. Yeah, now we got our mega build thing back over there. All right, we got to wait for some of these to roll out and see if... I love how it just figures out which one is the priority as well. That's just really cool. All right, now they should spread out from each other. Again, the more trains you have on the same track, the more that's going to happen. But again, what we're doing is we're watching the thing. And we can prioritize certain trains. We can also take those trains and put them onto... Wow, look at that train. That is a very, very large train right there. That's the one that goes all the way to the other end of the world, gets the bulk of all of those. Wow, that's pretty cool. All right, and then this one coming through. And that one in the back there. Have to get my stream start sneezes in, apparently. Yeah. Have to get that in. I got to get my sneezes in. All right. Let's see. And it looks like they cleared all those out. This one's waiting here. Why is that one waiting? Oh, that one's still clearing because it's waiting for the other one to go up the spiral. Now that one's cleared, this one will move its way up here. Whenever you see that kind of thing, you definitely want to address that, especially if it has to do with your fuel and stuff. Now, again, they all going to go different distances, so they'll spread out from each other. Now, when they're all clustered like that, all of a sudden, boom, they'll start to spread out because the block signals will spread them out. Like this one, you can see is waiting. It's waiting for the other one to run way out there, and then once that one gets past a certain block signal, then this one will go ahead and be released. Now, you want to get that rhythm down so that never stops in the future like it did there, because that could have caused all of my power to go off. But luckily, we're not even using that power yet, everybody. Still, at this point, even though I had built all of these stations and basically tapped every bit of oil in the entire game, still only rocking about 20,000 power, which is amazing, I think, everybody. That's a pretty amazing efficiency. Right there, and I'm actually not even pressing 30,000 power or 20,000 power. I'm actually using about 13,000, which I think is the most impressive thing ever. Thank you, Fast Rider. I appreciate that. I'm only rocking about 13,000 power right there, which I think is pretty amazing in the massive amount of stuff I have running, everybody. Again, let's just take a little peek. We got stuff over there and over there and over there. We got our Christmas build stuff here. This stuff eventually we're going to tear down, and this power over here is the only thing that's running everything. You got to think also, everybody, we got train stations running all over the place. Gathering every bit of oil everywhere. So that long train goes right here, but it's really cool because there's like a little tropical reef that it comes along and goes down to and then ends up here collecting all of this oil, which is all being run into the central spot, which is what we're also going to do with our coal. Our job now is to consolidate all of our coal together and then have a train run over there and grab it. And we're going to try to figure out the most efficient way of utilizing what we've already got to get that coal and have it pick up all that stuff. So we're getting this over here, which means we can come through here. We're getting this here, which means we could also go down here. We can decide whether we want to take all of this and run it down to here, or we could follow the track, because the track probably comes up somewhere and runs this way, and then we could just put a train station in the center and then run it into the center. Same thing down here. Do we have any coal that's nearby? Yes, right here. And we can see a train goes by right there. Our bauxite train is collecting that there. So we can just go ahead and run this up. And again, utilize what we already have. And we can just run this through the middle of the forest or desert or wherever we're going to run that stuff, just to collect every bit of coal. I see some coal down here as well. And that's a pure node down there. Very nice. Kind of way off by itself, but I do see that we have a train station for our SAM ore, so we could just run that to there or the train to it. It's actually usually easier to run the resource to the train station than it is to build more train stations or more train extensions, but I could definitely run a train extension. It depends on how far it looks. It's kind of deceiving on how far it looks. Oh, it's just right over here. But sometimes that's a long ways. So again, we want our stuff to be as efficient as possible. Like, see, we have our lake oil train here, and we could easily bring this up and create a second station for our coal train and use the same track. So we don't have to rebuild the track. That's going to be our goal, is to use the same track, consolidate all that coal, and bring it back. We've got some way up here in the corner. Not sure if we have a train way up there. Let's see. What's the closest train station here? Yeah, we could extend that way up because eventually we want to get all this as well. We have coal over here as well. We have coal here. So we could run this up and just put something right in the center, say somewhere like right here before we kind of cover all this up. And then we run this, we run that, we run this, and then we have that consolidated in one place, and then the coal train can just go right back down, use the bauxite to get back to the base. And again, we're making one central base. You can see all my trains moving. This is the most trains I've ever bothered to make, because again, wait until full release, which it's on now. I'm playing 1.1, not 1.2 yet. Kind of interesting that I have been working on this so long that instead of building it the way I would have normally built it, I'm going to wait for 1.2 and then build my factories in the new way to build factories, which is the ability to chain machines to each other. Instead of setting up all of the poles and all the electrical stuff, you can literally just take your constructor and put another constructor to it and chain that to that, that to the next one, that to the next one. That's going to be awesome, everybody. I can't wait to adjust my blueprints for that style of setup. So you don't have to make all those small connections all the time. You can just chain them together. That's going to be awesome. I like that idea already, as long as also a whole bunch of vehicles and other cool stuff like that that we can do. Just try to figure out the logistics. This one over here will probably just kind of right turn here. Go grab all of that. Same thing here. We could go this way, or we could go right to here and then go up and then just take all of this and run it over here. Remember, you can just run it on the ground if you wanted to, everybody. Just run those belts. Belts do not take any power, so that makes that pretty easy. Just trying to decide what I want to do first, and I do already have a Samor train here. Yeah, that one's taken off. Is it picking up that? Yeah, I think this one is picking up both the Samor, which I think I ran from over here to here, and then also this coal and running that back, if I'm remembering correctly. And that's what's going on over here, is that we have multiple things being dropped off. Let's take a look at what we got. Oh, man, we got a backlog of coal over here. Oh, yeah, so this one is dropping off coal. A lot of coal. Wow, okay. We got a massive backlog of coal there. And so this one's called the Lake Coal Unload. Okay. So lake coal. That's what this is. Lake coal load. Okay, cool. So we could just take this pure node and just run it across. That'd be pretty far, but we could run that across just like we're doing with the SAM ore. Again, I wonder if it's bringing SAM ore at the same time. That's a good question. Yeah, lake coal train. So it's just bringing in coal, I believe. Yeah, and it has more coal than it knows what to do with. Now I'm going to do the same thing I did over here where I take these coal trains and I just have them all in a row and most likely just run those underneath to provide that coal power. We can very easily just have this run in and go straight or go underneath. And this is where you really have your vertical logistics where you have to run underneath or up above to basically try to avoid them blocking each other. So yeah, I could have that train. I could have that train also go pick up other coal in that area. I don't think there's really much other coal. Yeah, so I think if I take that and I run it over here, we could just add another train station. And this is going to be 1200 is the output of that. So we take 1200 and we run it over here. I can't remember what I think I'm running these all at capacity. Yeah. We also have our accelerator over here as well. We're going to be working on doing every process in the game, and you can see it's making diamonds and whatnot. But when you start to scale up your production part of it, not just your trains, but when you start scaling up your production, trains don't really take that much power. As you can see, I've been able to run more and more trains, gigantic mega builds and multiple trains and whatnot, massive amount of train tracks. But if I were to start doing a whole bunch of production that's running simultaneously, that's when you run into that efficiency problem where you start having issues with power. And your power will go off, especially if you're adding a bunch of hypertubes and stuff like that, which we are doing, but not to the extent in which it's tens of thousands of power. And that's what's so efficient about what I'm doing here is adding all of that stuff without really making the power go like this. Because when I need something, it'll make the thing, put it in the dimensional depot, and then turn that part of the factory automatically off because it's full, and it knows that it's full, and it says, okay, I can't make any more of these. Okay, let me shut this off until I need to make more, until I go ahead and build something, and then it says, okay, well, we need more plates, and then it turns my plate factory and my concrete factory and all those factories back on again. Which is very, very awesome, I think, everybody. I think that's the way to do it to be the most efficient. Is to only make that thing when you actually need that thing. And then also to have a massive backlog of it. That's what I typically do. Is I'll have like 20 boxes of whatever it is. 20 boxes of plates, 20 boxes of concrete, 20 boxes of this, that, and the other thing. That will be backlogged of the finished product that I need, say plates or whatnot. And then the second I need more of it, it'll just run that as fast as it can in the dimensional depot, make whatever I already used, and then stop again. Again, that's very efficient in doing it. Again, I've proven it in this particular playthrough. And I could have finished the game about 500 times now. I've already finished it multiple times. I'm not in a hurry to finish the game. This is more of a, hey, can we do this thing kind of thing. And again, eventually we might even make this more optimized to where we have one oil station and then all of the trains are set up in such a way that they just come in, drop it off on that particular oil station and then do it. Because we could do that. All you have to do is make it as long as we have here, right? So you just make it this long, and then you say, okay, well, when this train comes in, it's going to drop it into these ones. And when this train comes in, it's going to drop it into those ones, and so on. So what you would do is put in empty cars. You put in empty cars to make up for that, or you would put empty slots into your actual train station itself. I felt it's much easier to put your extra engines at the end and have one engine in the front, all of your, because you got to have one engine in front, otherwise it doesn't go into the train station properly. Then you have to have all of your cargo cars. And again, you can put extra cars in there just to kind of make up for how it ends up on this end. But I find logistics-wise, and then just for your own memory, is to separate them like I've done. It's a little easier to manage, a little easier to set up, because you could get one going, use that one, and then set up another one which would not interrupt the first one. But this is going to be basically all the fuel in the world, which is pretty crazy. And eventually, once we get this running, we'll also bring the fuel over from over there. And this fuel over there, though, that fuel will get converted. That oil will get converted into doing plastics and all of that stuff. I'm going to reserve all of that just for that, where this will be all the fuel and all of that stuff. So we'll get into all of that. Now, I always find the best way to do it is you either pick the hardest thing or the easiest thing. Normally, I would go with the hardest thing, but I kind of feel like the easiest thing is the way to go right here, since we already have the ability to go ahead and run that over here. And we could just add a train station to the back of this one. But we have this kind of in here. We could also add it to the front of this one. Let's see how much room we have in the front here. Yeah, I'd hate to disturb all of that. Yeah, we are definitely not using this coal at its capacity. We might want to follow that train. Let's go see what we got going over here. We don't have to wait. We don't have to wait for trains. We just put a train down and get going. Still have not looted that area yet. Keep going by it. I'll get to it one day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stop, stop, stop. Oh, look out. Okay, so there's it's waiting on some train to do its thing. What train is it waiting on? This tells it to stop here. Why is it stopped? It's waiting for some train to clear. Where's it going? It's going straight. Trying to see which... Oh yeah, no, that's a separate station over there for our SAM ore. So I've forgotten, it's been so long. I'll forget. Yeah, so there's a separate one for the SAM ore, and then all of the coal is being run up here. 300, that can't be right. This is a pure node down here. I don't think I labeled that one properly. All right, let's take a look at what we got. Okay, this one's running out 1200. Let's get that label fixed. I think I must have got late and I forgot to change that label. All right. Okay, you can see I'm always overclocking extraction. You might as well. Because it's the best use of your extra power, because you're going to burn extra power doing the extraction. But because I'm extracting so much coal, everybody, that it really outweighs, because it might cost you, like say it cost you this much, and then now it costs you this much, but now you're making this much instead of this much. See the difference? I mean, you're making a lot more for that small cost of power. And then you can make more power from that extraction. So not only are you extracting all of the oil and coal or whatever it is you're extracting, but you're also extracting its maximum amount. And you can see there that that one is running at 1200. How do I have this set up in here? Did I split these into 300s? How did I end up doing this? Let's see. I have... Oh, and there is our SAM ore train. Yeah, that's our SAM ore train coming through. And it stopped there because the other train is going out. And we really need to work on our block signals. So this train could move up as well. There we go. Allow these trains to move forward. So that one then can move forward to that one, and it'll actually move forward to this one until that one clears. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit better timing there. That just allows it to bring it forward a little bit. And you want to keep that momentum going so they're not really slowing each other down. So every now and again, you'll see, oh man, I see a little, it's slowing down. Let me add another little block signal there to cut up the tracks a little bit more. So it looks like what I'm doing here, and it's like weirdly the thing is kind of stuck out here. But it does look like I have 4 here. So I'm breaking these up into 300. So this is 300 here, 300 here. And I typically will do that, even though on the belts you don't really have to worry about that. But I was kind of testing it to see if it would flow better, and it does seem like it is. So if I was going to run that other one over there, we would need 4 more of this lake coal. I might want to turn this coal around the other way on the other end. Here I could add 4 more. I don't have any problems there. I could just pick up the back of it and then move it back further. And then run that one over from over there. And we've also got a bunch of iron and a whole bunch of other stuff here that eventually we will tap into. But for now, I kind of feel like that's what we want to do. We want to just keep that same momentum. It's going to cause us to have more cars, but it will have a higher throughput of the thing. I find that whenever you're getting close to the cap of whatever it is, especially when it comes to fluids, that it hits that cap and then it slows down your transfer rate of your fluids. Not as bad with items, but I feel like I'm just going to err on the side of caution on that bad boy and see how we go. So I might as well disrupt this now while I'm thinking about it. We'll just go ahead and take this out. And we'll just back our stuff out here. And we'll take out all of this. And we'll just go ahead and get that going. Woo, okay, out of power. And then we'll get this part here that we did of the foundations. There we go. Nice, nice. And we'll just put our life in our hands there. I'm surprised I don't have any extra power running over here. I see some power over this way. Is that working? No. And I need to take out all these belts too. But I kind of got it like a bridge right now. So yeah, none of this is actually still connected into power. That's got power there. Yeah, we need to bring some temporary power so we can work. So I do like to run power through these big power stations because you can run them really, really far, which is awesome. Another smart thing to do with these is to do them right across the chasms here. So if you're right next to it, you can use your little things to cross. So I no longer need the belt down there to cross. And then we'll go ahead and run this over here. And this will just allow us to work over here without, you know, falling to our doom. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. All right. And then we can go ahead and take this off of here. Oh, pick it up. Ooh, got it right there last second there, too. Speaking of, and we'll bring that down there. There we go. And we'll take out a bit of this. So we can add more of these. So again, we have 4 of those there. So we'll want to go into our blueprints here. We're going to get our freight platforms here. And of course, this is probably going to be in the way because it always is. Let's put it over there. Take this out of there. There we go. And then we're going to go like this and say H, and we're going to nudge that. Those are in the wrong direction. Let's flip them around that way. There we go. And again, we're using our blueprints, and we are trying to get them lined up. Ooh, that side goes right through that. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't like it. Yeah, I'm going to live with it for right now. All right. Let's see. What do I need to do? Build. Huh. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we got our auto connect mode, which is going to connect our train tracks together. And then, again, we got another blueprint. Now, these are mega modular blueprints, everybody, which is pretty hardcore. These are massive blueprints. Of course, this is made way easier by the fact that you can do vertical nudging, which is awesome. And then we do that. And there we go. And because these ones are different colors than the other ones, we know which ones we've done before. Now, we do need to take 2 of these out. Because we don't need them, we only need 4, right? So we added 3, and then we added 3 more, which is 6, but we only need these here. So we're going to go ahead and take some of this stuff out. And we can't use our blueprint mode to take it out because it is just one section of the blueprint. So if we take the blueprint out, we take out the extra section. Unintendedly. There we go. And we can just, and one of the fun things is just to go in and modify what needs to be done here. There we go. And again, we can just consolidate this into one train. I have a feeling that I'm going to actually move this the train station on the other end. All right, there we go. And again, you can see I can just snap those together, and those work pretty great. Then we're going to put our entrance back in again here. And again, I have these all set up. Now, if you are one of my Patreon supporters, everybody, you can actually use these very blueprints that I'm using right now to make your own massive train network. And then again, you can see how easy that you can modify that train network as well. And again, just using those blueprints, which is pretty fun. All right, that's pretty good. And then here, we'll just kind of manually finish this in here by just using our zoop. There we go, zoop, zoop. Like so, and then we'll just go ahead and put in some railings on the sides to embellish that a little bit, and then we have a different railing in the center, right down the center, and then we'll go ahead and reconnect this into here. Now, it might be like, Kismet, you changed the station, so the train's going to do something different. Well, it's actually not going to do anything different than it already did, and the reason why is because when the train comes in, it's only going to use the front 4 anyway, because it only has 4 cars. So when it comes in, it'll just act like it worked the way before, because I added it to the back. The only thing that's going to happen is it's not going to pick this up until I make that train bigger. But as long as it can still make its way, here it comes. As long as, wow, I love that timing too. As long as it can make its way to the station and pick up what it picked up before, it should be just fine. So let's see if it does pick up all of this stuff again. There we go. And the station, it was waiting patiently down the track until I was ready to reconnect it again. And then it should roll out here in a second. Now, one of the things that I did notice that if you do add your tracks through a blue, or your different sections here, that they'll actually get messed up. So we're going to definitely want to fix that. Even though I already had the train station ahead of time, we're just going to replace it, but we're going to wait for the train to completely clear first before we start removing stuff, or it'll trip up our train a bit. We're going to wait till it gets all the way past the block signal. There we go. And then the other train does come through here, but we got to go ahead and take this one out, and then we'll put that one back in. And then I take the first one of any blueprint out and then replace it back in there. I'm in the way. And then put that right back in there like that, which should, of course, connect all of that track again. And then our other train should be able to go through here. So I have this one just circling through here because there's only one train running. Yeah, there we go. Instead of it automatically going back that way. And really what I should be doing is creating a bunch of clover leaves. We'll get into those later where it can go whatever direction it wants to go. like right there would be a great spot for cloverleaf, which means it would be able to come through and then go right into this one without being blocked by the other train. So again, those require that whenever you have it going in certain directions, that you do put your block signals ahead whenever you have it splitting into several tracks. But we'll get into that more advanced fun stuff later on. We're just trying to show you the basics on how to do some pretty advanced stuff eventually. But there we go. So we got that done. Now we do want to add our stuff over here on the side. So we're going to go ahead and just take this side stuff out here all the way down to here. There we go. And then we'll just go ahead, add this back in. And it does look like this is kind of too wide here. And you can always come back and embellish all this stuff later. But I think we actually have a blueprint for that. Let's go ahead and take a look. I remember where it's at. Let's see. Storage. What did I call it? Good question. I wonder if it's in my bar. I see I have this one. Ooh, mama. That is storage building. Okay. That's for the holiday stuff too. Do I have any storage that I put in my bar? No, but I should definitely put it in there in my train tracks when I do find it. Okay, so as you can see, I have these kind of double stacked, and they are splitting. So that comes in and it splits here and it goes into both boxes, then both boxes feed in. Even though these are not going at their maximum speed, because it's 1200 being cut down into 600 being cut down into 300, if you know what I mean. And then it's cut from 300 into 150 and 150, meaning that there's never a bottleneck if I am running it at its maximum speed. And instead of just trying to make it super 100% efficient, it's unnecessary, because normally why you would do that in real life, everybody, make it super hyper efficient, is because of cost. But the only cost you have in here is power and resources. So you basically have unlimited amount, everybody. You have so many nodes in the world that you really have an unlimited amount. And I've already proven that you can finish the game with just 20,000 power. And just with the nodes that I already have. I don't even need any of this stuff, everybody. I don't need any of this. I could already finish the game. But our goal this time is to do a mega playthrough where we build a massive power plant. And then what I'll do is I'll leave other stuff to do, I think, probably in the future, like, doing, nuclear power and all that kind of stuff. So I think our big goal is to build this plant and finish that. I'd like to tap every single node, but we want to go ahead and see if we can build our fuel plant and just then build every single process in that fuel plant, which I think would be fun. Yeah, there it goes. Look at it distributing it along there. Notice how it's really heavy at the beginning because it's filling that up. And again, we're using what's known as a manifold. Manifold is where it starts at one point, then it goes to the next one, the next one, next one. It's also called an overflow system, meaning it fills this one first, then it fills this one, then it fills that one, etc. And you can see the further you go down the line, the less that it gets toward the end. You got to watch out for that because it will cause your machines at the end to have issues. Or you can do a load balancer. A load balancer would be, it would come in the center and split in half and go there and then split it again. So I would actually bring it forward, split it to go into these two, and then split off the other side to go to there, right? So you'd split it and then split it again, where you would go in the center of this one, in the center of that one, and then also in the center of these two. This way it balances and puts them all equally in all of them. When you have this much stuff, everybody, it doesn't really matter. You don't really have to load balance that. That is a massive amount. In fact, so much that it can't even process it fast enough right now because it doesn't have anywhere to go. I haven't set that up to go anywhere. So it doesn't really matter at this point. So we can just let that run. And we'll go ahead and do the same thing. Now, I like to use manifolds with each thing. And even then, it's a little bit of load balancing. When you run one node and split it 4 times in this case, instead of run both ones into the same area and then split it, because you can only go a maximum of 1200 on a belt, right? So that 1200 needs to start at 1200. If I try to run a 1200 and a 1200 together, not going to work, right? Because it can be 2400 and the belt can only go at 1200. So you have a bottleneck there. You don't want bottlenecks, but you do want to make it easier on you. And I feel like the best time to do load balancers is when you're doing your power. You want your power to be very consistently feeding in there evenly across all of your power. And I'm actually going to do that on my power station, where we take all of the resources and we combine them, and then we load balance them into the final stage of running that fuel, and then the fuel then be converted into rocket fuel and converted into the higher fuel, or and so on. So into the different levels of fuel. We'll definitely want to balance those. Now, I just got to remember which one of these suckers was the one I was working on. I got new blueprint right here. That's awesome. What's that one? Oh, that's for our spiral. Spirals. Come on. There we go. Okay, I might have just took it and put it into storage. Let's see. Vertical storage. Storage is temp. I kind of feel like it might be storage is temp. I should have gave it a better name. Nope, that's balanced. Storage is there. Oh, I know how to find out. You go like this. You hit F, and then you hit R for blueprint, and see if that was a blueprint or if it was just me doing it. Oh, okay. This is so long ago that this is actually not a blueprint. This is just me making the item. So I definitely want to recreate that in a blueprint. So let's go ahead and add some foundations. One of the first blueprints you want to make, everybody, is actually foundations of the different levels that really help you progress. Because in my day, when I first started playing this game almost 3,000 hours ago, I actually would do them one at a time. Every single one at a time. You did not have zooping. You did not have all that stuff. You had to do it all manually, and I've done it to the tune of thousands of these plates. Okay, so what we need is our blueprinter back here. And let's see if we can fit it in here. I think we can fit it here temporarily. Okay, so we want to recreate what we have over here, which is pretty easy. You can just go ahead and grab ourselves a container, and we're going to aim it toward the front center. And we're just going to back it up a little bit like that. And then we have a container up on the top facing in the same direction. Easy peasy. And then we have a bit of an offset so we can actually see the lines running. Some people like to get it really super close and just really massively condense it. I try to add in the human factor. And the human factor is me walking around the plants and me being able to see that everything is functioning and working just visually, because I'm more of a visual person. But I'm visual and also analytical at the same time, because I love me some spreadsheets too, everybody. I do love me some spreadsheets. So that's what we need to recreate there, is that particular offset over here as well. So we're going to get out of blueprint mode. We're going to grab our splitter here. And which way is that coming in? This one's coming in from the left side. So we'll want to go ahead and do something like this. Again, leaving a little bit of room here like that. And then we'll want our high level, max level, level 6 belts in there. And then we're going to have our level 6 lifters, more level 6 belts, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty easy setup there. Now I could try to put in the stuff here and the stuff here. I wouldn't do that. I would manually do this side, just so you know that these lifters are going to be working, because if you try to put that in with the lifter automatically, that's going to get messed up. I can tell you already. That's going to get very messed up. So we want to go in and look at the current blueprints that we have and try to remember what the heck we want to call this. Let's see. So we'll call this freight storage. That's what we'll call it. So we go over here. We can name it freight storage. Freight with an E. There we go. This is to use for inputting and outputting items from freight train stations. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and select an icon for it. And by the way, instead of looking through here, you can just search for it. Just search for storage. And it's going to be this one. And then usually when I'm doing stuff for my train station, I will turn it red like that, so I know that it's for my trains. And then we'll just save the blueprint. There we go. Easy as that. And that's how you make a quick and easy blueprint. Let's see if we got anything in here. Let's go ahead and take all that. Oh, there's nothing in there. Uh-oh, we got train problems again. I can see that we've got problems. Oh, I got to clear this. That's what I was going to do. I was going to clear it first and then grab the stuff out of here. There we go. That's much better. Take all. And then we'll take this out. And because we have our ability to do our blueprints, we just take those out. Nice and easy. But we got some sort of jam up again over here. Oh boy, we're going to have some problems over there, I can tell you already. All right, that's going to be a priority, so I'm going to go ahead and come back to this here in a second. Let's go. Keep our stuff running over there. Get on our train, and off we go. Oh, wait. Hold on. And again, what you do most of the time is you're solving problems. So I don't need to use my train. This auto connects all of my hypertubes, and also be a good test for my hypertube to see if I have any gaps along the way, because I'll fall out of the hypertube if I have any gaps. Away we go. Like the sound is really low in here today. It's like it's high, it's low. Man, it's hard to get all of my various games to be well balanced. Crank that up a little bit. All right, this one's definitely stopped. You can see I have all these interchanges that by default take me back to my primary base. I never took that blueprinter out down there. All right, we're going to hit E to go right. E to go right again. And we got, this train is so large, this one here. I'm going to have to accommodate for that train at some point. And again, this same spot right up here where we have all of this really close junctioning. We're going to probably end up changing all of this anyway. Let's go ahead and go right here. Okay, what do we got? And this is waiting on that train to clear. This train cannot clear because there's another train in front of it blocking it. And it has to do with that really long train. I got to tell you already that is blocking up here. Why is this other train not returning? So the question is, why is that train not pulling out of the station? Because it thinks there's a train on this track here. Yeah, see, this one should be pulling out of the station. See, it says stopped. That one's green. That one says stopped. So let's go ahead and put one there to cut that part of the train. So that now unlocked that. Let's cut this one. So that one can pull out of there. In fact, let's actually move this further forward. So that has plenty of room to pull out of that station. Yeah, see, it thinks something is on this particular track here. And we can see that this whole section here looks like it is... oh, I needed one right here. So that... Oh, not that way. Switch the way that goes. So that this here doesn't... This all thinks this is one thing, which it is not. And then... This should think of itself as a separate track here. Man, again, we definitely want to cut these into separate block signals. While this one's going that way. And this is something I usually come back and do about right now, where I cut these into separate segments. So that, see, this one right here is waiting for this train to come through, which is what it should do. So that's good. That's waiting for that train to come through, and it could fit itself in there and then get past there enough so this train could pull out of the way along this edge, so any other trains that are coming along could get in there. And again, the more congestion you have, the more you need to cut this up so these trains can get out of there. And this train especially, which is a really long train, can very easily slow all the rest of these down. That really super big one over there really bypasses most of this. It's got its own little space here, and then it comes back and it goes underneath. And you can see that it's waiting on these other trains to move forward. This one's stopped here. And see, I like to let it run a little bit to see what it is that's causing that to stop. This one here going into a junction. Oop, okay. I was about to click there so I could bring it forward. We definitely need to work on these hypertubes in here too. But we could bring the train forward so it could sit here while it's waiting for these other trains to move forward. And this is just a matter of block signals holding up the train. Like this train should be able to get moved up where it is sitting and waiting for the spiral, because there's probably a train on the spiral right now. Yeah, I can see it way up there. So this one needs to move forward. So it's coming along on this outside track here, and we could just move it all the way up to there. And so that could have been waiting up here while that one's going up the spiral to get going there. And then now it's going up the spiral, and then if any other ones need to go up the spiral, they can go up there. Now here's another thing that we can do, because we have this really long track, is we think about, okay, how long is the train, what's the longest train going to be on this track, right? And I would say probably this one right here, which is perfect timing, or among those, is going to be the longest. So we can go ahead and make another block signal back, let's say here, and that will pull the next train forward, which is then also not blocking that thing there. Yeah, there it is. This is the biggest one there. And that allows some of that come forward, but the second that one clears, then this one will be able to go up there. And again, it's because we added this massive train, everybody. This one's going to trip us up the most. So we want to make sure that we do have that extra spot for it to stop. And let's see if it clears. It just about clears it. It doesn't quite clear it enough to where this can go forward. This is going to come forward into there, but be blocked there. So we need to move this block signal back to there. And then we can just take this one out. And then that one will clear. This one is green, so this one can go that way unless it needs to go this way. See, if this one doesn't need to go to the left, it can then just go to the right and take off because this part here is separate, which is what you want. And that's going to help the flow of this side, and we help the flow of that side. But I do that on purpose. I want to see what the problems are. But you don't want this to be your power when you're figuring this stuff out, everybody. You want to let this stuff run a while and let it run into each other and see all the issues and solve those issues before you start to rely on it for power, especially at this level, everybody. At this level, this is insanely massive. This is an insanely massive amount of resources. In fact, this is all the resources. This is all of it. You can't get any more oil than the amount of oil that I'm bringing over here, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. They also added a mode, by the way, where you can randomize the nodes now, too, so you won't even know where they are, which I probably will do in a future playthrough. But yeah, see, now that one can go right. Even if that long train was right here, this one could very easily just go to the right. Again, that's why you want to cut those into segments. And the way you can tell is just bring up your block signal, and you can see that these are separate segments than these and whatnot. And you want these to be kind of combined, so if this one is along this track, it'll wait up here until whatever train here has cleared these, and so on. And usually it's when you're going into a junction that you want to block. So it blocks here, and then when the other train is coming to turn, this one stopped here and the other one goes through and whatnot. And there comes another very long oil train. Nice. Now we're also adding, of course, all of these coal trains as well. Currently we have the coal turned this way, and it's outputting that way, so it can be used in all of this kind of spaghetti we got over there. But we do want to eventually flip this around the other way. So, and we have this kind of central area here where it can come at the end of this, and then it's going this way, and this one's coming in and circling back into here, which is decent. But we could have it go in, circle around, and then come in from the other side. And then this one would be going the other way and then circling back to get back on this track here. So we definitely could do that, but it's going to cause our coal to come through this station and then loop. But it will take it off of all of this stuff back here. You can see that we're using this to go in this way, and then this is to circle back this way. So we could eliminate that. And we definitely would want to run these under as well, so that we could run the coal over the top. So again, this coal's not doing anything other than making some diamonds. But other than that, really not doing anything. And we want to go ahead and extend this now to be 8 long instead of 4. But we got that fixed. We can go ahead and get on our... Actually, don't need to do that. We just do our hypertubes. And you can see also that the hypertubes work perfectly. I'm good to go. Now, I have each hypertube set up in such a way... I didn't hit it fast enough. Set up in such a way that I could loop back to where I started. So I can go this way now. Let me reverse that. There we go. Loop back in the direction in which I came from. This is what all these kind of little spin things do. Put me back in the opposite direction. Yeah, I feel like my sound's really low today. Is it me, everybody, or does the game sound seem low? Let me just crank it up a little bit. I feel like it's getting any louder. There we go. Much better. Oh, look at our trains outrunning us. Let's see if they outrun us on a down angle. So we should start to gain on it on the down angle. Yeah, later, sucker. Gonna go right by hitting E. And then E again. And I typically default it to the furthest place away, if I can. And then if no hands here, it automatically will stop me in the station. So that's kind of a left is your default side. So when you're coming in from here and you're making a decision, left or right, it'll always choose left by default. Then right is where you got to program it to go. So if you just make everything be left, boom, it'll end up stopping at your station here. So what we want to do is go ahead and grab this coal and run across it. Now this is going to be super easy to run this across here. But we wanted to take care of our trains there so they are continuously working. Now, the thing about those trains also is the fact that they're not really doing anything other than dropping off the oil. And the oil is most likely full already because it's been doing it for a while. So it's not really that high of priority, but I do like to solve those problems when they happen so that I can say, okay, that's why I'm doing that thing. I'm also adding the freight storage down there. Notice how I keep it in the undefined. When I'm working with it, everybody, I find it's way easier just to keep it in the undefined. And then when you're kind of, you've done a lot of it, you've done the most of it that you're going to do, then I'll put it away in its various spots, like extractors or factories or storage or whatever. Then I'll put all that stuff away. But I typically like to have it right there. I find it's much more convenient as well. All right, now we need to find the inputs. The inputs are the 3 little yellow lines. And then, of course, the green arrow is typically an output. Sometimes it's an orange arrow, everybody. I don't know why they have it sometimes as an orange arrow, but sometimes they do. I'm going to try to line this up to what I've already got. Again, leaving space for me as the human to be able to walk through my factory and see what's going on. So we're going to go put that right there. And then we're going to go ahead and, again, I'm switching my bar down here, and then we'll run our stuff here. Now, I can see that all of these are also Mark 6s, so that's good. That means those are going to run nice and fast. And then I always put these lifters in last because this is where your issues are going to be. Hey, why didn't you turn? This is where your issues are going to be with your lifters. Now, it's not truly last because I still put in the belt. But you want to make sure to do that last, everybody. Make sure to connect that. And if you put a bunch of these in to line stuff up, take them all out. Put them back in as the last kind of step if you can. In this case, I had to do this so I could get this little thing in here, but it'll be fine. And then this is the first one in a chain. Now, over here, I most likely have it feeding from underneath because I do like to have my logistics underneath. And I do, oh, look, I made a curve. How cool is that? You can see I have this extractor, again, going at 1200. So 1200 here, then it splits it into 600 and 600, and then this fills up pretty quickly. And then this one right here cuts it that 600 into 300 and 300, and so on. Now, when this one's full, it's doing full 1200 down here, and you can see that these are getting faster. And the reason why they're getting faster is because these are getting filled up. And you can see this one's actually almost filled, and when this one fills, boom, it backlogs, and now full 1200 going to the next one, which then would be 1200 at the end here. And you can see this is going to massively fill. But we are using some of that coal. How do I know? Because on the other end, I see that it is using up the coal as well. And then again, right here, we'll go ahead. This is the only floor thing that works actually really good, which is your conveyor floor hole. The other one does not work well. Do not use those until they say that they had fixed those, everybody. Those pipe holes. The pipe holes I do not use. They've caused me nothing but grief, so I refuse to use them. And if you've gotten them to work, more power to you. But me, I refuse to use them until they are confirmed working. So I don't know, maybe 1.2, everybody. I keep the dream alive, if you know what I mean. That one day, all of that pipe stuff will work properly. It doesn't matter what should work. It only matters what does work, everybody. I say that quite often on the stream, and it's 100% true. All right, now I'm just going to middle mouse button the rest of this stuff like this. And again, I can run that in the opposite direction if I choose. It's good habit, though, to get to go in the correct direction. And then over here, same thing. And then I'm just kind of visually lining this up. You can also hold down Control and try to line it up. I find that that does not work as well. Or as often with blueprints. And actually, we can turn this off, auto connect, because I'm not really auto connecting. And there we go. Middle mouse button, our thing over here, so I don't have to switch my stuff here. And then middle mouse button, the belt. And one more to go. Again, we'll set up the inputs. We'll set all that stuff up. So the second we get this working, again, I usually visually look and see if it's lined up because, you know, a lot of times it'll say it's lined up and it's just not. It's just not properly lined up. I'm kind of doing this a little backwards where I'm doing the lifter first. And that's just so I can get this small one there across there. There we go. And then this one here. Okay, then we want to go ahead and connect all these together. So grab these belts again, use the middle mouse button. I really had to retrain myself when they added that middle mouse button because it is so incredibly effective. In fact, once you do it in this game, everybody, you want it in every game. Where you're like, hey, I want to make one of those things. Let me just middle mouse button and pick that up. That's a great innovation in building, everybody. It really is. It seems simple, but a lot of little simple things add up to an incredibly great experience. This is a landmark game, everybody. Satisfactory absolutely is when it comes to building games. There are so many small, subtle things that they added that you just wish every game had. It's like a gold standard now of the way you should be able to build in each and every game. I feel like that's probably its biggest achievement, is that it took all of the things that are like pain points in building and factory games and all of that, and then just innovated on them, which is pretty amazing, I think. Okay, now all we got to do is get the coal over here. So we're going to go ahead and grab some of our power over here. Oh, we got some up here. Okay. And we shall run that across. Very nice. And we'll probably use this power later over here anyway, so I try not to get right on the nodes. Oh, and I see I've got some stuff here that I can decommission. And some power poles I can decommission here as well. Let's see if I get that one way out there. Yeah, there we go. Again, you can see I was running that clear across there, but now I'm not doing that anymore. And we'll go ahead, take all this out. Because now I built its own train station, so it doesn't need that. But what we're looking for is we're looking for this coal node right here. And if I'm correct, I think it's up high. If that's the one I'm thinking about here. Let's go find out. Now, see, I travel by floating around, everybody. Again, using my hover pack. And sometimes I'll use the small ones, and sometimes I'll use the big ones. Because you might come back here later and extract all these other resources that are here. But I kind of remember this one, or maybe it's we already got that one. But I kind of remember this one being up very high. Again, I played through the game 40 times. I don't even remember. Could be 100. I don't know. It's a lot. Because this game is amazing. Again, it's the gold standard in factory building games. Kind of like Factorio, everybody. That's a gold standard as well. That's an incredibly great game. If you have never played that one before, I also recommend that one. You probably get better at Satisfactory by playing Factorio. And I don't think anybody would doubt that. Woo, look at this line of sight. There we go. Aha, you like that? You like that? Would you like some more? Go full Starship Troopers up in here. All right, that's a pure node there. Very nice. Okay, how do we feel like feeding this? Now, see, look, we got a train station right there. We could just feed that to that train station, but that's not too far for what we want to do. Now, we want to go ahead and relocate some foliage. And by relocating, I mean blow it up. I love the explosive rebar. It's my new favorite thing to just do stuff like that. All right, now I'm going to show you how to do extractors, but be on their own grid, and I'm just going to line that up nicely like that using a level 3 and show you my awesome one-piece move, everybody. None of this, 53-piece move that you see some other people do with extractors. Now, that sucks. That sucks. Here's what I do. I take my metal beam, I line it up nice and straight, I left-click, and I bring it out like this. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically it's 6 meters. You can just read it right there. And then if you're doing an oil extractor, that's 7 meters, so that would be 5 out. And why do I do that? I do that because that is a single move that is now going to line up your foundations perfectly to your extractor right here. You don't believe me? Watch this. It's going to be awesome. And we'll take that out. Now, of course, I keep losing power here. Let me go ahead and find out what I do with my power and why it's not close enough. I'll put it right there. And there we go. So now what we can do is we can run this back. Now you can see you have a bit of this rock coming through the foundations. I typically don't like that. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up by another one, see if we can get that just above there. There we go. Then I'm also going to add an extra one in the back. Take out these other ones underneath. Now, again, it all stays aligned. Now, this is not aligned to the world grid. You can align it to the world grid. My base is aligned to the world grid, and all of my trains come off of that world grid, so that means they're all aligned to the world grid as well. But this is actually aligned to the node grid, which is a lot harder to do. But I just showed you how to do it in a single move using your metal beams, which is pretty easy. And again, I'm the first one to do this, by the way. If you see anybody else doing it, you say, hey, Kismet did that first. Because I'm the one that invented that technique. Look how beautifully that sits on those things, everybody. It sits perfectly on those foundations. It's in 2 foundations. That took a lot of work to figure that out. And it was awesome. I figured it out many years ago, by the way. Many, many years ago. So very cool. Hope that saves you a lot of time and effort when you are trying to make those perfectly aligned to those extractors. Now, we're going to go ahead and take these out here because you got to put the extractor down first so you can build a blueprint around the outside if you wish. In my case, I'm going to put one there and one over here, and that's just going to be for alignment. Then I'm going to go into blueprints. I'm going to go extractors. I have mega extractor blueprint here, which means that it is going to align to this right over here. We're going to hit H. Make sure that it does. I've been noticing lately that vertically it doesn't snap as well as it used to, but you can vertically nudge it. Now, if I did it right, it will look like it's going to fit inside there perfectly, which it does. And then I click this, and that's it. It will just build all the rest of it for me, which is awesome. Very, very awesome. And see how it goes through and builds all that out. Very nice. And we can go in and, of course, do stuff like take this out here, and we can go in and say, you know what, I want to go ahead and put in some deeper foundations on these corners so that it does look like it is holding this up. And then, of course, we could go into our materials and then color it the same thing. And then you can see that now you've got some supports there if you wish. That is really what you prefer to do. And again, we can also come over here and do the same thing. Now, because we are way out here, we have brought the power out with us instead of bringing out the trains, which would normally be what we would do. And then we could use the train power to chain it. I could get this to get the bottom one and not the top one. See, what you want is this bottom one. There we go. And we're going to run that into here, which is then going to start this up. We could also give this a name so we can remember what it is. We're going to call this, what do we feel like? We're going to call this Solo Coal. Again, give it some unique name. Solo Coal Pure. There we go. Then when we go into our circuit breaker here, you can see we got a lot of unnamed switches we got to go back to. We could say, you know what, we never want this coal to go off, or we want the coal to go off in a certain priority, right? So down here, I would put stuff like my factories that are making plates and rods and all of that stuff. And up here, I would put like this, lake oil extraction, all my oil I would put up there. And then along with all the coal, and then of course, all the, what do you call it? The hypertubes in there. That's what these are, hypertubes. HT stands for hypertube. And again, you would want these to go off in this particular order because oil would be the first one that you would not want to go off. You want to keep the oil going more than anything because you'll probably have a backlog of coal more than you would have a backlog of oil in the long run because oil, there's a finite amount of it and there's way more coal than oil that is in the world. How do I know that? Because all the coal nodes I can extract, I can extract it, some of them at 1,200. Where the maximum oil I could extract even out of pure node would be 600, right? So it's going to be a lot more than that in theory, but we don't know because we haven't tapped all the nodes yet, and we could look it up, but we're not going to. We're going to make a sweet spreadsheet in the end. We're going to name all of these. We're going to get them all set up so we know how much each thing is extracting, and then we'll do all the totals, and we'll figure out the maximum amount of fuel that we can make with all of the oil and all of the coal in the world. Now, we do need some oil and some coal for other things, so we do need to also can factor that in the final run as well. But you get the general idea, and so you can do this from anywhere in the entire game. You can access your circuit breaker, and you can turn stuff on and off if you're having power problems. But I typically like to have the 3 priority groups at the beginning. Your main power, whatever it is that you're using for your main power. Say you were doing coal power, you would want to have your water extractors in your primary number 1 because that's the last one that's going to go off. First one goes off, priority group 8. Last one that goes off, priority group 1, right? So from most highest priority, never turn off, to go ahead and turn that off because I don't need that right now. I would rather have my actual power running versus having my plates being produced, which I have 20 boxes of plates. So again, it will actually balance that power. And I do this a lot to do that, but I also kind of balance by production, meaning that it only will produce so much more than I need at any given moment, and then it will turn itself off. And that's called the power of time, right? Because you can just let stuff run and run and run. You can let it run on your local machine, but if you have a server, even more so, you can just let it run and run and run on the server, and you're styling big time. Big time. And I'm kind of waiting for the 1.2 to come out so I can then rebuild all my factories, but with chaining all of the stuff. And I could take out all that power. I could take out all that stuff. Very excited about that. I would definitely go in and redo some of the ones that I already have, even the mega builds, because that's pretty awesome. All right, so that's working, but we do need to go in here and do a little bit of work. Where we do connect our power to the extractor. We go ahead and put in our overclocking, so we're getting that 1200. We'll go ahead and label this up as a pure node extracting at the most it will ever extract. It'll never extract more than that. Now I have this built-in thing. Notice I've got this circle thing here. This is called an overflow. So this will go ahead and run this way and then run out of the back, and we'll run that clear across. But when it's an overflow, when it doesn't have anywhere else to go to, and there's just more than it can actually process, it'll actually go around this side and then visually shows that it's in overflow. But what we need to do is make sure that we do connect the front of it here, because again, this is a separate piece. This here from the blueprint, you cannot put those in blueprints. So we want to go ahead and do that, so it is running that out. And you'll see very quickly that's going to run around and then also run on this side. So I can visually just look at it and say, oh, this one's in overflow because I can see it's flowing on this side. When it's not in overflow, you'll see nothing on this other side because I programmed the smart splitter back here to do that. So we go look at it, we can see that the center is going to be the output. That's the overflow. The right output is any, and the left output is none. Now remember, when you're coming in, this is coming in this way. So this is left. That's center, which is going around that way, and then this is right? So this is where it's actually going to output. And then we could just run it across the thing. We don't even have to make anything super fancy. We'll just make this come down and maybe give it a nice little corner there. There we go. And we can just run this wherever we want to go. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you have so many resources to run this clear across there? Well, that's because, again, it is making all those resources for me. And on something like this, I do typically like to raise the belt up. Also, if you happen to run over here and you run out of power for whatever reason, you can use this as a way of getting up there. You can also use your stackers, which gives you little ladders on the side, helps you get up to the top there. But I don't think I'm going to have an issue, so I'm just going to run it like this. And again, I try to bring it all the way up, just so it's kind of out of the way of what I'm doing. Ooh, I don't want to bring it over that node. There's two nodes here. Yeah, I don't really want it to go that way. Let's go ahead and curve it this way. I don't want to block those nodes because I'm probably going to end up doing that in the future. Let's go ahead and dip it this way. If I have to adjust that later, I will. And we're just going to make this go in such a way that it's not in the way of my other nodes. And we can also come back if we want to go ahead and do the kind of same thing, but with those other resources. We could come back and do that as well. But really all we want to do is just run this. Again, we could run a train station, but when it comes to belts, so much easier to run the item to the train station than to make more. Oop, there's copper there. I'll probably end up combining some of this, so we'll see how it ends up. But really don't need that copper right now. I really don't need any of that. What I need to do... Oh, actually it's supposed to go this way. That's not the proper thing. But I could have extended that train if I wanted to. We're going that way. Away. Yeah, just running across the thing. It keeps saying my belt's too far. I gotta eyeball that a little better. There we go. Just running it clear across here. More nodes. Got to run it through the center. This is actually a really great starting point right here. This is typically where the forest starts right here. You usually end up at these nodes. Not use them in this particular playthrough, but maybe later. Oh, just not far enough. Love it. That's always the way it goes. All right, so what we might want to do is do a little bit of this. Like that. We got some baddies down there who want to say hello, but I've got other thing to do, baddies. All right, there we go. 1,200 more coal going right in there. Nice, nice. All right, we're going to let that backlog a little bit. We want to make sure that they actually are flowing in here. Yes, they are. Very nice. And flowing and flowing. Okay. Now, do we want to adjust this train now? Probably no. We want to hop on this train and let it take us for a ride. I'll go up in the front here. Man, how much time has gone by? All right, yeah, a couple hours, all right. Time goes by fast when you're doing this kind of stuff. So there we go. So I just ran it across the world. I didn't go in and make a whole nother train line or all that stuff. Feel like it's really unnecessary a lot of times to build all that infrastructure for just running one coal line. I really don't like that spot right there. I might fix that later. We'll see. I don't like it, but we'll deal with it. And then over here, you can see that I have these, and these are doing various things. Like in the case of this one, I believe that one is either doing plates or rods. And that's a mega build there, you can tell, because it's not just square. Because the most efficient thing to do... Oh, here comes our other oil train. There we go. And we'll wait for our oil train to get a little bit ahead here, and then it should let us go. That's a very long oil train as well. Not typically a fan of it stopping on a hill, though. I think this one actually could have stopped way up here on this flat edge. Another thing about the hypertubes is you don't have to wait for the trains to stop and start. Just hypertubes will take you straight through. So it might have actually been faster in this particular case to take the hypertube, but that's okay. We're going to ride this train back. And we're going to let it drop off. And then we're going to actually eliminate a massive amount of coal here in a second. All this coal that it's collected. That one's cleared. Going back the other way. I love to watch the trains run. I love to watch the stuff run as well. Not only is it fun to do the factory, but it's also fun to watch it do its thing. See, this one goes way over here, and it could, I just have it loop back and turn this around the other way. Not sure if this is going to fit in here, though. 4 more. It might. It might fit in there. We'll see. Okay, now this train is going to go ahead and unload, and I'm literally going to get rid of all of that and remove all of this infrastructure here in a second, except for the throughput line. But we'll let that train do its thing. because it is offloading this coal, so this coal is actually being used. I can see that the coal is flowing downward underneath here and is going way over there for something, probably for our steel or something. Let's go see where this goes. I don't remember, but it's been so long. It kind of feels like it's going over here for our steel production. Yes, it is. Yes, and it's, man, it is backlogged over here too, 20 boxes deep. Okay, that's a lot of extra coal. And let's see what we got up here. Yep, making our various steel ignits, which we're going to need some of that coal for, along with some iron. Again, you can see these are level 4 belts here too, everybody. We could be doing our max level belts. We could scale up all of that to a crazy degree. But we're going to definitely need some of that coal for those processes. As well as oil for making plastic and rubber and a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, so it is pulled out the station, and it is now time to pull the station. Now, I'm not going to pull the front part yet because they are utilizing that front part to go by there, but all of this is going to go bye-bye. Now, first, I'm pulling out all the stuff that is blueprinted. Right here, we're going to just pull that. And you can see what I have done beyond the blueprints. Again, took that out and replaced that. And we're just going to hold down control and get rid of some of this and all of this here. And then we have this turning back into here, but we're going to go ahead and just eliminate these extra block signals. And now we don't have that split anymore. So now this is a nice clean run there. Let's go ahead and clean up these hypertubes a little bit here. We can come back and redo all of that. And when we run it in, the boxes are going to be on this side. And you can see I have this yellow here. This is typically for a road. But I'm probably going to go ahead and impeach a little bit on that road when I turn this around the other way, because these boxes will then be on this side. And then I'll typically run them under. But here's what happens when you take these out, everybody. They actually added a really awesome thing. I call it the one box method they have now. And the one box method is awesome. And I'll show you what that is all about here. Let me get rid of all this excess stuff. Now we hit F and then G just to get all the belts. We'll get all of those first. Like so. And then we hit G on the merger, and then we hold down control and just get any mergers. And then we hit G on the lifters, and then we can just get all the lifters. I'm so old school though, you'll see me start taking them out one at a time. And I have to actually catch myself because I do that quite often where I'm just doing one at a time thing. We definitely need to reconnect our coal there so it's making our stuff. We'll get into all of that. But when your inventory fills up, and I can tell you 100% that my inventory is full, I can hold down control, and if you hold down control, it just gets rid of that one thing, which is awesome. Now, I do have some stuff I can put back into the Dimensional Depot. So I'm going to go ahead and get my little guys and all of that, and I can probably put this in there for now. A lot of this other stuff is already maxed in there. I doubt our wood is maxed. But I suggest to do the ones that in order of the amount of those things. So we're going to do that one. This one's probably full. A little bit of that. There we go. Let's see. This one full. Again, a lot of this stuff is already full. Now, what I'd really like to be able to do is take this and have it automatically figure out what's not full in the Dimensional Depot, which you actually cannot do. And the reason why is because the actual thing that processes the Dimensional Depot has its own storage. So what it does is it puts it in the Dimensional Depot, and then if it fills up, that stuff that's in there, the stuff you still have left over from the stuff you ran in there, will block anything else. So you can't just say go overflow and it will take that stuff and do it. I think it would have been better to not have an internal storage and just whatever was on the outside would run in the Dimensional Depot. And then when it can't run in the Dimensional Depot, it would automatically overflow and then the next item could come in. I think that would have been a way better way of doing that. Again, I don't know why they added a storage inside the dimensional depot. Then you have to have more dimensional depots than if you had not put the storage inside the dimensional depot itself. I wish they would fix that. I wish they would change it. But, you know, a man's got a dream, you know. A man's got a dream one day that'll be fixed. Maybe there's a mod out there for it, because if you can think of it, everybody, there's probably already a mod out there. You guys don't need to tell me whether there is a mod or not, because I'm not going to use that mod, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Just giving you guys a little heads up. You can probably go find it and utilize it. All right, and again, I like to have as many resources in there as I possibly can. Now, also what it's going to do is do a single box right here. And you see this single box, and it has got a massive amount of all of this. And I could save this, but I'm not going to. I'm going to hold down Control, boom, and drop that right there, take all. And then you can see I've gotten some of the resources back. And then what I'm going to do is go over here to what I call Spaghetti City. I love me some good spaghetti, everybody. It's tasty. Tasty, tasty. And you can see over here, we got just basic builds. Really, those are super builds, but those are just doing your basic stuff, right? Your wire and your other stuff, your plates, not plates. I'm doing plates elsewhere, but I'm actually doing plates there too. But rotors and all the basic stuff being done here. And then the kind of more advanced stuff is being done over here, where you're making, you know, circuit boards and all of those kind of things, which are being run in the Dimensional Depot. But when my inventory gets full, I always got one of these, and this is the sorter. So you just go ahead and store all, and then what it will do is automatically run through here, and if it can sort it into these boxes, it will. And if I ever need that stuff, it'll be there. Look at them trigons. But if it can't go in any of those storage boxes, what it will do is it'll end up here at the end in this kind of overflow, meaning I have too much of whatever it is. And it will do this. Now, I could also go in and sort these again if I wanted to into other boxes. But I just kind of let it overflow into these boxes right here to right here. And then I usually have a good amount of boxes here. And then you can see here that we have some extra room. We can see the concrete is in overflow. You can see right here. This box is full, so it's going to go ahead and run that. And that's just in case I need a little bit of this or a little bit of that. Also notice that I have a big space right here where it was purple. That's typically where I put my hub, but my hub is done. I don't have anything else I can unlock in the hub, so I just moved it over here so I could access it off by itself when I was doing the Kismets event. And really don't need to do anything in there because, again, I have everything unlocked. And once you're unlocked, then the hub becomes not very useful, other than you can use a crafting bench, I guess. And then very early in the game, I stopped using the biomass burners in the back. And then the only other thing you would do is send something up, but we've already done it. And you can see that that space station up there is just literally waiting for us to finish. And I could have finished it 50 times already or 100 times already. But we're working on our train station over here. Where we're going to turn our coal around the opposite direction. And I'm going to leave this little bit of gap here, which is going to help me turn that around. And we are going to go ahead and have to work on this return here as well. So I kind of feel like we want to do a split here. Because there's actually some trains that come along and then go through here to get over there. And we'll want to do that return. We'll want to work on that straight away. Oh, my headphones are dying. They're beeping at me. You can't hear the beeping, but I can. And let's switch out for my other ones. I love these headphones, everybody. They are awesome. Wireless headphones. And high fidelity audio is lost on me, everybody. I'm partially deaf, so. Partially deaf in my right ear. There we go. Probably way too much loud music. Could have been it. All right, and we'll go back here. We'll go ahead and count 1, 2 from the corner. And we will go, say, here, just to get this started, to not centered. Oh, man, we got this way backwards. This way. There we go. Like this. And then maybe from there. Yeah, Yeah, this is coming through and then going into here. We take this out, and this will cause the train to stop there. Good. And then we can take this out. This was just to line up that curve. And then we'll make this as long as we can. We're just running it in parallel to the track that we already have. And we will have to remove that pole. And let's see how we got this going here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So say about right here. And then we'll take this and we will try to combine in the same spot there. There we go. So it doesn't basically cause our trains not to be able to reach that end goal. And then we'll take these out like that. We could probably take all of this out now. Very nice. And then out of blueprint mode, take that out. Again, some of these trains come along and they actually go this way and end up down there. We do need to split this into its own track so that they can go by like so. There we go. And then this way it can go by and then sit on this long edge here to wait for these other trains to go by. Very nice. Okay. We got that solved. Now again, we're not going to get any of our coal for right now, but we do have a big backlog of coal, so we don't have to worry about it. We'll take all this out. Now this has the same problem as this one, where we need to run it underneath, but we do know what our distances are, except for we're going to have some problems here. This one's going to need to go down and return there. Instead of returning here, it's going to need to go down and use that one to return so that we can bring this one underneath. Oh, we have the tree one under here. We got problems. Yeah, we might as well just move this out and take this line out, bring this out here, and then just have it going down and under over here. And these all end up going over there. We should probably see how long that this train station is going to be first. And then we can figure out the logistics of the crossing. Because this crossing could work out where we have the train station and then the train station stops at that particular point, and then these ones go through. And then I could bring a train over if I wanted to, or bring that train under as well. But I would prefer that these trains go forward and the returning train go under. Because this one just goes through the station and then returns back to here where it could go across. And then I could just have this one start here and go under. So yeah, this one could go under up there and then under over there. And again, this whole side track here could get moved to the other side so that it could run here. I feel like also these are temporary over here as well. All of this quick wire and SAM ore. So these won't be here eventually either. I will take those out and move those to wherever those productions are going to be. So really this is just for our power plant. So our power plant should take priority over these two here, which eventually will get moved to where they need to be. And they're only there temporarily so they can make me those resources while I'm building all the rest of this. So this is going to come out of here, though. Yeah, we've got to get this to loop back and then get over here. And now this train track is in the way. So we might want to actually take that around the outside and run that across over here. So it'll cut earlier. It'll cut here, then go down, go across, and merge up here. But that oil needs to go there. So it'll have to come this way, hit this part here, so that one can get in there, and then it will come back this way. Yeah, come back, go under, end up over there. Okay. Okay, just you want to visualize it before you get too far in it. My biggest problem is that when the coal's coming back from this line, that this needs to be able to go and circle into the station. So this one's going to be in the way. So we need to get this to split back here. Because this also is going to come back from this way, and when it comes back from this way, it goes along this track here, and then runs there. So we're going to need to have it come back this way, go down the side of our line, and end up over there. But I'm just going to leave it like that for now while we're setting this up. All of this also could move further back, I believe. We could merge this much later over here. Yeah, so the return could be using this same line. So you can eliminate this line and use this line here as the return. So this one could come out, hit this return line. We could run this return line straight, merge it there, and then temporarily use that, but then eventually move that back over there. So again, we have kind of redundant lines there now, so we can replace those lines by simplifying them. Again, very cool. It's one of my favorite things, is to figure out all these logistics of how to make all this stuff work. We'll go here, and then we could probably get this to go here at some point. I don't know why that would be so sharp. Like that. There we go. And see how that one was returning on that line? It shouldn't have to return on that line anymore. It could go straight and return on this line. Yeah, definitely want to move that one. Okay, now this is typically a dangerous thing to do when you're doing this, because if your power is relying on this right now, you got problems. But look at that one, came off the track. I took the thing out. Oh, it's my bad. Get back on there. Sorry, it's my bad. I took it off the track. My bad. Sorry. My bad. All right, we want to get this like this. Maybe something a little further forward so it's easier to transition those. And then this one back in there. My bad. All right, now I got to go in here and turn this back on again because it turns off self-driving when it crashes into something. So off it goes. And again, this is our massive oil train that's trying to get over to there. And you can see it cut into that inner track, which eventually we don't want it to do. So we definitely want to take this line out. And we want to now move this track. Keep this going forward until it circles into here. And take this track out with all these block signals. And we can remove all of this. Very nice. Take this out and this out. Look at us cleaning this up. Nice. And if we did it right, it should be able to switch here. All right, now we got to just fix this part. A lot of trains running. And I feel like we could just go further out like that. And we'll fix all this stuff here too. We'll take out a bit of this. It's not going to actually affect the train, but it's more for me. I don't like stuff clipping. That's why they let you clip stuff in the first place, everybody. You know why they do it? Because they know that people hate clipping. Now, see, my train also could have got screwed up, everybody. Could have also sent a train this way while I was fixing this transition to go up the spiral, go up there, turn around, come back, come all the way back down, just so it could get to where it was going. So that could have tripped up a few of my trains there, but remember that most of the stuff is not a high priority, and it will be just fine. Okay, what are we doing here? We are running some power under here. I do not like the way that that's running. So we are going to fix that a little bit. Right here, we're going to run from here. And we're going to run that underneath and then up to here. And that is also connected to something down there. No, it's just to this. All right, we're just going to take that out so we don't have to look at that. There we go. We cleaned that line up. Looks pretty good. We can take this block signal out. We'll want to put another one in here. So again, this side train can go that way. I'm going to make sure that this is all not the same track, so we want to do that as well. There we go. See, that one freed that one up. Do not make it where these tracks are all on the same line, or it will trip up all your trains. So I believe they're all working. Any trains that are giving me any errors? Doesn't look like it. We are good. The only train that's bumming right now is my coal train that is basically saying, "Hey, where'd my station go?" That's what it's thinking right now. It's like, "Nope, station's gone." Okay, so now this one again. Eventually, we'll move this line to the other side. We should probably just do that now while we're thinking about it. All right, so we will do that ahead of time. So this is going to come out of here and just run down this side edge. And this is an incoming line. Be nice if you could mark these an incoming and an outgoing line. You could give the actual tracks a different color. Like I would make the track like a green coming in, a red going out, or red coming in, green going out, whatever you feel like doing. For me, that's probably what I would do. And then we'll go ahead and just run that across there to give us a little bit of foundations here. And again, we'll have this as our crossing. We'll build our station, and then what we're going to do is offset the station so that we have a crossing. So we don't have to run them all underneath if we do this just right. Then also, when we're trying to make a corner, when we're trying to make a perfect corner here, we want to think of this as the first block. Then we offset by 2. And then what I like to do is just make a straight one on this side. And then do the same thing here, 1, 2. And then just make a straight one here. And then I'll put the curve in like that. And then I'll just take these out so that these are all one piece typically, but that's already a long piece there. But this way you're getting your maximum line runs from your stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and let's say here, and then we're just going to have this automatically try to cut. Nope, too far. Again, we'll try it again. Kind of cutting into my roads here, but such is the way it goes. I just want that to go like that. And then now we no longer need this one. You see I built it multiple times to try to figure it out. Very, very useful. Let's take this out of the way. We can take all this out of the way. And again, we want to definitely make sure that this is its own track. Otherwise, if there's something on this track, it'll stop all the rest of this, which we don't want it to do. We want to just have this kind of block signal. Switch the other side. Go the other way. Block signal. Oh, sometimes these block signals are obnoxious. That its own line coming in. We need this one to be its own line coming in too. Ah! I clicked on the other side. Those are a bit obnoxious. Alright, there we go. Now this is its own separate line. And then we want this to be its own separate line. Come on. Go the other way. You're going to make me reverse the track, aren't you? Go that way. Why do these signals suck so bad? All right, sometimes they really suck. They go like the wrong way. There we go. All right, we'll cut it there. And then this one should be its own track here. And again, we could just cut it there. Nope, it's not working. It's too close to the edge. So we'll go out here. Come on, go the other way. I don't know why sometimes this thing just does not go the way that the actual thing is flowing. You would think it would know which way the train is flowing on the thing. See, that's backwards. What I need is I need the thing to be the other way. And it's really awkward why it thinks it's going that way. And if I say right side or left side, it doesn't work. If I say quick switch, it takes me to path signal. What we really need is be able to switch the direction of the thing. We need to switch the direction. See, build mode just flips the side, but it doesn't flip the direction. What if I hit Control or Alt or something? Oh. Not making this easy. You'd think if I did that, it would tell it what direction that it was running, but no. See, there it does. See, now it's saying that way. But back here on this line, it does not. And I want to cut this line separate. What's it doing here? It's got some sort of blocking. I should separate. Definitely be a separate line. I don't know what's wrong with this thing, man. It is like... They definitely need to fix that. That's annoying. Now all of these ones are messed up. Definitely something going on with this line right here. Yeah, there we go. So I took it out, added it in, took it out, added it in. Because my network is so complex, everybody, it does sometimes difficult for it to process. I have so many things going on simultaneously. So I'll take stuff out, add it in, take stuff out, add it in, and that sometimes works. Again, that needs to be cut. I got to cut that so it's a separate piece. But I guess if this train cleared here, it'd be fine. But if there was a train waiting here, this incoming train would stop there. And if there was a train coming this way, it would stop. So what I really want to do is make this a separate line there. It works there. Try this way. Oh, wow, that worked. Okay. I ran it backwards. Okay. Now it's on a separate line. Okay, there we go. Now this guy can come through and stop there if he needed to, or stop there and still get by. It's really about the length of the train, too. When you're getting these small little things like this, the length of the train really makes a difference. There we go. So this one's going that way. Good, good. And we have plenty of room for a big, long train to sit in here as well. You want to have the distance, the maximum train, so you can just kind of offload it while other trains are running by. You can see that's working really well. All right, let's see if we can fit this thing in here. We're going to need to curve it into this station, though. But basically, we're going to line it up to our oil there. Let's go build some use some mega blueprints here, which is always fun. Okay, so we're going to go like that. And then we are going to make a massive amount. I don't know if it's going to fit, but we're going to try. We're going to go ahead and put in our freight platforms. Get out of blueprint mode, because blueprint mode for some reason is sucky. And tries to trip me up most of the time. Like that, and then control page down to get that lined up. And notice it's going to be on the left side now because we flipped it around the opposite direction. So we're going to have to run that under. And then we'll hit R to go into auto connect mode, so to auto connect our front part here, and then our side there, and also our hypertube. So we need a total of 8. That's 3. And then again, nudge that in, page that down, auto connecting. So there's 6. Oh, this actually might fit there. It might fit there. So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we got to take one of these out. And this is taking 2 pure nodes. Over there, control page down. There we go. Make sure it's auto connecting. Looking good. Get me out of the way. Left click. There we go. Hologram mode is awesome. Really helps us a lot. Then we have 9 and we need 8. So we're going to get out of blueprint mode here. Give it a second to fill in. Take this out first, and then we'll take out all of this stuff here on this last part. Like so. Okay, and then now that we have those in, let's make sure. Best to like paint one group and then paint another. We'll just go ahead and say the last group is going to be red. That'll be one node. This will be the other node. Okay, cool. Now what we're going to do is take out this one. Oh wait, we should have put the station in first and then take it out. Because when you put the station in last, what it does get kind of trips it up. So you want to take those ones that are kind of the in parts and take those out and put it back in. Is what I've found. And then there is our train station. And it looks like just the front of our station is going to have an issue. I think it's going to extend just a little bit too far. But I think we could probably just take out some of this and it should be fine. So we'll just take out these foundations. And we can always kind of rework whatever foundations we need back in there. And then our turnaround here. Check that vertical. Again, this would be a lot harder without the vertical nudging. So the fact they added that vertical nudging makes this way nicer. And then we can just take these and try to get them to go down here. There we go. We'll just say that we ran some of that in there. And so you wouldn't want to do this while your actual power is running, because this would be very, very difficult to keep your power running at the same time. Why did that put that up so high? It's always doing something like that. You're going to find that it's always doing something wonky. I feel like it purposely tries to trip you up all the time, but that's just me. And there we go. See, we integrated that into the front of this one, which is awesome. But we'll still have a problem in here in the fact that if I want this train to go forward to the next one, this will be in the way. So we'll have to deal with that eventually. We'll probably end up pushing all of these lines back further so that we can run them underneath. But right now, we just want to get this station running and get that going. And we'll want this return track to come back. End up over here. So we'll take this out. We're going to run this to there. And we'll find a spot right there. Let that curve out of there. Like so. There we go. And we'll want this to be a separate track here. So we'll want our block signal to block that off so this train can come out of there without being blocked. And we'll take some of this out. Do something like that. All right, so this coal train is going to come down, go through this station, turn around, come back this way, and end up in here. And that should be cut into a separate thing. So this can go this way and stop there if it needs to. And then go that way, which is going to circle to here. Now this is going to return back on that line there. So we're going to need to do kind of the same thing here, where we kind of just put that right back in there. And again, we already have a block signal somewhere. We got this one. Kind of feel like that one should be a left side one. Yeah, let's take this out here. Make that into a left side block signal, because this otherwise is too close to that track. You don't want it to be really close to your other track. And then this is going to return, but when it's returning, it definitely needs to be have a stop point back here. So when it's going into here, the other one can go by. Like so. Let's take this out of the way for now. Okay, so this is going to wait for the train that's on here. Back there. We need to reconnect this side for the return. Like so. Yeah, it's all going to be along that track. This is cut up into its own track. Okay, I think we're good on that. Now now's when we need to go in and take these out and basically just take them out, put it back in for every group. So this one here was a separate group. We'll put that one back in. This one was a separate group. We'll put that one back in, just to try to free these up to make sure that they are going to work. And we could probably fill all this in for now. Again, I have a blueprint that's just for making roads. We'll just leave that as somewhat of a road through there, but we are going to encroach on a little bit so we can store all these resources. Okay, and then we'll take out a bit of this. And that is going to be a long coal train. And then this here. Rework this a bit. Okay, now we want the coal to come out of here. And so we're going to get our boxes and we're going to reverse the output of those boxes. So we'll want to have a reverse one of those. Got a blueprinter over here somewhere. Over there. See, we got our hypertube launcher in there. Hey, Rhaegar! How's Old Town going? Going good. We have all the oil running over there. Now we're working on all the coal. Getting it all going on. I love my hypertube launcher, man. It makes you go really fast. It actually breaks reality, by the way, that it goes so fast. All right, let's go ahead and clear the designer. We're going to go ahead and load up our freight storage. And actually, I should have called this freight storage, inputs. Yeah, let's go ahead and save it as freight storage input. And then when you save it as another name, everybody, I highly recommend that you go into your blueprints and you get rid of the other one. Like right here. See, now I call it input. It's the same exact thing, but you can edit it. You can go in. Actually, I think I don't even need to edit it. And let's go out. See if I can get out of there. Cancel. I think I might be able... No, I have to edit it so I get the little wheel. That's right. Okay, so we go here, and then we say remove blueprint. We say yes. And now we have an input one, and we apply those changes. So this is inputting. So when we run it in, it's going to go into the station. And then we're going to make one that says output. Or we could use the word O. Inputting and outputting items from freight station. That's all good. And then we're just going to save the blueprint so we don't accidentally save it over the other one. And then now we want to do the reverse. So this one is going to go in the opposite direction. Going this way. There we go. Like so. And then all of these belt directions are wrong, so I'm just going to go ahead and take all this stuff out anyway. And take this one out and reverse that direction. Now, when you're running this out, eventually, of course, you'll want to dual run this. We're going to run 2 belts for this, and the reason why is because this will start to backlog. And so instead of having the coal running out of there at like at 1200, I could actually have it run out of there at 2400 because, again, the boxes are going to backlog. And once it clears that backlog, I could just add more and more and more until it clears that backlog. And then once I've cleared the backlog, I can actually turn those off, and then it will start to backlog, right? So you can control that backlog of how much you're using. You don't even have to use the numbers, everybody. You could do it complete without the numbers. Here's what you could do, is you could run multiple lines, see if it's starting to run out of coal all the time, and then reduce your production down to the point where you start to see it backlog again, right? So very easy to figure that out, even without having to do every bit of numbers across all of the stuff as well. Can it handle all the resources on the map? That's what we're trying to figure out in this playthrough. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. That's what we're doing. In theory, no, because there is a build limit. There's a hard build limit because of the Unreal Engine. You can only have so many objects that you could possibly build in the world. But we're trying. And again, we're just starting with oil and coal right now. Oil and coal, but you can see, I can see all of the nodes because I went and put my radar towers up. And I can see all of the nodes everywhere, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And again, we're just trying to build this power plant, and I might have to take a siesta on Satisfactory because I have a bunch of other games I need to get to as well. But one of the things I love to do is play a game for a while, then take a break, let them come out with an update, and then come back and then play it through again, or just play the extension of it. So in this particular case, I'll probably continue to work on this build over time as well. So we will continue to work on it, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I'm still going to play until we get all this going, until our power plant going. But we also have Subnautica 2 that we're playing. We also have Fallout, which we have still got so much more to do in there, mega building. And then, of course, 7 Days to Die. We've also got Windrose that the team has been playing. I played it for a couple days, and I just kind of let the team do their thing, have some fun with it. And I'll probably play Windrose more when it releases than right now. It is the combat is a bit clunky. I feel like they really need to work on their combat. I think that would massively improve the game. Overall, the game's pretty rock solid, though. Very fun, run around, building game. Very much like all the other building games, everybody. You build yourself a base, you do your thing, you collect a certain type of resources, you progress through the thing. As you use certain skills, your skills get better. You can also buy blueprints, and those blueprints allow you to unlock stuff. A lot of what we've already seen before, but of course in a pirate theme. Very much like a Valheim, but with pirates, and they've done a great job. I just think that their combat, if they could really get that combat, really dial in that combat, everybody, just to make it really fluid and feels really nice to play, I feel like that would really even send that game even higher into the stratosphere. become like a legendary game of all time. They sold a lot of copies, so they do have a lot of resources. But just because you have more money, everybody, doesn't mean you can just magically hire more people, because you got to have the people who have the talent. You got to have talented people who can do those things. And all the other places are trying to find those talented people. You know what I mean? They're trying to find a bunch of talented people who can go in there and make their combat be awesome. I feel like it's a little clunky. It does definitely take time to learn their combat. But I feel like you shouldn't have to make it really difficult to learn your combat system. It should be real simple in the beginning and then slowly get more and more complex over the time. This way, you're not discouraging people who just don't like dying every 2 seconds, because they're trying to heal themselves, they're trying to block, they're trying to dodge roll, they're trying to do 15 things at the same time. Especially at the very beginning of the game, that can be very difficult. And that's why a lot of people don't play Ark, or they don't play games where they just die a lot right in the very beginning. And Windrose is one of those ones. You'll just die over and over and over and over. And the same thing with Ark. You go play Ark, you're going to get hit by a level 100 mob. That's the first thing that happened to me. I got in Ark, I was running along the beach, level 100 mob came kill me right at the very beginning, level 1. Because you're not going to kill that mob. You're not going to even be able to do barely any damage to that mob. So it does feel unfair, but nobody ever said life was fair, everybody. Nobody ever said it was fair. So you got to take that in consideration when you play those type of games. If that type of thing frustrates you, you should watch out for those type of games. But I think it's an awesome game, and I think most people can learn to play, as I like to say all the time, but learn to play those type of games, right? Same thing with Icarus. You're going to die a whole bunch in that game, and I could just list a whole bunch. In Valheim, you'll die a bunch as well, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. In this game, barely ever die. Only time you die is when you fall off or you get attacked by too many mobs at the same time when you're not paying attention. They'll get you. But I probably died the most from fall damage, from falling off of something and then boom, die. That's my number one thing, and I die. And same thing in 7 Days to Die. I don't die all that often from the zombies themselves, but I'll starve to death, even though I have food and water in my thing, because I'm busy, doing my thing, building and doing all that, and then not paying attention. Okay, so here's our output here. What do we want to do with our output? Our output, probably just want to put 2 boxes there and connect them together. Don't really need to do much, but actually split the outputs. No, don't need to split the outputs, because I have 2 outputs on the thing. So all I really need is 2 of these stacked, and then I can run the output. And then I'd probably manually do the other side here. So really, this is not even worth a blueprint. I don't even feel like that's worth a blueprint, because I'm just going to end up building most of that anyway. Sometimes I just don't make a blueprint. I mean, sure, it'll save me by putting 1 extra block there or 1 extra box, but I can just build it faster. Sometimes you're the fastest thing. I'm just going to go over here and do my thing. And over here. So we'll go build a box, and we'll set the precedent of the output here. And again, I like to have a little bit of a gap. We also need to set these to unload, before I forget about that as well. And the train comes through and says, what? I can't unload. Right here, right here. Right there, and over here. And unload here. Unload there. Okay. Now we could actually get our hypertube back up and running right here. Very nice. We need to flip our switch. There we go. Hypertube working. Also, we need to rename this back to what we have this named, which is Lake Coal Train. But with this, I think this is pickup. I can't see it because it's in the way. So we're going to say this is Lake Coal Drop Off. Lake Coal Drop Off. And we'll just do it like that. And we can access our trains timetables. So we look for Lake Coal Train. We go ahead here. Notice it no longer has the other one. Oh, it has load instead of pickup. But that's okay. Then we'll edit his timetable. And we'll say Lake Oil Drop Off. We'll say Save Changes. And it should start working straight away. I see it's flashing over there. So it doesn't seem to have the ability to get here. Lake oil train, lake coal train. Oh, actually, like it's going. Oh, there was another train stuck behind it because this one had nowhere to go. Right, it was probably our SAM ore that was trying to turn around there. Yeah, our SAM ore train was waiting on the lake oil train. It didn't have anywhere to go. But we see the lake coal trains working, so that means that it's going to end up here and unload that stuff while we're working on other stuff. And we're going to need to extend the train, make it longer and all that kind of stuff. But while it's doing that, we could do all of this. All right, now this one is just going to come straight out of there. Pretty easy. Now, of course, doing items is way easier than doing fluids, everybody. It really is. And then this is just rinse and repeat at this point. Again, why that doesn't show me the lineup thing at that distance, I don't know why. And we can also see that it's lined up against the other box there. We're just going to do the lower boxes here just to try to line these up. Again, sometimes you'll get tripped up on these lining up, everybody. So just do your best. See, I got a line that's showing me where the box is, and then another green and orange line that's showing me the input. So I'm kind of looking at both lines. Line those up nicely. And there we go. All right, then we'll just double up. Make sure these are all going in the same direction in this case because they're outputting. It's just faster for me to do it. Then I would do all the lower lines because that's going to make it easier. Like this. Oh, I hear it. I hear it doing something. Which one? Over there. Oh, it already has coal in there. It already dropped it off. Oh, look, it's already dropped it off. It's took off. Wow, okay, good job. And look, it's using our thing that we set up. Man, it's cooking too. All right. Hey, this is working. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. All right. Let's get going. Old Toms and Twins there, of course, with my own take on it. Old school music right there, everybody. Old school. And the same thing here. I would do all the lifters first because it's just going to be faster. Just don't forget to put the... you do the same thing over and over again, you become way more efficient at it, I find. And then also you don't have to keep switching back and forth between all of your stuff. Now this used to work awesomely where you could use the output as a splitter, but it doesn't work awesomely anymore, sadly. At least as good as it used to. Oh, that's nice. What the heck there? I did not tell you to do that. I told you to run it into that box. There we go. Okay, now we just need a bigger train. Yeah, so we want to wait for the train to come back, and that's going to start to backlog that, and then we need to run this back under to over here. So we'll go ahead and this one only needs the coal input. Yep. Run that back there. And then this coal is going here, but doesn't need to because we're going to go over here. And we'll just use line 1 and 2 because it's in the front. I call this 1, 2, and I count from the front backwards, from wherever the station is backwards. So we'll want to run this down into here. Like so. Now make sure it's going the right direction. And put that out just a little bit. I could put it closer, but I like to put it out just a little bit, just so you can see that connection is there. Okay, so these two are now running underneath, and we'll want to connect it to its various stuff over there, so it can keep making whatever it's making over there, which I'm using for various builds. And so we'll just run that right to there. We'll take these out, no longer need that, and just connect that back into what I've already got. And that should run some of it that way. Okay. Oh, this is not running out of here. Much more helpful if I actually ran it out of the thing. Oh, see how it stopped? We need to tell this to stop after it's done loading. I missed one. I turned off self-driving. Now, for every car, 4 cars, which you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, you want to add an extra locomotive on the back. But in this case, we want to go ahead and add 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just double the size of our train. So we need basically 2 more in the back. Now, I like to add 3. It's going to make it real difficult, though, here to run that out there. Hopefully, it does not block when it is running in the train. Make sure your trains are actually facing in the right direction. Again, you only really need 2 if you add more here. So for every 4, you want to add an additional, and we have 2 sets of 4, so we want to add 2 more locomotives. I always add an extra one. Just to, it's kind of like when you add a pump when you don't really need it, just for the peace of mind. The peace of mind, you add that other one. This way you know that your train's not going to slow down, because that's what will happen, is it'll slow down your train if you don't have enough locomotives, just like in real life. If you don't have enough locomotives to pull the amount of train cars you have, then it's going to slow it down. All right, there we go. We got that going. And now that we have that set up, in theory, we just turn on self-driving, and it should now pick up all of that and bring that back. And so it should now turn itself back around and end up switching. This one's coming through. That is a big, long coal train. And again, we'll see if it comes back with all of them. And you want to make sure that you watch to make sure that it does unload all of them and that they do make it into the boxes. And so I can see that this has gone into here. This one's getting a little bit full. This one's now totally empty. And again, over time on that side, it's going to backlog and then backlog even more across on this side as well. But right now, since we eliminated all of the coal, it's going to take a little bit of time for it to get up to speed. We could add more trains as well to make it go a bit faster if we wanted to. But for right now, we just want to take this, run it underneath here, like so, to about right there. And we want to go ahead and take this and run this up, just in case we need more diamonds. And there we go. Oh, and there it goes. Making more diamonds. So over here, we're taking those diamonds and we're turning them into time crystals. And those time crystals are turning into other stuff and other stuff and other stuff. Again, we'll, of course, streamline all of that stuff. All of this stuff here will stay here. This is the holiday build, but all that stuff over here will be removed. Everything actually beyond the holiday build, all of that will be removed because we'll be mega building all of that instead of just square boxes. Mega buildings when I embellish stuff like I'm doing here in my trains, where you have all the lines and you're doing the glass bottom things and you have little walkways, and you could just spend an endless amount of time doing that kind of mega building stuff. But I do like to also make sure it's nice and functional. Again, we'll let it backlog a bunch of that coal. We could also double up on the coal if we wanted to and merge it. Like we have a whole nother box of coal here, so we could use both to run it out. So I can go like this. I'm going up on purpose so it offsets it, so I can end up right there. I'm going to do this temporarily so I can see where it's at. I'm going to hit H, and I'm going to nudge that right into position. Click that. Then I'm going to take this out, and then now I've got these lined up where I can just click this, and that will feed that down into there. And then I can take this. Yeah, let's go this way. And then I can get my splitter, or in this case, it's going to be a merger. I can hit E to quick switch between the various different types, and then there's merger. And then I can have both boxes running down and merging back in there so that it keeps that coal flowing. There we go. So when one runs out, I can work both of them at the same time. And I don't really need to do it on this side. I think it'll be fine for now. We'll let that coal backlog. If I do see that I run out of whatever resource, I would go in and run that thing. All right, that's very nice, everybody. I kind of feel like we'll let that run a little bit. So I'm just going to chill out over here and see if this train now drops us off. Now, before you take a break or you go AFK and you let it run, make sure that every single one of those gets lifted. Oh my God, there it goes, first try. And then takes all, because remember, it was backlogging the coal on the other side while we were doing this. Yeah, it's taking every single one of those and loading it. Very cool. And then we should be able to see, just by looking down the line here, that every single one of these is going to feed into these boxes. Now, it won't work until this finishes, and then you'll see it start to run. There we go. We can see it's here across all of these, now backlogging into all of these boxes, working beautifully. Wow, okay, that worked first try, but I love it when a plan comes together. That is for sure. Now, just let that run. We'll let it backlog. Again, eventually we will use that, and now these are aligned the same way as my oil is, and then I can run these underneath and then combine them with the oil and make massive sums of power, everybody. Massive amount of power. Remember, this is all the oil in the game right here, except for the oil that's over here, currently powering all of this craziness. But yeah, this is going to be all the oil and all the coal. And again, our biggest problem here is going to be getting across here. So eventually, this stuff here is going to be reworked where it runs under. Yeah, that'll all run under. Yeah. I could run this one under, have it come up on this other side. I could do that too. There's about 1,000 things, 1,000 different ways I could do that. But what we're going to do, since we've been going for a while here, everybody, oh God, I think it's almost 3 hours now. Yep. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We're going to let you guys do some words on stream. That's going to start to backlog. I'm just going to let the game run. One of the great things about the game, everybody, is, you're just like, okay, I got it all set up. You let it run, take a break, go make a sandwich, make yourself a snack or whatever, and then, watch a movie, whatever you want to do. Come back and you'll have a ton of resources ready to rock and roll. Especially great on a server. So if you do go get like a G-Portal server or something like that, you can get it set up, and then you set everything up, and then it will not only run that day, but it will run night and day because the server is always up. So it'll run night and day, use their power, use their servers, their computers to just let it run, and it's awesome. I love to do that. I might do a future playthrough also back on the server again at some point. We'll see. Again, been kind of waiting for them to update their server because the server had become very unstable because of the game, because I was building stuff so large on the server that it started to become unstable and it started working not so great. Again, they're still working on some of that as well. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do some words on stream. Feel free to de-scramble some words with your fellow peeps in the chat. If I see you guys working together, when I come back, I'll shower you with a bunch of Kiss Caps toward future giveaways. All right, so here we go. We're going to start this up. And I shall be back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. Let's get back to it. Look at you guys working together. Let me see if I can help you out. Right over here. I'm going to try to get in the chat here. What do we got? Grade. You already get that one? Yes. Grade, gree. We got gree, deer, read. You already got read. You got greed. You got, oh man, you got a combination of all of that. A little cold in here. A little chilly. I cooled it down for my kids and now I'm freezing. Let's see. Rye, like that? No. Don't forget about Dre. Can't put Dre in there. I can't even think of one word. R-E-D? Grid? I don't know. I can't think of any words, but we were so close, everybody. So close. Those are some hard words, man. Those are some tough ones. I sometimes like level 1 is like super hard in here, everybody. Now put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, because you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a bunch of kids caps because I saw you guys working together. Nice job. Nice job. I love to see you guys work together like we work together in game. And I was taking a bit of a break there, everybody. I was walking around. I was watching a bit of someone I really love watching, everybody. He's called Trent the Traveler. He's like a gamer that has his own van and travels around in his van, which is pretty cool because that's what I want to do. I want to get my Vault van and travel around in that and do that same kind of thing. Stream and then go to live events like TwitchCon and a whole bunch of stuff. And I see a lot of Fallout for Hope events that go on. I'd love to go to all of those. That's kind of my thing. That's what I want to do. Go to places like the White Spring and go to famous gaming locations, things like that. Not just go traveling, but to actually go for a purpose and go to those different locations and, you know, broadcast live. So for those people who can't be there, you guys can see all the action. So that's what I love to do. Is just bring a little joy into people's day. Thank you for the ones in the chat as well. Some more Kiz Cats for you. Now we're going to get back to some Satisfactory right over here. We're trying to get all the coal, and we've taken our coal. We've doubled the size of our coal train station here. And it has been working awesomely, because I can tell, because here it comes again. Yeah, it is fully unloading all of this stuff. And notice it's only unloading the front. And the reason why it's doing that is most likely all the rest of it is full now. So the only amount it's using is right here. And the rest of this is probably full. Yep, I was completely correct in that. That's why, because now it will automatically detect whether it's full and it won't load it unless it needs to. So very cool. Now, another thing that we could do, actually, yeah, we could go in here and we could go ahead and swap this to a merger like this and merge, say, this one into that. And that'll also run it out of that box. And then you could what I call cascade merge, where you just go like this, and then you merge this one, and then you take this and you merge this one, and you can just merge these all the way down like this, so that that is getting more coal than it could possibly run on a single line. It's getting a lot of coal now, which is running over here for making our various ignits and stuff, as well as we could really scale it up for making our diamonds over here, though I seriously doubt that it's not already maxed on there, because I'm not making that many diamonds right now. I only make what I need most of the time. So, I don't build massive, 100,000 plates unless I need 100,000 plates, which I don't, because I can tell you I can finish the game without it. I could have finished the game 500 times now, everybody. in this one playthrough, I've had every time I log in, I could just literally just do the end result up there in the upper right corner and have the game finished. But before we finish it this time, we are going to build a massive fuel plant and build it right over here, which then we're going to go ahead and do every single process that we're processing every different type of item in the game. That's our ultimate goal of what we're up to here. Look at this. I love to watch it just do all the logistics of the switching of all the trains. Very, very fun. Okay, so we got all that oil going, and we're going to try to go ahead and combine some more more coal. Sorry, I got all that coal going. We have all the oil going. We've already got that squared away. And you saw how easy that was to just go ahead and run it across here. And that's not too far to run it. We ran that pretty easy, just run it across the thing. Now we've got a whole bunch of coal here. We've got coal up here. And really we could, since we already have the oil here, we have all the oil tracks and whatnot, we could just take all of this and combine it and run it down. And combine this and combine this. Now, the real trick is when you have lower end nodes like this, the two coal nodes, we could combine. The impure, we could combine all three of these, by the way, together. Impure, impure. That's a normal. So these three we could combine. These three we can combine. And then we'd just be running 2 lines instead of running 6 lines. And then this is a normal, and this is a pure. So pure we would run separate. This is a normal. So yeah, we could combine maybe the 2 normals together as well. So what you want to do is, when it comes to items, you want to combine. When it's fluids, you want to split, right? So you want to combine, combine, combine. So it's very easy just to combine them all into one. And I kind of feel like we don't even need to use this station over here. We could just run out here, combine, run, 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 combine, combine, combine as we go. And then just run it down to here from the top side down to here, and then from the bottom side up to here, and we would have a massive, massive coal train. That would be a very large coal train. But then again, that's what we're trying to do with the coal versus the oil. With the coal, you could consolidate all that coal down into a single train. So we'll probably put that train out here. We need to solve the riddle that is running these lines back the other way. So we definitely want to make sure that we have that ability to get that to go. And we want this to go forward. So is it easier to run all these lines underneath, or is it easier to run this line up and over? What do I do with my water? I went and put water in my water bottle, but I didn't bring it over here. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back. But yeah, I was watching that Trent to Traveler while I was taking a break, everybody. He's got a really cool Republic of Gamers gamer setup in his van. But I think mine's going to be even cooler, everybody, because I've been having all these dreams visualizing how awesome that my setup is going to be. It's going to be unique to me and no one else, which is going to be awesome. But I kind of feel like we might want to just go over these trains, because we just really need to go over these 3 tracks right here, and we can go ahead and put in the rest of these tracks here. In fact, we could probably just do it with our... How's this one? Okay, so we could just take that line out and take our blueprints. Blueprint function works great for foundations. Okay, we could just do that. Now, how can we get this to go over this and not clip through it? First thing we're going to do is put a temporary train here. This train's coming this way. So we want to put a temporary train there, and we want to build it up high enough to where this would come in and then go up and over. So we'd have to immediately have that start going up. And we need to get this going here. So let's say here we have some walls like this. And then foundations, that's a little too low. So maybe just a basic half wall. To lift that up just enough to where we can go over. Yep, perfect. And then what we want to do is immediately start it coming back down again once it's cleared these other trains. Because we don't want to do too far, otherwise this will get pushed back really far. And that will solve all the problems of this logistics, and we don't have to adjust those logistics. So we got that, and then we want our very low ramps. Oh, is that going to be perfect? Oh, man, it's off by 2. Off by 2, always the way it goes, everybody. It's never perfect. And that's going to slow down my coal, see? I don't want that. And I could try to move it back, but I kind of like the way that this entrance is. I can move that back one. So this would instantly start going at an angle right here. We actually do have some, what is it? Architecture roof 1 meter, so we could use. Yeah, this would have to go back by 1. Actually, we'd probably just keep it the way it is. Yeah, and then if we angle this one, it probably would clear the train. Look at that, everybody. It was meant to be. There we go. One of the problems, though, is this is going to stop here and then go up and over. We also want this one to be able to return in the other direction. So we'd still want this track to go like this. But we'd also want this track to go up and over. And actually, we should do our little 1.5 here so it doesn't go too far into the ground. There we go. And then over like that. Yeah. Not a big fan of that. Because it's just making it a little too close. We can move that over by 1, and that should fix that problem. And we'll take all these out. Now, I hate to cause it to have to go over, but I feel like that's the thing to do. And I built all of these in a modular style so that we can take them out and readjust them if we want. Down we go. All right, where do we connect it? That's a good question. Guess it doesn't really matter because I could just go right there and then run that over there. Just revamping this a bit. Whoop. Oh, you got you got the problem of the one running underneath is going to run into it. Oh boy. Let's say we offset it. I think offsetting is going to be better. So we'll just offset it. That back in there. Take this out. Ah. Okay, so that's going to come in, go around that way, and what we're going to do on this side is offset this one. So this one's going to go this way. There we go. So it doesn't have the issue of trying to clear the turnaround train. This one's going to go this way. We have the hypertube thing in the way. Probably just take that out. And again, this one's going to go up and over. We've got to offset this one. Really? Whatever works. Okay. Like a train. See if it fits. Nope. Still does not fit. I move that back by one. That's going to be tough. Still no. Yeah, it's going to be real tough to be up that close. Could have it come out, then loop over. I'd have to loop back and then go forward. Yeah, I don't like any of this. Don't like the way that that's working out, but we are trying some stuff. That's the important part. And this is a return track. Could move this return track back. This track is coming up here. Okay, the real track that I want to do is this one. So we want to have a track that goes through like this. But we don't want to interrupt any of these tracks. So these tracks should be underneath these. And we already know it's two foundations plus a little extra to clear that. So it's got to be down at that level that we have down there already. So let's go ahead and widen this out. We also have this kind of Christmas train stuff down here. We could always move that if we wanted to, but I want to just make sure that we can flatten out and then come back up before we have to turn. So I could remove this return track and just have to go down and then return. That's totally possible as well. I could have this go. Yikes. Not like that. Here, and then go under. Yeah, we want to reverse how to get this to run under. Right on my way. Right in my way. What we really want to do is run under by here. Again, you can use steeper grades, but I always try to figure out how to do it with the minimum grade. So that's our lowest point we want right there. And then where these are always turned the opposite way I wanted them to go. Wow, okay. That lined up. That's a bit of a harsh turn there, though. So, in theory, we could run this down. We're going to have to work some magic on this one, though. We're going to have to go back pretty far. So, always trying to make it awkward. Because that's not going to go into that curve there. This would have to go here. Then we would go kind of back to here somewhere. Take this out. To there. Then to this. And this would go down. there, flatten out, back up, and to there. Yeah, this side over here is only temporary anyway. That's not going to work. We're going to have to reverse engineer that. So this is 2 and a corner and 1. So we would go here. Ah. Next it to that. That would go there. And so now going back that way, it would go this way instead. And so that would no longer go that way. It would go this way. Definitely need to fix a bunch of our block signals there. But see, it would no longer go this way. It would have to circle through this station to do this. So you no longer need all of this. And notice how it automatically adjusted, by the way, when I took that out. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I got a lot of complex stuff going on. And it just figured all that out. Right in the middle of doing it, too, which is pretty impressive. And so this is going to go across here, but we need to split up this line so this one can come out and sit here while on this side while it's waiting, and that one will go that way while it's waiting. And this one, we will also put one back here so it can sit on this line while it's waiting. And then this one, same thing. It would need to, oops. It would need to be able to run over here, but underneath. And so we could really just move this all the way back. Like this. And again, do the same thing that we did over here where we're matching it up to the overlapping line. So it's going to be flattest when it's running underneath this line here. And we'll grab one of our stuff here. Okay, running under, I find, is always better if you can make it work. And so that should, again, hit that flat point right when it's going underneath the other one and whatnot. We'll see it when some trains circle back here along that line. So this one is an incoming line. Waiting for one of these trains to come back through here. This one's an incoming line, and it needs to go down and come up about the same distance. Though this one I could back up a little bit more. So maybe back it up by 2 to say here. And then now it's dictated by the flat edge. How's this train doing under here, though? It's that flat edge. Doesn't go to there. Yeah, so see this train under here. Let's put that there and see how it looks. Yeah, that train's actually hitting it because it doesn't flatten there. It flattens 2 blocks back. So, and we'd have to move this 2 blocks forward to make that happen. And then we would have to run it along this edge, which we probably could do. Well, we'll try it out. Let's go for it. Take this out, take that. Again, this stuff's not really doing anything right now other than bringing my coal in, so not that big a deal if I dismantle it and take it apart. That's why I like to do all this stuff ahead of time and not do it while my actual live power is running, because things can go horribly, horribly wrong. And again, oh, we already got that, so we need our angles to then angle this back up. And again, you can use steeper angles, but I'm purposely avoiding using those steeper angles to keep my trains running at full speed. Now we'll want to remove all of this. I don't know why I swung that one out so wide in the first place. No idea. I'm sure I was just making it in the moment. So this one needs to come out. End up there, and then this one's going to run this way. Nice, nice. And then we'll curve that back into there. We'll definitely have to put all our block signals back in. Then this is going to be way too close. I kind of feel like that's going to be way too close to accurately turn this corner. But we will do what we got to do. Let's say, oh, got hit by the train. Right to there, and then this one really going to have an issue with coming around that corner. Is that a return line? No, it's not. That line doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually use that line. Huh. I could have them all just go through the straight line and not bypass. You know what? We're going to remove this whole bypass. Instead of doing this, we're going to have all the trains go that way. And thus we could take this, run this out. Yeah, if that was only one more back. And then, since we're not using this, we could take that out. And we could swing out a little further. Like this, and then remerge with that one. Wow, we're just improved upon our design there. Nice, nice, nice. This way they'll all line up nicely as well. Take all that out. Okay, we're definitely going to need some block signals up in here. Okay, this should let this one stop. Come on, turn the right way, block signal. Okay, fine. We'll have this one stop. Nope. Okay. There we go. I kind of find you run it reverse direction and then it seems to put the block signal the right way. So I ran it backwards, and then since I ran it backwards, it now works. That's weird. Some sort of funky thing going on there. So this is going to come up. It's going to stop there. This one is going to come up. And we'll have this one. Oh boy. Stop there. There we go. So one of those could be sitting, waiting for that. We'll have it all go through the same line. Again, I feel like I'm going to come back and definitely fix all these. Ooh, that's perfect there too. We're definitely able to go under there nicely. And then this here. Do we have our big train back? We want our very large train to show up and see what happens there. And we're running this one under from over here. And we can't offset it. It's got to be at the same distance here. So that it ends up oh, too far over. So that it ends up being flattened out right at that moment where the crossover happens. So this one down to here, then this there, then this. Going like that. This we can take out. Take out all these cross sections. So this will go down that. Like so. Then we'll back this up. And of course this power thing is in the way. Where are you coming from over there? Are you actually doing anything? Guess we'll find out. Out it goes. Okay. Have this run along this way. Then we want to eventually connect into here. Okay. Now we will build in our curve here. Works for me. And then easy mode now. Can I have this come over like this? End up in there. That's going to go around that corner and then down to there and then flatten. This is the trickiest part right here, getting this to go to there. But we're really trying to get it to go here. So we could pull this, have this go into a curve. Of course, our hypertube thing's in the way. Pull that. Pull all of this. Take this one out. And put in... Ah! Why does it always do that with the weird directional stuff? Okay. Run it this way. Yeah, at least we figured out how to solve that problem. Alright, there we go. That'll cut that off. We got some train logistic problems back here, but we'll solve those. And then same thing here. This one's waiting on a train to come through. We'll put one there, which is of course backwards because it wants to make it awkward. Come on, what's going on with these trains? Get one to stop there. Okay, we got a bunch of awkward block signals going on here. This one we'll take out. That one should be fine. That one can go left or to right. We've got an odd block signal somewhere. This one coming through. Reversed lines. good, good. Most ones are good. That one's good. That one's good. Yeah, some funky block signal stuff going on over here. First, let's take this one out, which is sitting and doing nothing right now. And we're going to take that block signal out. See if that cures our problem. It does look like it does. Except for... definitely need a block signal up there. Like that. Re-put that down, and then that should fix that problem. Okay. Yeah, we need a block signal for when it's in the station. And that should do it. All right, there we go. Again, a lot of advanced train stuff there, everybody. Big time. Looks like you're playing with a model railway. I know, right? It does. It is a gigantic, ginormous model railway that's bringing in every bit of oil in the game right now into this one spot. So we do want our coal to be able to run straight forward, so we don't have to have our coal go up and down. And we are going to have our return here. Basically, this comes through, but instead of it being able to return straight across like it did before, what it's going to be able to have to do is go down, circle back here, and then return via this side. Which means it's going to go into here, which means now instead of having two lines, I'm going to have one line, and then these other trains will have to clear. It actually will probably streamline that a little better. So the trains are not trying to get into the same track at the same time. They'll just line up behind each other. And probably in the long run, that throughput would be better. And then I just need to cross over these lines, though I could move this line further over so that I don't have as big of a gap here. I feel like I might want to do that. Just move it right next to the other train line here. It's a little close, though. A little harder to merge if it's real close to that line. Yeah. That's a good question. Do I want to fix that now or no? I could simplify this return line into a single crossing line. Oh. Even better idea. Now, not just optimizing something, everybody, but eliminating something is actually way better. Since I have this long run here, I can bring it down to a return line that I already have for my very long train, which is this one right here. Oh, and look how nicely that goes under there. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. And so, look, see how this other one comes over here and is now waiting? Well, that one could have naturally just ended up behind it because I could have brought it in and ran it underneath and used one return line instead of two. I didn't think of that till just now because, again, we have a long run here, so we can angle that down. The biggest problem is this, but this does not look like it's actually in the way. So we could angle this way. And then take our angle here after we've got this going. We really don't need to be that far. It can just instantly start angling up after we get our curve in. So we want to put a curve in like this. Let's say nice and straight like that. So this one start angling upward. Not what I was trying to get. This here. There we go. Again, trying to use the minimum angle to reduce our speed loss. Okay, yeah, we don't need to do any of that. We could just merged into one line. Again, eliminating stuff is much more effective than optimizing. Again, if you can eliminate a part of the process, everybody, that just makes it so much more efficient. That's what I strive to do. Because then I don't even need this line over here. And less merging, less stuff I need to build to manage all of that. And again, since I have all this already, that's no problemo. 1.5, and then all the way down. And we'll just go half here and then into there, and then that merges there. But we definitely want a block signal. So this will wait for that other train that's going underneath there. Let's take these out of the way so I can put my block signal there. And that should flatten out before it hits this edge. And we'll just take that edge out anyway. And then our train should come back. Oh, here it comes already. All right, let's go. And yeah, so it's slowing down to stop while it's waiting on the return of another train. But yeah, see our other train coming across. And you can set this one as the priority train by just leaving that as the main thing. And when it crosses this block signal, this other one will then go. But that other train is really long. So we want to probably move that block signal back. Yeah, these block signals sometimes don't go the right direction and it drives me crazy. Why you do me that? Why you do me so wrong? It does me so wrong, everybody. That's so wrong. Yeah, see this other one coming down now. So they're all going to run underneath into this. And see that one's waiting for this one to clear. And once it clears that block signal, that one's going to run underneath. Ooh, man, that's such more. Again, we just eliminated like 5 lines, everybody. Eliminated all of that overlapping lines to optimize the input and output of our trains. And that will, of course, allow them to go much faster. So again, they'll go into their station, they'll clear the station, and then they'll just go full speed out of there. Man, we just optimized a ton of stuff. That's awesome. That's what I like to do, to come back and optimize stuff as well. Just optimize the way that they work. And you can see this train coming in there, dropping off our coal that we just did. This train able to come in and... why is that like that? That's the return. That's going to go around and return back into the thing. Yes, and then this one is the incoming line, which goes down and turns around and then goes into there. These coming here and running that way. These returning back this way. Again, getting the logistics of all of your train lines down, I feel is the most difficult thing about trains. Now, the great thing about trains, everybody, and the reason why it's better than really, in my opinion, better than anything else in the game, is that you can continue to scale up your trains as big as you possibly want. So at first, say you're running 1,200 on a belt, right? So you're like, well, I'll just run the belt, right? Well, there you go. You have 1,200, and you can run multiple belts, and now you've got 1,200, 2,400, or whatnot, and you can just keep running those belts. But the thing about trains is you could always add more trains and more train stations. So first you're running 1,000. Then you're running 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 resources at any given time. And you can do that all with one train if you wanted to. One train could go around and collect every bit of resources that you need and bring all that back and then dump it off all at the same time. And then you could have multiple trains on that same track, which you could, in theory, do. Take all of your resources, consolidate them, and then run and just have the longest train you've ever seen go and drop it off in some massive train station that you could, I could, in theory, figure that out, how to do that. And then I'd have to figure out all the logistics of it picking up that resources and whatnot. But that's a giant undertaking, really unnecessary, I think. And I see I have a whole bunch of these things out here. I got to take these out from when I was building this out. Oh, we didn't do all of our supports under here. Yeah, well, actually, I'll leave them down there for when we do our supports later. These trains here are purely for cosmetic. They just go over here and they drive around this thing I built over here, this little garden thing. Again, for the Fixmas event. And so those trains' sole purpose is just to drive underneath here. And they're red and green trains. And then you can see I have a bunch of these trucks that I set up to run. I'm very excited about 1.2 where I can set up the pathing for that on the ground and then reset those up to run. Of course, they don't have any fuel, so they ran out. But you can see my little carts are still going. Still going. The presents are going around the tree. Some snow blowers. And, of course, all the awesome supporters here of the Kismet Love Train. Big love to all of them. And then this is producing an insane amount of everything. Which I don't even need. But there we go. What do we got in here? Oh, we got some extra stuff. Oh, man, we got a ton of extra stuff. All right, most of this stuff can be thrown away now. Let's just clean this up a little bit. We really don't need any of the Fixmas stuff. It's made an absolute ton of all of that. Various boxes. But this stuff we'll just keep. You never know. You might need that stuff. We'll keep that. And what do we got down here? What else we got? More stars. Again, I have plenty of all the Fixmas stuff. A lot of loot in there. Holy moly. Then we'll take out the boxes. And now we clean that up. And then, since we have a bunch of stuff in our inventory, we'll have it just auto-sort all that stuff by running over this away. Again, all of this, everything on this side will get removed. All of this will go away as we work on our various processes. But this is a great way to get started, especially when you're doing a bunch of spaghetti here. It's actually faster to do spaghetti than to build gigantic by gigantic bases for, don't even have the faster belts. You still got the smaller belts. And so you're spending a lot of time building that up only to have to replace it later. And that's the thing. Once you've played through the game, you know that what's going to happen is you're going to take those level 1 belts, you're going to replace them with level 2s or 3s later on down the road. So if you spend a lot of time setting up a whole bunch of stuff that uses level 1s, you'll be like, I could have just waited till the next stage, got level 2s and done it with level 2s instead. Yeah, this is looking good right here. And again, look how quick that turns around. Then once that one clears, yeah, and then that other big one can come through. And this quick wire train is waiting until that one clears. And I have block signal pretty close. So the second it clears that block signal there, then this one will go. Then this other train, which is bringing coal in right now. And that's going to drop off all of our coal. And it has plenty of room behind this, where this block signal is, so that the length of the train doesn't cause this to stop. That's good. That worked out fine. Yeah, we just optimized the heck out of all of that. We optimized the front of this, the way that the front of this works, and we optimized the back of this. Now we only have 2 lines that do all of that. We have an incoming and an outgoing line. So this is the incoming line, which now cuts here instead of back here, which no longer slows any of this down. Now this can come through and go there. This one can come through, go there, and if it needs to, it can turn around and come back and go that way. Yeah, that's all good. Getting it done. Okay, that's all good. We'll consider that GG's. Okay, now, what do we want to do here? We want to cut this right here so we can end up, I'm going to just use my blueprints, so that we end up having, oh, those are overlapping, having our next train station right here. Yeah. maybe send this forward by 1. Just to give extra little thing. And thus we can go ahead and make our train station entrance here. At a blueprint mode. Just making it awkward. Okay. And then we should have a straight shot to get into there. Okay, a little weird. Okay, there we go. That'll just come straight out of there, and we can just kind of aim all of these coal trains to end up there. Very nice. I could have offset that to do that, but I want these to be lined up overall. And now, does that look lined up? Oh, yeah. Lined up to me. Okay. And then eventually this will return back that way. We'll just go ahead and do that for now. Oh, then this has got a return problem. Going up over that one. Oh, boy. It never ends. It never ends with the problems. Yeah. I'll have to figure out what's up with that return later on. All right, we're going to run out of time, too. We're going to run out of time, but we have been having some fun here. I want to get some time in on this, and I feel like we're making big strides. Again, see, when that returns, it's going to be real low like that, and then we're going to have a return issue. Because this train is going to be going through there. As long as there's not a train on there, it'll be fine, but we don't want to do that. So this one needs to be flattened out, or we need to find a way of getting this to curve out later. I'm going to try to get this to cut here and run that out a little wide and then back. Ooh, nice. Okay. Now we don't have to go as far when we're fixing this part underneath. Okay. Now we got to fix this again. Again, I just find the problem and try to find a solution. That's all you can ask of anybody. And then we'll have to move this back again. We got room. Got room to move that back. Oh, I did something. Oh, I accidentally took this out over here. My bad. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. It was my bad. I did not mean to take that out. You can blame me. My fault. Start self-driving. Sorry, bro. That's what happens when you accidentally hit stuff in the background. My bad. Okay, and then over here, backing this way up over to here. Oof. A lot of these really awkward corners. Down there. Okay, much better. And then if we have our train under there. What? Whoa, whoa, it's got a little bump in it. See that bump? That's not good. No bumps. No, no. That's why you do the 1.5 move there, where you're getting a 1.5 riser, so it keeps it from doing that bumping stuff. And then this here, and then this is 1.5, and then that there. And then we should have a nice flat thing through there. What the heck happened here? Oh, I think we're off by 1. Yeah, we are off by 1. Okay. Oh, I just shut a grid down. How did I do that? Ah, my grid hasn't got shut down this whole time. We got a grid shutdown. We got to check it. We got issues. Let's go see what happened. Is it the whole grid or just a portion of the grid? My trains are still running. Oh, it's just this side of the grid because I removed the connection. I just removed a bunch of connections. Okay. This somehow did not go down far enough. I thought this was the... Oh, and look at what happened. Oh, I see what happened. This somehow got up too high. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So that's got to flatten out there. Okay, we got issues. We got some issues that we got to solve. Let's take this out. We'll get it solved. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem. All right, we'll figure that out. And then all of this. Out. This. I think we can somehow make that work. All right. Take this. Come on. There we go. Boy, we're going to really get in the middle of this one, but that's okay. See, this stuff over here is only temporary, so if I have to rework all this, that's fine. What I'm trying to do, though, is get this return line to go underneath these over here, and somehow I got that messed up. But I fixed it now. It should be GG's. And this one should be at the same level. Okay, yeah, so this one somehow I got messed up with the angle at which we need to go. Oh boy, that's going to make that angle even tougher, but that's okay. Again, we'll make it work. So we want it to flatten here, take these two out, and then angle this up. Yeah, much further back. But we'll just make this work. Taking this out, and we will angle this like that. Nice. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Then down here we will go here, 1.5, so that's nice and flat. And then here to a half point there. This one all the way up to about, let's say, half here. Then around, really want to go far on this one. Like this, come on. There you go. Take this one out. That's good. And then take this and this and curve this so it's kind of lined up like this and into there. All right, take this out. That out. Yeah, I don't really like the way that that's curving though. Let's make that a little nicer. Bring this down to about there and then have this curve. There we go. Much cleaner curve. And that's going to turn around. That's going to go under there. That's going to be low enough to where it doesn't clip. And viola. There we go. You're like, Kevin, that's not how you say it. I know, I just love to troll you guys. All right. There we go. Come on, Kismet, get it done, everybody. Kismet, get it done. Right over there. Beautiful. Beautimus. Okay. And then we shall cover the straight part of the thing so it looks like it's supported. We'll take this out. Now we have our return. We need our block signal so we can get this one to come way up here. And of course, we've got to get that to run the right direction. There we go. Those are all cut up. This is cut up. This is going over here. We'll want this to have a block signal over here to prevent it from blocking this. Like so. So this train can go here. And that's good. This is all good, all good. We probably want to have one going into there to separate those. So these all look like a separate line run. And then we want to see a train come back along this line and cut through and go under to make sure that that does navigate there. Again, just simplifying our trains. I can see we have various trains that have issues. But let's see if they fix themselves now. The X3 train, the X2 train. What's the 3 and the 2 train? Is it these trains? Oh, did I accidentally screw up these trains somehow? Possible. Why are these trains? This one says stopped. Is it a blocked signal problem? Probably. That says green there. It might be that they lost power. Yeah, I can see the train station is red. So I disconnected something which disconnected this down here. That's why it said it lost power earlier. So we'll go to the train station itself. We'll connect it here. And then we'll just connect it up here and right there. And that should now have its power again. All right, there we go. And then these trains should fix themselves. And they don't have any purpose other than just running around in a circle. Because like green train, red train, green train, red train. You get the idea. Okay, all of our other trains functioning. Because you got to think, everybody, I got a lot of trains running. And to have them all functioning without crashing into each other and being able to get wherever they need to go is one of the biggest logistics in the entire game. And I'll show you how many trains I have running right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trains running simultaneously. And it's only going to get more and more and more as we go. Okay, we got all that logistics figured out. We reduced this down to just 2 lines running underneath, which is fantastic. Streamlining all of that going there. And now we have room for all the rest of our coal stations. And the cool thing is it doesn't matter which direction the coal comes from. The coal can come from either direction. It can come from this line and come down and turn around and go into here. Or it could come down this other line and then come through. and end up in the station as well. Because it can go here, go back down here, turn around, come back and get into here, though we would probably want to figure out how to get it to come from this direction as well and then end up into that line. Again, very, very tricky to do that because we have a return line. So then you'd want to take your return line, maybe run your turn line underneath, run that around so it can actually return, and then also have this come in from the other coal line. Yeah. Yeah. We definitely would want to figure that out. That'd be a perfect place for a clover leaf right there. Trying to figure out all the directions I need to come in. I could just move that down. See, I'm always thinking for the simplest solution. What is the simplest solution to make that work? The simplest solution is to take this and to run it into here after that train goes by. And to run it into here, but at the minimum distance so I could take that one and I could then merge it back into this line. So I could get away with right here. So I'm going to go turn this around the other way. Let's say right there into there. So now this one that's coming this way can go into there. Now I need this one to go and then merge into this way. So we'll bring this forward and have it try to merge into there. You merge too often in too many things, it makes it more difficult. And sometimes you want to just go ahead and create the split first. So we'll want to go maybe here. Yeah, it's hard to get the direction of that one. Let's use a block signal to try to cut this back a little bit. We're too close to that thing there. Hold on, let's take that out and we can try to cut this back. Now, so the line's already cut. Okay. We've got to streamline this part here. All right, we're going to cut all this out and we're going to make this all into one beautiful long piece again. There we go. Okay, so we'll probably want to bring this forward. Try to bring it along this edge a little bit. And then have it swerve back around into there. See if we can get that figured out first. Nope, definitely needs to be back further. So again, we'll want that to circle that way. So we want to be back as far as we can get away with to get this curve in. Yeah, that's tough. That's double tough. Yeah, it's got to be pretty wide. Let's try from here. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, okay. And then this to there. Then this one from here to here. This to there. This one coming off of here, going into there, but it's too close. So maybe back just a little bit more. No, it's not going to happen. Oh boy, that's a tough one. But I know what to do. Move this one back. Out of the way. This is an incoming line here. So we're going to go ahead and turn this one as quickly as we can. Then we're going to dip this around the outside. Kind of like this. This one over here is not as mission critical as these other ones. So I can move this one around all day long. And then that allows me to do that. And then we'll get this one in again. but it's not good enough, so we'll take that off. We'll put this back. We'll take this and we'll figure out where we want this to go. Say right about there. And we will cut this here and we will run that into there very nicely. We'll get this figured out, everybody. We got this. Take the least most important line and move that one out of the way so you can make all this work simultaneously. And then we will create a merge, back one, say here. And we're just going to prioritize this line. It's going to be tough too. We'll see if we can just do this. See if that's going to allow it to get past all of that. Again, normally I don't like to merge it back into the same line because you have two of these next to each other, but we'll make it work. Okay, now we got a lot of stuff that's on the same line. See how all this is just completely stopped now? So we definitely want to cut this to a separate line. We want to cut probably back here. We'll want to cut this into its own line. We'll want to take this out. So these trains can move past this part here. This definitely wants to be its own segment here. That's going to come and stop there, which allows it to get onto this segment. But this right here definitely wants to be its own thing. Like this. So this is all waiting on all of that. This is waiting on this, so that can go there. This one, when it clears right here, it could then see this way. This one that's waiting here can go, and then this one can go, while that one is going that way, because you want these to be all separate. So that one can go off like this, and this one's not waiting for that one to just go off to the right. So you definitely want to cut this up as much as you can, but not overly do it, but just enough to where one train is not waiting on another. And see this whole bypass part here? If anything's in this junction, then it will stop. But once it clears that junction, the same thing here. You can see we cut this down into just a small little junction area. Same thing here. If a train is coming along this way, this train will come here and stop. Wait for that train to go. The problem is, though, this one is actually blocking multiple, but that's what we'll have to do. And then the rest of this logistics, it'll figure out on its own now. So I think we got that solved. Again, both an input and an output. An input from both directions of our train track, which is cool. Which means it's now going to have all that logistics built in. And all we need to do is do all this. See, we had to do all this first. Get all the logistics of the trains done. And then now all we need to do is combine all the coal, build the different stations, and that's it. That's pretty much it. We're done. We did the hardest part first. Always do the hardest part first, everybody. Because that's the part, especially when you first get up or whether you're working at work or whatever it is. If you can, always make a list. What I do is I make a list of everything I need to work on. Then I take the top 5 things, move those to the top, and I put the hardest thing first. Right? And then whatever the hardest thing is, that's when I'm going to have the most energy, the most mind power, most brain power is to work on that hardest thing first. Because over time, of course, your brain power starts to diminish, especially when you get past lunch and all that. And so you really want to focus on those tough tasks first. It'll really help you. And then you know that everything after that tough task that you got done is going to be easier. So then it builds momentum, right? So now everything after this is easier, right? This is just building a whole bunch of coal, bringing it into one location, and then just building the size train I need, and then just adding more stations. And then I'll probably take over this over here too, and add more stations on this side as well, because I have a feeling these coal stations are going to be absolutely massive. They are going to get very large very fast. But they're all working. How can I tell? If I look up there at the radar, I don't have any intersections. I don't have any of them crashing into each other. They don't look like they're waiting on each other anymore. A lot of really, and then this one can kind of offload waiting for the spiral. When it's going up, down. That's a perfect spiral, by the way. Not just a spiral. It's a Kismet perfect spiral. Again, all this stuff going bye-bye, except for the holiday stuff. But all of these stacks here we're going to replace with our highest level production once we have enough power. See, this game is all about power. Everybody in other games is about monetary, whatever it is. So if it's like caps or if it's units or credits or whatever it is, most games are about that. But in this, it's all about power. And it's about resources, right? So if you have those two things, power and resources, boom, you win this game. That's it. That's all you need to do. In fact, I could have already won it a bunch of times because I did it with 20,000 power. And that's all you need. And I proved it possible in this playthrough. That's all you need to finish the entire game is around 20,000 power. And I could probably do it with less. I could probably, if I massively optimized even more so, I could probably do it with 10,000 power. I could probably half it and be fine. But it just so happens that the node over here is about 20,000 power when you are running your turbo fuel. And for those who haven't seen it, I'll go over here and show you this. Now, I use every technique in the book, everybody. I use what I call basic building when you first start off, and then I'll tear all that down. Then I'll do what I call super building, which is this kind of stuff. And of course, I'm vertical stacking. The blue ones are storage. The orange ones are production. And the most effective building, both in real life and in game, everybody, is a perfect square. That's why I build it as a square, because that's what's super efficient. Remember, efficiency first, right? That's your mission. And so basically, boom, I build it very, very efficiently and then produce the resources that I need to advance. And then I also use the spaghetti technique. Do I need 15 of my super big builder things and build a big old factory for that? Absolutely not, because I don't even have my high-end belts yet. I've got my level 1 belts and all that stuff. So I'll do this, and this is called spaghetti, where you say, okay, well, I need this resource to go here, and this one to go there, and that one to go there, and then there, and then it makes me a bunch of resources that progresses me to the next level, to the next level, to the next level, until I get to the highest level, and when I'm at the highest level, I can then wipe all this out, and then build at a massive degree, an absolute insane degree, where it's basically you're unstoppable at that point, everybody. You're absolutely unstoppable. Ain't nothing going to stop you from building whatever the heck you feel like building at this point. And then, of course, I've automated everything as well. So it goes in, it makes the item, it puts it in the dimensional depot. I don't have to keep running back and forth, which you had to do in the previous versions before the dimensional depot. You would constantly be running back, especially if you're a mega building like this. You would be running back for plates, you'd be running back for concrete, you'd be running back all the time. To do that. And that's why people made hypertube launchers, by the way, not only to do it, but you have to run back, grab your stuff, and then it would launch you clear across the zone back where you were working with the resources that you went back to go and collect. But now you don't have to do that. It'll go in the dimensional depot, which means it's automatically accessed over here on the side. And you can see that my plates are full, my concrete's full, my copper sheets, and so on and so forth. And again, if I see something in here that's not full, like bauxite, well, I don't really need the raw resource, but I throw some in there anyway. Reinforced iron plates, you can see I have plenty of those. Iron rods, modular frames, I've got just about everything in there. Rotors, cables. Again, I've made sure that the things that I'm constantly looking for are automated. And I got 10 Mercer spheres in there. I could make some more dimensional depot thingies. Automated wiring, don't really need that when you're doing. Oh, computers would be good. We definitely could use some more computers. Where are my computers at, and why are they not making more? Let's go find out. Right here? Yes. It's got 49 in there, so that means that at some point I stop running them in the dimensional depot, because I can see they are backlogged. Look at that. Holy mackerel. Speaking of, okay, let's go ahead and do a little of this. And then we will go ahead and run these out of here at maximum speed, because we have the very fast belts now, if I can get my cursor to cooperate. And I just take those and say, yo, run those computers in there. And then what it's going to do is start that production back up again and make some more. But it's going to fill that up pretty quickly, because I have a whole box full of them. And so now my computers are running in there. Again, I would just go down and look, okay, what do I need? I need this, I need that, I need the other thing. I don't really need that many computers right now, but I'm just giving you guys examples. I got my fluctuators in there. Do I need my circuit boards? Sure, we'll go ahead and throw those in there too. Where's all the circuit boards? I saw them earlier. Here they are, running into here. Are they going in here or out of here? They are full up in there. Wow. I don't know what this cross beam did, but we're taking that out. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to find a way of running... Oh, I see. It's running in on this side, and that's going up to somewhere, doing something, which I don't remember. But we can tap into this. See how it's got a splitter here? What we can do, again, just in the moment, instead of taking all the time to build it all out fancy, everybody, we can just go ahead and say, you know what, run some of those back into that dimensional depot. And again, I don't even need circuit boards in there, but since they're not doing anything. Now what that's going to do, though, is that's going to bring up my power usage, though, and it's going to recreate those. But I don't ever have to run back here for circuit boards. So that's the whole trick of everything that I'm doing. And eventually we're going to get every single one of these, including like rebar guns and smokeless powder, biomass, all that stuff maxed out in the dimensional depot. And that's our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is to get every single process going, including parachutes and every single thing, running into the dimensional depot, iodine filter, and we're going to fill up the entire dimensional depot and automate every single process in the game. That's our big goal for this playthrough, and we're going to get it going. And to do that, we're going to need lots and lots of power. So we're going to use our fuel power at its maximum ability to power all of those things. Now, here's the thing. I don't need to do those things at a massive amount. I can just do them at a certain level and then just let them run for a really long time. So even if I was making 1 per minute and I just let it run, well, guess what? Eventually, that'll all fill up with those things over time. It sure will. But before you start doing all those factories, you're definitely going to need the power to make all that stuff work. And I'll be interested to see how much fuel power that you can create just with all the oil and all the coal. So it'll be pretty neato. How are we doing on our time over here? Are we looking good? We might be ready almost for another break already. Holy mackerel, time flying by. It's almost 5 hours now. Okay, so we want to think about where our next coal area is, though. And we're already tapping this coal here. We don't need to work on that right now. I might bring this coal down, though, another pure node. And then what we'll do is eventually take that coal and we'll divert it to our primary area. Because we don't want to disturb our power because we're using that power. We have a whole bunch up here. And we have a train station right here. So again, we could just extend our train station up here and pull all these together. We also have a train station here. Pull these into there. These 3 here. These. Maybe this one. Yeah, we got another one here. This one all together. I kind of feel like I'm going to be running a bunch of lines all over the place. Lots of coal over here. And there's a line that comes across there. So maybe we can just put the line there, or we could run it down here, which I'm going to be running this anyway. Now, these are impure nodes, so we can combine a lot of those nodes. Oh, there's a pure hiding under there. We could combine a bunch of those nodes and just let those nodes run down to here, combine all of these, and that would be a very long coal train. Or we could just put a station up here and then have it just tap back on that line. Or we could have it tap on this line, run these all the way up to here. This is a normal, a normal, a normal, and a normal. So this would be combined into 2 lines. Combine those 2 lines, run it up here, build a station somewhat here in the center, take all of these, run it to that station, have it just do a turnaround, and then return with all of that. Yeah, I feel like that's the move on that. Run those 2 lines up to here. And then this is a normal and a pure. So Not those. This is a pure. Wow, a lot of pure nodes over here. Normal, impure. Is there another normal here? Impure, normal. All right, so you pair these two together. These will be their own individual lines. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you combine all three of these. That'd be 6, 7. So there'd be 7 lines going into there. Oh my God, that's a lot of trains. Because you're going to take 7 times 1200, everybody. Hey, Siri, what's 7 times 1200? 8400. Hey, Siri, what's 8400 divided by 300? So that's 28 train cars. 28 train cars. We won't need a big train station for that one. That's going to be a very big train station. Oh, we're going to work on that one next. That's for sure. We're going to definitely work on that one. All right, we're going to take a little break, everybody. We're going to come back. We're going to keep going. We're going to try to get one more train station in with apparently 28 cars. We'll double check those numbers when we go to do it again. But yeah, because I split them into 300 each car, when you take that 1200, you're going to be cutting it into 4 separate train stations. So for every one pure node, you're going to have 4 stations, which means that we're going to have 7 trains. You get the idea. So we're going to need a lot of room for that train station, but there is a train line running here. So we could just dip off that train line, run a really long train, and then have it go and circle back and end up back in the other direction. We probably have to go under. We'd probably have to circle back under the train line, or we could just have it come in and then circle under, or it's coming in the other side, circle under, and then connect to the other side. Because I think that's a nice straight part right there. Well, best way to find out is go there. Let's go there. I know an easy way to get there. Hypertubes. Even cooler, auto-connecting hypertubes. It's like they auto-connected as I was putting them down, which saved me a massive amount of time. Okay, where am I going? Oh, I think I might be going the wrong way. Yeah, because that's going to go the other way. We need to go up the other way. Yeah. All right, because how do we have... This is the far oil train. Yeah, so you can see it's running across. So it's running across the other way. Oh, oh. Where are we going? Yeah, we're going back here to stop. Yeah, so we want to go mid-oil train and go all the way across the far oil train. See, we were on that train right now. We could have made it. I got a better idea. I say we use a massive hypertube launcher. That'll get us there in no time at all, as long as I do the proper switching along the way. We'll see. And it just so happens that I happen to have one right over here. It's faster than any train, faster than anything in the game. And you're about to see some cool stuff, everybody. Here we go. And this is only half the size of the hypertube launcher. Whoosh! Perfect spiral. And we got to make sure to switch when we get over here. Switch. There we go. Down the perfect spiral. It's all modular, by the way, that you can just program that. Or just put that in pretty easily. And we're going to cut right. There we go. Now we're getting out there. Yeah, we're going to have to put a hypertube stop out here. Look at this. I got it connected to the side of the walls. It's actually connected along that waterfall. I just love the side connectors there. That's turned out really great. And this is a big, massive build, everybody. These trains run clear across the whole entire game. It's the largest train station or train network I bothered making so far. I mean, I could have made it previously, but again, waiting for a release so we get those release features. And see, it makes me want to play through the game again when 1.2 comes out to get a feel of the beginning of the game, how it would be when you're just connecting them together versus trying to do your power poles. We'll probably end up doing that in the future as well. But I'll also continue this playthrough on. So we'll just save this playthrough. Because normally when I do a new playthrough, I delete all previous playthroughs. But we'll keep this one going. All right, where are we at? We're over here. Coming down the spiral. I don't think I have an output here. I think I have to go all the way to the end. And this spiral actually helps you gain speed, though going straight down would be way faster. Comes our train. I like the lights on at nighttime. Ooh, very cool. Look at the green glowy stuff up there. Under the waterfall. Oh, beautiful at nighttime. Very cool. And then our far oil pickup station. Bingo. Okay. Let's run back along the tracks. Get myself my own train. And we'll get on the right side of the track so we don't run into our oncoming train. Because that train's going to come back at some point. We don't want to be going toward the train. So left side is return on this case. When I'm facing this way anyway. Under that waterfall. And you see this is gaining, going up. We got the spiral here. Spiral's right about the spot where I want to be to get all of these. See, always interesting. It always seems to have some tricky thing that I have to solve, though that would be a good spot here, but this train is going to be so long. It would be very difficult to try to fit it in there. I would even double stack the train line. I don't even think I get through there. Oop, I heard some spiders or something. Or was that a lizard doggo? Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to fit that in that corner. But again, I could double stack it, make it have the train station above the train line, and then it comes up into the top one if I need to, or it keeps going. So I'd have it go out so you wouldn't have the line right there, and then the one that goes forward would go through the other line. I would have it go out and then up just so that they wouldn't clip. But I feel like I want to build it here, but I think it might still be too long to fit here. I could make it run clear across this way. Man, there's just not enough room out here. I mean, I could build it up really high. Normally when I'm playing the game, everybody, I build my base up really super high. And the reason why I do that, it just makes the logistics of grabbing all of your resources and running them back so much easier. Why? Because everything's super flat. Why would you not do that? That would be, if I had the ability to build this, everybody, and infinite resources, basically, I would just build it up above everything. The logistics, it's way easier to take a bunch of resources and just vertically run it up, especially items like coal. Coal doesn't require any pumps or anything like that. It doesn't even require any power, by the way, to run it up vertically. If it's already on the belt, it will just run up the belt. Now, when it comes to fluids, you got to have pumps and stuff. But items, oh, there's a summer sloop right there. Items, it's completely pointless to run them on the ground only because it's cool to kind of run it through the different mountains and whatnot. And this is what you would do in real life. And the reason why you would do that is because of cost, right? Because you couldn't build it way up above the cities because it would just cost too much. But in game, you don't have a cost. It's only materials and power. And so you could build it as high as you want. You could build it at the build limit vertically if you wanted to. And then just work your way up as well. I'm going to put that summer sloop away because I'm going to need that later. I just love it when I randomly run into stuff. I'm not even looking for it. I rarely pick up these slugs, though. I got a bazillion of these slugs all over. But yeah, we would definitely need a long spot. We could do it on that side. This would be tough. I could build it up above. Well, I don't see a place long enough for a 28 car spot. Yeah, see, that's not even close. But I could build it all the way across here. I could just move it out. Move it out here and see how long that train station is. That's going to be a huge train station. And I kind of feel like what we'd want to do is aim it toward the return or the either incoming or return. So either we have the station going that way or we would start over there and have the train coming in the other way to pick that stuff up. It'd be really deciding on what side do we want to input the coal. Is there any other resources that are right here? Ah, there's some coal right there. Where are you, coal? Probably way down there at the bottom. Where is it? Oh, there's one down in there. I didn't see this one. 124 this way. Do we got any power laying around? Yes, we do. Right here. Go figure out our logistics of this first one. And what is this one? This one is a impure. Okay, well, we're going to eventually merge that for sure. Impure, impure, impure. So all three of those will get merged. But where is it? Sometimes these are underground too. Oh, look, Fred's over there trying to show me where it's at. It's like Kismet, duh, it's right over here. I don't remember where all the nodes are, Fred, so don't get sassy. Some of these nodes I've never used ever. And I've played for almost 3,000 hours in the game, buddy. Never used them once. Because I didn't need to. Dude. Whoa, Spidey! You got me, too. Good jump. Punk, you're going to pay for that now. Now you must pay! Help if I... Oh, the other guy fell off. He fell off. See him fall down there? Come on, Spidey. Oh, they're fighting each other. Even more awesome. Yeah, hey, fight each other. Let's see who wins. Yeah, there we go. Thanks for killing each other. And I get the loot. Nice. Okay, Spidey out of nowhere got me, though. That was pretty scary. Okay, we also have that node over there. I cannot find this coal node. Where are you at, coal node? 122. Right here. It's not up. It's got to be down. All right. We got to relocate some plant life. Aha! There is where you're hiding. Okay, so we got to get it from there, and then... Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it right here. This is a nice, beautiful spot. And then, see, we have our incoming train. So, again, we can line it up this way where the incoming train crosses over onto the other side, or we could have it facing this way where the return train would just return, because this is the return side is this side. And then we'd have this just coming in, and we could, halfway down, run it under and have it circle back. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so... Actually, it's an impure node. Let's go check something. Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. think it's 4 impure nodes. So we're going to do what? Production, extractor. Power shard. Those Spideys can be scary, right? They pop out of nowhere. And then that's going to be 300. So 300, yeah, it's 4 of these together, not 3. I was miscalculating. Okay, so this one, this one, this one. But these all can go up to here now. So this impure one, combine all of those together in a single line and then split it among 4. So these ones here, anything else nearby? No. So 1, 2, 3. Maybe this one. It's an impure. Normal. Pure. Normal. Get out of there. Stop clicking on that. There we go. That's a pure. Okay, wow. Okay. I guess we could just combine the 2 normals together. It's 2 normals or 4 impures. These are all normals here. So this normal and that normal can be combined together. Pure line, so that's 1, 2, and this is 3 lines. Combine all of these together. Or all of these. I would combine these 2. Yeah. I would combine all of these together to make it easier to run here. And then that would be the 4th one. And then just combine these 2 together to run a single line. So these would all one line and then split into 4 different boxes. Combine these 4 different boxes. And then this one up to this one. And then run that one across. And then this one to this one, run that up. Probably run this across and combine them lines, combine it again, and then run it to here. Okay, we got a goal. We know what to do. Having a goal is the best part. And man, that the logistics of that is going to be insane. That train's going to be the longest train we've done so far. 28 cars long, plus you're going to have the back of the train. That train is going to block all the other trains most of the time. So we got to really streamline how that one's coming back and getting through all the different switches. We'll definitely need to watch that one. That one's going to make that tough. But since we've got the extraction, I've already forgotten where. Down there, right? Or down here. It's right under here. So we want to be too close where we're blocking it. And this is, where's the flat part start? Right here. So maybe we want to run that under and then up. Yeah, and then we combine all of those to that point, run it under and run it up. So let's start with our entrance. And they took away the need to have to that you can only nudge so far. You can nudge clear across the map now if you want to, which is awesome. All right, we're going to have some redundant fences there, but we're going to do this to get it started. And then we're going to take out some of our redundant fences. Just take them all out. Put it back in so we don't have double fences there for no reason. Ah! No! Bad nature. Stop that. Get out of my foundations. No. Bad monkey. All right. Well, a little bit. It's okay as long as it's not where my stuff is. All right. That is going to be really long. It's going to be really, really long. Okay. And then we're going to put our stuff on the outside edge. So when we go and we circle around, we can tap into the return line. And then again, this will come down, end up going under, because we got all this space right here. We can run under and then circle back for the input here. Okay, that's going to be super fun. Let's go up nice and high, away from all the baddies. Maybe over here, huh? Over the top of our spiral. And we'll just float here for a moment while we take a bit of a break. All right, going to bring up some more words on stream for you guys to play. Hey, Blue Chronos, what's up, man? Man, this is fun. All right, and we're going to consolidate all of these lines into one of the largest trains I've ever done. Apparently around 28 cars we're about to make. It'll be the largest one. All right, here we go. We're going to start this up. Again, work together. Don't just make one person do the puzzle, everybody. It can't be done just by one person. It does take a team. Work together, and I'll be back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. Let's go. Come on. Let's work together right here in the chat. We got this. Come on. Let's go. What do we got? No words that I can think of. Awesome. Neuro. How about that? Journey. Wow. Rotisserie G. Fantastic job. What? Nero. Your. Duh. Right there in front of my face. No wonder I couldn't find it. Come on, everybody. Come on, chat. Let's work together. June. June is a word right there. I think I'm locked. Am I locked? No, I'm not locked. Boom. I'm going to do June. June is not a word in here? What the heck? You're kidding me. You can't do like months? Fine. Fine. Whoa, but you can do names. You can't do months, but you can do names. Okay, let me just try June again, just in case. No. What the heck is this? Yearn. Y-E-R-N. What the heck is going on? What is happening? What? Your, we already got that. Oh, man, we might get all these words. Let's go. Come on. We need an A for earn. Nary. Euro. Oh, good one. Two more, everybody. I'll give you 5,000 caps if you get those two last words. Come on, chat. Rise up. Let's go. I can't think of any words. I can think of near. Yearner. Oh, man. Oh, okay. That's got to be between J and R alphabetically. Jory, an R word. R-O-U-R? No, R-O-U-Y. I don't know. R-O-J-O. I don't know. I tried. Very close, though. Very close, everybody. Going to give you guys a bunch of kids cash for working together. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to finish up with our extraction here. We have got a massive train station that we're going to set up over here. And we're going to have to combine all of our lines first before we put in the rest of our train station. So let's go ahead and get that going. Let's go ahead and bring this up. There we go. Put me back into my normal spot. And we're just going to go right to work here. Let's go. Get our sound back on. And we're going to do this proper, though. We're going to do this proper. We're going to take this out. We're going to see if that's the way that we want to turn it. Because we're going to go this way and bring it up that way. Actually, that was not too bad. We could have just left it like that. Let's go ahead. Again, we want to turn it in such a way that we're going to be aiming it toward the thing. Get out of here, trees. Aiming it toward the thing. Still not right. A little bit more rotation. We'll say like that. Just give us a little bit of room to run that up. And there we go. Come on, Kismet's one move right here, everybody. Check it out. 1 item is all you need to line this up beautifully. Bam. And then we know this is 6. Like that. 6 meters. Put that right there. And then we're just going to run this back. Take all this out first. Run this back and see if it cuts. It does cut. So we're just going to go 1 higher. There we go. Take this one out at the bottom. And I believe we are 1 back from that one. Something like that. And then we're going to aim at the node here so it sits up on the top. Turn this around. Perfectly lines up on those foundations. Actually, we're back by 1 too many. Right, yeah. And then we're going to do this. And we're going to do this. And then we're going to do some of this. Blow some stuff up so we don't have this stuff in our build. Get out of there. You crazy foliage, you. Take that. All right. Then we'll take all these out. And we shall use our extractor mega blueprint to line this up like so. Control page down to line that up like that. Don't need these. And now we're going to need some power. Okay, where we got power? Right over here. Okay, we can just dip this across. Like so. We can just go ahead, put that right in there. We got that turned on. That's running around over here. We're going to go ahead and start up our extractor. We're going to put a bunch of this in here, and that'll take us right to 300 right there. And then that's already 300 by default there. That'll do its thing. The output is actually on the back of this particular one, so we want to go ahead and get this lined up to where we can run it down the side here. And so we're going to want to offset that just a little bit more. And we have it running in there. Oh, actually probably better to bring it up this way, because this way we run these train lines. And we bring that under, it won't be in the way. So we're going to go ahead and take out this side thing here. Bring this over. Oh, this is going to line right up. Look at that. Beautiful. I mean, I could have said I was doing that on purpose, but I wasn't. Sometimes things just work themselves out, everybody. All right, we're going to go ahead, get ourselves a wall here, and we're going to line that up, let's say right here. And then we'll go ahead and just give it a black finish there. In fact, we'll also give it a asphalt finish too. There we go, if we can. That's good enough. And then we'll pick this up so we can go ahead and run this up here. Now you might notice that these do not line up, and the reason why they don't line up is 1 is the extractor grid and 1 is the world grid. This one here being the world grid, of course. And what we want to do is bring it up here and then transition from where we're at and then just run these lines back behind here, because we're going to have a bunch of stations here, and I believe it's too wide. So eventually we're going to have it running like that, and that's going to run all of our coal lines down, though we'll probably want to offset it in there. Maybe we want to go ahead and blow up some trees for fun. And then we'll want to go ahead and put in, just for example, one of our things here. Let's get our train stations up. There we go. And we'll want to go ahead and put in a freight station just to kind of line this up. We can see our other train going by over there. Come on, there we go. Put it in holographic mode, and then down, up, control up, and we'll put that on auto connect, so it'll connect all that stuff, and then we can see what our offset's going to be. Ooh, I don't want to block that too much in case we want to use that later. And then we'll go through, we'll pull a bunch of this and this. This is what I usually do, is just take this part out and just run more foundations down the way. And then we'll want to do inputs. So we'll want to use our new blueprint that we made. This is output, and this is an input. And all we really need are the input ones. It doesn't necessarily help you when you're doing your blueprints to line them up properly. So I usually eyeball them. That looks pretty good. Okay, and then this one we're going to bring up and run underneath. And the reason why we're going to run it underneath is so we can bring it down to the fourth one and then run it up and then have it go this way, because these are all set up to run in the front side. So again, a lot of these will come up underneath, come up through there, and then run into the boxes. We happen to have these also on here. And we definitely will want to eventually combine these into a single 1200 line, and then it will just auto split it itself when it gets there. And again, we can load balance it if we want to. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue, but here we go. Okay, and now that we have an idea of where we want to run this, we're going to get our lifter right over here. You can actually infinitely lift these if you want to. I find they get kind of bugged out if you do, where you can't see your stuff being lifted on the... Oop, and this is going the... Why is that going in reverse direction? That should be outputting. Yeah, that's going... That means it's not connected to the thing. Yeah, see? I thought it was connected, but no, there we go. See, the green arrow should be going outwards. That's a dead giveaway that there's something going on there. And this wall is just here to give me a general idea of lining stuff up. And then we can go ahead, take out the wall. And we got our double lifter. So I like to use the double lifters because you can use a floor hole and a floor hole to go an infinite distance, but what happens sometimes if it's too far, you can't see the resources on it anyway, so it doesn't really help you in the long run. But we're going to go ahead and run this, and we're just going to center line these, try to get it lined up, and where we want this to go. We want it to go that way, so we're going to go ahead and put this on a straight mode. And the straight mode is awesome because it just does what I would have done anyway, which is put a perfect curve on it, like that, a perfect 90. Then I usually go back to default, and we're going to try to run this right down the center. Like this, just to give ourselves an idea. Cool thing is, too, when you're using these transparent things, you can actually see that, the resources running underneath, which is really fun when you're using glass and stuff. And so we're going to just go here, and then we'll probably want to take this one out, and we'll just add another one of these. And again, we'll add them as we add more stuff so we can count out we got the proper amount of stations. Again, sometimes I don't know why this doesn't click in as well as it should, but I just do my thing as best I can. All right, that's looking good there. Let's just go check it from the other side just to make sure. Vertically it's good. Auto connecting. Boom. There we go. Nice, nice. And again, we'll take all dish stuff out. Run our standard foundation under there. And these little glass things, which we will try to keep oriented the same way. There we go. And like that. And now we're ready to do some more of these. All right. So now, and if I had to turn the other way, I could just input it from this side, but I'm not going to bother because we'll be fine. Why is my 9 button not working? Am I just not pressing the right 9 button? My 9 button does not work. My 8 button works, but not 9. Okay, fine. 9 over here. Hide that. My 9 button is not working at all. Okay, we'll just click it then. How about we just click it instead, and I'll worry about my mouse buttons later. Not working on my keyboard either. And something to solve later. I don't want to solve it now. Oh, we're too close. Yeah, we're too close for our lifters. Yeah, that's way too close. Because we're going to need to put a lifter in here. So we can see it running on the lifter as well. Yeah, so we can see that running out. Okay, cool. And then we'll just do some more. And I eyeball that being lined up. It says it's lined up, but I've learned to not trust it. Okay, now that we got that kind of squared away, know what we want to do. We're going to go ahead and eyeball those a bit. There we go. So the best thing to do, again, you can see that green line that's telling me it's lined up to that one, which is good. But then I go and I kind of line myself up so I can see if it's also lined up to the input. And like that. I do have auto connect on, which I can just turn off. Nothing I'm auto connecting. Again, I love hologram mode. Very, very useful. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're gonna every fourth one we're gonna give it like a different color, and we'll say green there, so we know this is one set here. Or we can just all color them all the same color, and just have different sets in different colors. Like this one over here can be blue. And normally I put storages in blue, but this just tells you that, okay, this whole set goes together, the next set goes together. Because again, I'm going to combine it all into one line, into that 1200 line, and then I don't have to run up multiple lines. I can just merge them down at the bottom when I'm running the lines from the other ones until this one reaches 1200. Then it will just run at maximum speed, run up here, and then run its way through the back of there. So a great example is, oh, here's somebody down there trying to get me. Great examples, we'll run some of this back, and then we'll go ahead and just put this right here. And the thing about these ones is that they are, is that going the right way? Yes. Is that these are, you can't see those running on there, so it doesn't really matter in the long run. But we want to run that to about there. Make sure that it is going the right direction. It is not going the right direction. Man, I had an instinct there telling me it was going the wrong direction. There we go. That into there. And that should look good there. Okay, we got to go connect our connection down here to start this going. Just double click. You hear it starting up. And then it should start running a massive amount of coal. Yep, there it goes. And it's going to go ahead and start distributing it in the first box. And then we'll just go 1,200 here, 1,200 there. And really, the whole gist of this is that you're backlogging tons and tons of resources. And then it goes into the train stations the fastest it possibly can. In this case. So in this case, it's actually, in theory, when it runs out of the box, it's running into the train station at 2,400 because you have a 1,200 line and a 1,200 line going into the thing. But it actually doesn't do that because it's kind of broken. The box splitting is still broken. So hopefully at some point they fix that where it can run dual inputs at 2,400. But I'm going to set them up that way to hopefully one day be able to actually use them. Because they used to work and it was awesome. I love the fact that you could use a box as a splitter, which I feel like is the whole use of a dual output. But you can see instead of doing dual output here, I'm actually putting them in two separate boxes so that that dual output does work. Right? So just put them in two boxes, then trying to use the both outputs of one box. It works awesomely. And again, these are all ready to go. Yeah. Okay. Again, that should fill up all of those lines. It sure is. And then it's going to fill up all these boxes. Now, I'm a big fan of letting this stuff run while you're building. Because by the time you're done, a lot of this is absolutely going to be filled. And right now, it's only going in there at 300. Wait till I get it at 1,200. It'll fill up all of that stuff pretty quickly. What's your problem? Crazy guy. I'm not coming after your resource over there. Just relax. Relax. All right. I got to go this way. Way over there. Okay. So we got to bring some power. We got lots of power here. In this direction. Ping some coal. And again, we're getting all the coal in the world, everybody. All of it. We've already... Oh, I can see it right down there. We've already gotten all the oil, so now we're working on all the coal. Another one right there. Okay, now this one's going to be way easier because we can combine both of these lines together pretty easily next to each other. I say we go ahead and take out some trees. And we just need to run that down under there, and we can connect it into that other one. Yeah, it looks like we get this going. Yeah, I'm just going to aim this one this way, and then I'll bring that one and connect it to this one. Let's start with this one. All right. Let's go. Now I'm just going to do pretty much the same thing over and over here for a bit, where I just kind of go up to the node, I aim it in the direction I want it to go, and then we set up our alignments. So again, holding down Control, click and left click, then come out here, 6 meters. Same old, same old. Now we're going to take this out. And probably bring this up a couple times. And then run that back. Oh, maybe just one time. I have been going for 6 hours. You're absolutely correct. Okay. Kind of feel like now I want to go up one more. Just so the back of this lines up nicer. And look at it going up that spiral. So cool. A little fog action going on there too. Okay, extractor. Aim at the node here. Oh, it doesn't think. It's not recognizing the platform. Okay, we got problems there. Let's take this out and see if we use our deeper foundations, if it recognizes it then. This. I don't feel like it's hitting the top of that. Let's see. It's a little sunk in there. I think we can get away with it. Yeah, we'll go with that. Good enough. Take that out. Get our mega blueprints. Flip it around. Looks good. Again, that was going to be 300. This is an impure node. And it's going to run and eventually come out the back. And so we'll want to just kind of do something like this. And we'll want to go in here and nope. Something messing that up right now. I'm going to take this out. Yeah, it does not want to let that rock and roll, so let's redo this. Probably because it's sunk in the ground. Yeah. We got problems. We got problems, but we got solutions too. We got to. We'll just take off the front. A little wonky there, but it does work. All right, there we go. And then again, we're going to have this go around. And this is the output here, and that's running that way. Okay, and we're going to want a merger over here. There we go. Let's get this one over here. And again, you can just do it to the world grid if you want. No, you do you. I've done it to the world grid before. Yeah, it's kind of the easy mode. And if you want to do it easy mode, you go ahead. Your game, you play it however you want. Me, I like to challenge myself to do a bit more tricky stuff. A bit more of the tricky stuff by trying to have multiple grids running at the same time. Definitely trickier. And getting that perfectly lined up every time is awesome. Get out of here. Crazy mobs. Always doing something crazy, those mobs. I don't know what he's doing. I don't want to know. I don't want to be involved. Time to get out of my face. Oh, thank you for that. Got just a little too far away from my power there. Come on down here, you. There we go. A little too far, and it dipped me right into the water. All right. Dish. H. Again, always looking for the horizontal and then the vertical lineup. And there we go. Take these ones out in the back. Run this power into there. This should now be nicely lined up where this one we can just double click there. Connect this to this power. and give it a bunch of these. And the reason why I have a bunch of these power shards is because I doubled up on the ones that I got. You can do that with the summer sloop. You can have it double the output, so you'll end up with hundreds of them pretty easily. And then this output is in the back. And so again, we'll do the same thing where we just kind of bring it here. Good enough. And then bring it up just a little bit and then run it down to combine it there. And again, that's 300 and this is 300. The way we can tell is just simply by looking at it while overclocked right down here, 300 per minute. And this one, we'll double check its numbers as well. 300 again. All right, very nice. Let's go. Nothing fancy on this, just running our lines here. Fred wants to get out of the way. And they did make it where you can put mergers on the lifters, which is awesome. So we'll go right here, and then we'll just kind of line this up again. Remember, these are going to be on multiple different grids, so you definitely want to have it where you can transfer those grids. And there we go, 900 going right there. I might as well grab this while I'm here. Picking up power slugs. So that's 900 combined. Now we actually want to combine one more from over here would be nice, but I kind of feel like we'll just combine maybe the closest one. What we'll do is we'll combine these three. We'll probably combine this one into that one, this one into this one, and then run that underneath. And then when it gets over there, we'll split it and we'll merge two sides together. And then one side will merge in with our 1200, just to make it easier to manage when it gets up above. So we got to go that way. Let's take some of our power with us. We could actually run our big boy power. Let's get our big boy power going right over here. And we'll take this and connect that down there. And then we'll click dish. And then we shall ping right over there. Again, I hope you guys don't mind me speeding up. I'm going to go much faster. And again, I wish I found you sooner. I would use my Prime sub, but when I can, I'll use it again. I'll sub. Well, thank you. I appreciate that love. First time being in stream, I found you on YouTube for your 7 days gameplay. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, we have so much fun in 7 days. Coming up this Saturday as well. You can watch it live here on stream. Absolutely. But again, thank you so much for offering to use your Twitch Prime. But remember, it doesn't require anything. You just come in, relax, have a good time. We have a lot of fun, and I do lots of massive mega building, as you can see. We're doing some serious big stuff today, everybody. We are really optimizing our trains today, and we don't just collect some of the resources, everybody. We're collecting all of the resources, well, in this case, coal, and we're getting it done. And again, my big goal is to get this big chunk of coal in there today. If we can get these all combined and build the largest train I've ever done, I think we'll have a good day. All right, we'll take all this out like this, and then we'll put another one behind here just to line up my blueprint. A lot of times you'll see me just build stuff. I call it scaffolding, where it's just there temporarily to help me get started. And then we go ahead and get that going like this. There we go, and boom, in we go. Again, I hope you don't mind me speeding up. I'm gonna go way faster now. I actually play about 10 times the speed that you typically see me play on stream, because I've watched a lot of people play, everybody, and sometimes they're playing so fast you can't see what they do, and then they're really rude about it when you go, hey, that was really cool, what'd you do? And they're like, Google it. And I'm like, oh, God, that is like super rude. That's a super rude thing to say to somebody comes in your channel. So don't feel like there was ever a dumb question in my channel, everybody. You can ask all the questions you want. Go ahead. Go for it. I might not answer them all, but I will try, especially if it's about gaming. Personal questions, not as much, but gaming for sure. All right, and then this one's going to come around this way. Like so, and then we'll just run it to the end. Good enough. Again, we don't have to make this part fancy. We're just running lines. And we're just going to run them down in the thing. And these are all going to combine anyway, so no point in making multiple thingies if they're all going to be combined. And then this one down here. Actually, I think I'll just combine this one. Like this. And then super easy, just run that right in there. And there we go. That's 1,200 coal running in there right now. We still got to overclock this, though, so it is at 1,200. Get in and get it done. Overclocked. There we go. And I'll come back and double check all of these. Of course, now we're cooking. By the way, everybody, if it doesn't blow your mind that I've done all of this stuff with only 20,000 power. I'm not even using 20,000 power. I'm getting up there, though, now about 15,000 power. But I'm literally using 21,000 power, and I'm at the end of the game. I could have finished it many, many times now. And I'm still building, but I'm still not capping out my power. And I've been doing it for weeks and months, everybody, and never with just 21,000, so actually almost 22,000 power. But I have everything running that I need running, and I'm just building at a mega level with just the most minimum amount of power. Because you know what your most valuable resource is, everybody? Time. And so, again, since I'm so efficient at it, it saves me massive amount of time. And that I find to be the coolest thing because it's efficiency first in this game. That's what it's all about. All right. And then we've got our two nodes here. Let's go right node first. And we're going to bring our big boy power with us. Oh, Mercisphere. Let's see if we can just dip over here and grab it before anybody notices. I love when I'm not looking for them, everybody. I find when I'm not looking for them, I find way more than when I'm actually looking for them. It's a funny Kismet's rule of gaming. All right, where are you hiding, coal node? Right over here. Okay. Feel like we'll just loop that around back in there. Sounds good. And we'll go ahead and do all of our stuff here. We'll clear away some foliage. The explosive rebar, everybody, one of my favorite new things that I never bothered to make it in previous playthroughs, but it's actually awesome for clearing debris and stuff that's in your way. And you're like, Kismet, you could get that as resources. You think how much biofuel you think I need right now? None, by the way. If you want to know the answer to that, I need a whole lot of none. Don't need any of it. I'm using rocket fuel right now, and it is more than enough. Oops. Look out. Getting crazy up in there. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Load that up and then hide it. There we go. And then we will put this on the top of that beautifully. Add another one of these back here, like so. Someone's trying to get me. What up? Who there? Oh, this guy. Oh! Trying to switch my weapons. Just keep sliding to one side, and it's hard for him to hit you. Yeah, it's a guy who throws up a rock at you. Sometimes it's hard to recognize whether it's a regular one or whether it's one that throws stuff at you, but the second it hits you in the face, you know which one it is. I find. Hey, this is crooked. Guy was throwing me off. Let's fix that. We can't have no crooked stuff up in here. Whoa, why are those foundations crooked to the thing that I just did? Whoa, okay. Nope, that's not good enough. We gotta make it just right. The reason why that's probably crooked is when I first did this, it wasn't perfectly straight. Let's make sure we get it straight this time. Try that again. There it is. And I want to see how long I can go by getting away with not even bothering to add any more power. We'll see how long we can get away with it. Because at some point it's going to go, we're going to be out of power, that's for sure. I know that's going to happen without a doubt. At some point. Oh, it's not offset far enough. All right, how? There we go. And we're going to run this back around. Which way? I forgot which way we were going. So we'd run through here. Yeah, we're going to run it around through there. Let's do that now to remind us. Looks good. Okay, now we got one more impure we want to get over here. It is, oh, actually two more. This is a normal. So this is an impure and an impure, which would be 600, and this would be 600. Actually, we could combine all three of these. Combine these two together, combine this one to this one. Yeah, and then run that in as a 1200. Ooh, nice. Okay. I like it. I like it. Let's do it. Let's go get it done. This way. Got a long drop over there. Oh, I see it over. Most of these nodes, by the way, that I am doing right now, I've never done ever. And I almost have 3,000 hours in the game. A bunch of it on the Epic Game Store, and then a bunch of it on Steam, which is where I'm playing now. This is just a lot of repetition. Again, if you can't get it to go up on those platforms, just aim at the node, and if it's got enough offset, it will take care of it. Just rinse and repeat. Probably put this in my bar at some point. Love how it always turns it the wrong way. Just totally tries to do it the wrong way every single time, so I have to fix it. And yes, I put that on that side on purpose so that I'd have it on the side in which I'm going to put in the extraction. And come on. There you go. 300. You want to always double check that it is actually coming out of there. So this one is going to run that way, right? Or is it this way? No, I think it's this way. Yeah, you got your extraction there. You got your extraction here. Okay. This one's going to dip right through here. Want to make sure you don't put your power poles in the way of your line runs, because that's going to suck. And again, I could use my stackers, but I find when you're just running it through here, it depends on how involved you want to get in it. On this kind of stuff, this is just out in the middle of nowhere. Not going to be that big a deal. So we're just going to run that right up there, a little too far. Like this. There we go. And then we're going to bring this one around. Like this. And these are the two impures, impure, and then this one's going to merge to that one. So we'll merge these, and we'll go ahead. And again, you notice that I just put a splitter down. This is just a splitter, and then I hit E to switch. Oop, unless it doesn't show me my labels. That's going to make it really hard to know it is. There we go. See, conveyor splitter. Then you hit E to switch, and you don't have to have all of them in your bar. You just keep the splitter on there. That's the one you probably use the most. And then just switch. It's a good habit to get into. It does take some practice to get into that habit of just having the one. Oh, that's going totally the wrong way. I run those lines the wrong way? That doesn't seem right. I totally ran that out of the wrong output. That was my bad. Oh, look at this tree hanging down with the little things there. I should have ran it this way. But that's how you know. If you go look at it and you're like, well, that's running the wrong way. There's something I must have misclicked there. And it was true. I did. Now the problem is we got a whole bunch of belts that are going the wrong way. But the cool thing is we already have our distances set up for our extraction. Oh, or maybe not. Let's do this. And then we can do this. We already have our poles here, so we can just use our poles again, but just have it running in the correct direction this time. We're going this way. I wasn't even paying attention. That was my bad. All right. And once again, we hit E, E, E. Depends on how many splitters you have unlocked. Merging there, going this way. All right, now we're talking. And we're just going to run this on the ground. Again, we could use our stackers. Not going to bother. And I could merge it in here and then split it, do a whole bunch of stuff with it there. Also not going to do that either. Not worth my time. I'm going to run this under. And run it right over here. Oh yeah. This is going to be a separate 1200 line. This just keeps them separate. So when I'm merging all these nodes together, that they'll all end up being 1200. And you can see that this one is, of course, filled and waiting, where this one's still feeding. And it's still working on filling up all these boxes over here. Let's see how it's done so far. Has it finished the first box? Yes. So it's filled both of these boxes already. Now it's working on filling this one, and when it fills both of those in just a few minutes here, or a minute or so, then it's going to work on this one. This one's going to be 600. That'll be 600. Before you know it, those will all be full. And then eventually we'll get our train and all that stuff going. But, oh, we can extend this to our next 4 boxes. This does not have a power connected to it. Where's our train? Where's our train at? I don't know where it's at. I'm just going to go ahead and do a little bit of dish just to bring the power. Maybe something more like that. And that's just going to connect to that. It's not going to use this line, but what that's going to do is just bring the power over here so that we can use it while we're building. Like so. Okay, we want to take these out and add even more of our massive amount of stuff we're adding here, which in this case is more freight platforms. Nudge, 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 nudge. There we go. Put our auto connect on, looking good all the way across. Go over here, lined up, ready to go. Okay, oh, we're going to have to come back and do some of these. Whoa, off the side I went. Going to have to come back and probably redo some of these because we're going to have to take out every third one. Because we haven't put the station in yet, it does get glitched. And we'll solve that problem when we get to it. And so we have 2 here. And we want to get 2 more going here. Blueprints. Input. Gonna line this up by this one. And these are running the fastest belts you can run, which is 1200. Kind of feel like we might want to run some big power over here, so we're not floating around all over. More some power here. Oh, what did I do there? I changed my power thing. There we go. Put some power over here so I'm not dipping down every time I try to work on the side here. And then again, we'll just color these randomly same colors. Again, just visually gives you an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what's aggroing me down there, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's going to hide around the corner. Okay, got that done. Now I just need to run my line runs. Put in the rest of these so we can run that underneath. And then we're just going to run from here. Try to line that up nicely. Bingo. There we go. Now we got it going. Hi, Sasa, what's up? If I butcher your name, just let me know. I don't do it on purpose, but remember that I'm not all there anymore, everybody. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding. Not all there. I've been through some serious rough times, if you know what I mean, everybody. All these white hairs, I earned every single one of them. Absolutely. All right, there we go. Now we're going to have that start to backlog in there. Go to it, baby. Yeah. You're after me. You're dangerous. I'm scared. All right, dipping back this way. We got to get some more of these combined. And we're here. I guess we'll grab this guy. See, I grab them if it's like convenient. If I'm running by them, I really don't need Need those guys. I've got like 100 of these things, and I seriously doubt I'm going to even use all of those, but I'm going to try. We'll see how it goes. This one's running a lot of resources coming out of there. I wonder why. Oh, there it goes. It'll start to gap after a while. It had a bit of a backlog. It should be gapping because it's 300, right? It should be have a distance, and that tells you it's slower than the actual belt. And again, it took a little while for this to actually get there. And watch this. I'll just be a little tricky and put it back in there, and it'll do the job for me, which is to run that all the way over there. Let's put our stuff in here. There we go. Sort that out nicely. And there we go. So it'll do it again because I just put all that in there. But then once it clears that excess, which it should do pretty fast, because again, that's running at 1200, the fastest belt you can do in the game, because we're at the highest of highest levels. And this one over here is already doing the highest level. There we go. Now we got our two 300s merging together, and we have one more node up here that we can run over here. So we're going this way. And let's see what we got. We got some wires running through there to right here. And we're just going to ping it so we get a general idea where we're going. Right over there. Okay. Oh, we already have one over here. All right, so we'll use this one. So we're heading over this way somewhere. We'll find out where here in a minute. Oh, over there, huh? Okay, okay. Now, again, you're like, Kismet, how are you doing this whole floating around thing? Ooh, got some thing going on there. Oh, I'm damaging fixed property. I'm going to get in trouble. Let's get our filters, our iodine filters out that are going to help us. Again, I like to keep those in my inventory. Yeah, right there. I'll show you a little trick since we have some iodine filters. You can just go in and pick up the uranium and then just drop it way down there. But I'm not going to bother because I'm only going to be here for a minute. So I'm going to just go ahead and get my other weapon out and get them before they get me. Watch this. Oh, there's two more. I didn't see the other one. Bob and weave, everybody. Bob and weave. Get one of them first. There we go. You can actually shoot their fireballs. And so I'm just going left and right because then he thinks I'm going to go that way. And there we go. Got her done. Sometimes very hard to pick up your loot on the node itself. Whoa! Somebody else around here too. Whoop! Where? Over there. Two of them. Okay, hold on. We gotta bring some power over here. Where'd that other one go? There was another one over here. He disappeared. He'll be back. They always come back when you're not looking. I say we have some tasty barrels. Nom 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 nom. In the older game, everybody, you just run around and you run around with that thing in your hand the whole entire time. I have so many old playthroughs of me just running around with that in my hand, which I think is pretty funny. So many. I played it since day one, everybody, since it launched on the Epic Game Store exclusively many years ago. And again, I don't even know how many playthroughs I've done now. A lot. But I don't like stuff in my build. So out of there you go. I don't like it in Fallout. I don't like it in Satisfactory. I don't like it in any game. So you all gotta go. Who else? Plant. Can't take that plant out. All right, good enough. Let's go. Let's get these resources. Now that we've eliminated the baddies who are slowing us down. And again, we're going to get our 1 move alignment to your... Whoa! Almost fell off the side. Scary. 1 move alignment to your foundations here. 6 is where we want to go. Get this out of the way. I can't remember how to get rid of this. Is this chainsaw? I can't remember. You can't actually get rid of those, I think, if I remember correctly. It's okay. We'll just leave it. Take this out. Take this out. Put this up here. Run that across. Re-snap that up onto the foundations. Take those out. Take those out. Of course, there things in the way. It always is. It always is. Okay. In fact, we'll go ahead and do a little tree location. There we go. And then we're going to bring one. We're going to set it back over that way. We're going to take this one out. There we go. Then we're able to bring our blueprints in. And let's go ahead and get our mega extractor blueprint. And not only do I have mega blueprints, but I also have mega modular blueprints, which are exceptionally cool. I think anyway. All right, that's not how that's supposed to go. Let's try that again. But this time rotated properly. All the way. There we go. Then control page down. To get that extra little spot. There we go. Take those out. Those are just for alignment. Bring our power right over there. Do our 2 things we need to do because we can't put the extractor in the blueprint, which is connect our power and then connect our extractor output. There we go. And then also put these in as well. Okay, and this one is a normal node, which means it's going to output at 600. So we're going to go change our sign here just in case we come back here at some point and don't have to go inside to guess. We know exactly what it is. Then this goes out the back, which is where we came from this way. So I kind of feel like we could just line this up down here. They actually added a cool thing here where you can put that down even if it does say it can't go. And that gives you a chance to bring it up to level where it didn't used to do that before. Oh, I think that guy is back. Where you at, guy? Somebody's trying to get me. Somebody stop me. That way. All right. We want to go back this way. Cool thing about this game, too, is you can build from really far away. Again, I'm not going to be hanging out over here by this radiation, so I don't care. I don't care if it's radiating. It's not my problem. Oh, come on. Gotta bring this across here so I can gap it to there. Too far. Come on, you got this. You got this. Nope, too far. All right, what are we going to do? We're going to bring it over this way a little bit. Turn it this way, get it right on the edge, bring it up. Try it again. Come on. Nope, we're going to have to use our lifter, I feel, because that is too far. Yep, lifter it is. All right, here we go. Down there. Really, this one's making it go down, if you think about it. The not lifter. And then here. And then lifter again to bring it back up. Aim it over that way. Then across here. Looks good. Middle mouse button that. And I guess we could just merge it back here. Kind of feel like right there. Take these out. take this out. Might as well just put a merger here. This is a splitter. Widen that out a little bit. Take this and run it down. And merger with EEE. And we'll put this out just a little bit so we can see that these are all merging properly. Into there. And into here. Alright, now see, I don't have to run the rest of those lines. And then just run this out here. Maybe a nice little straight. And now that's all merged together, which is awesome. And again, that's going to run at 1200. And you're like, well, Kismet is completely full right now. I can see it looks like it's 1200. It's not 1200. And this side here is not going to be 1200. It's going to be 600 and 300. So it's going to run at 900 on this side. But it does have a backlog. So you have to wait for the backlog to clear. And then what you should see is start to see gapping between the ones once it tries to catch up. We'll see that happen here in just a moment after it gets through all that excess as well. And that's it. That's all. I'll never touch that again. Again, I just got all the nodes in this area and pull them all down in here. And they also are already connected all the way to the boxes. So this is all going to go ahead and run all the way down. Yeah, see it start to gap there. Nice. And then eventually this side over here, when it gets past this overflow amount that it has, there it goes. I can see it starting to gap already, telling me that it's reducing the overflow. And eventually, when this side stops running, that means we're not doing any overflow anymore. And that means it's all 100% going this way, which is good. And it acts like a little bit of a buffer to help it catch up a bit. And eventually, yeah, there we go. See it start to gap a little bit, Again, it's just got to get over here as fast as it can. Okay, so we'll let that rock and roll. That'll do its thing. Again, just double check that this is 300 while overclocked. Yes, and we should probably check the overclock of this one. We're up on the top of the world. Take that, suckers. Missed. Well, that actually ran out. There we go. There we go. All right, now we should see none on the other side. That means it's no longer an overflow, that it's flowing at its maximum speed. Nice. All right, and this is still trying to catch up here. It's going to get there eventually. You can actually use your things to accelerate you. All right, we got all of it. That's awesome. Now we just have these 3 nodes down here. Kind of feel like we can get those in there. We'd be good. So we got a pure node, which is going to be 4. This is going to be 4. This is going to be 2. 8, 9, 10. So 10 more cars we're going to need to make that work. But we're going to go do it. Let's do it. All right, let's ping it. Again, try to get this done before we run out of time. If we get that done, we're really doing some awesome stuff today. Aimed right that way. All right, let's just go. We already got like a power network we can follow. Yeah, right over here. Hold on. Don't look like that's connected. Does not look like that one's connected. Oh, somebody hit me from behind. Hey, punk. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I put it right by the node, too. See him taking a long shot on me? Was there something over there I should be grabbing? I don't know. Definitely came through here before, though, but there's that coal node. Oh, we got everybody. See, right here, this is the perfect time to have one of those concussion ones where you shoot it down there and you knock them all off. I wonder if I have any. What are they? Novelus. Pulse Novelus. I do have them. All right, let's back away before they see me first. And then I need my trigger thing. Oh, man, what's that called? Novelist detonator, yes. Throw that in there. Huh. Which one did I throw? I don't know. I think I threw the wrong one. Well, I got pulse one. I forgot. You gotta click the thing. You gotta click the thing with these things. Doesn't seem to be working. Ah. Oh, it worked on that guy. Oh, there we go. Oh, here's my chance at the high school dance. Too close. To me. Not close enough to him. Oh, I'm gonna get you now. Did not... Gotta be super close to these guys. There we go! Later, sucker! He'll be back. Alright. I heard you. These guys, you just blast them with your gun. Really need to get my better bullets going at some point, too. We'll try to get all that done in this playthrough. We'll make all the bullets. Give me the thing. Give me the stuff. Okay, now we got to rearrange where we have our thing here. Which way are we going to be extracting this? Back that way, Where's our other node? Our other node is off that way somewhere, probably at the top over there, that we can run down to here. Then this one, maybe just dip around the corner this way, so we want to aim it this way. And so we'll do a little bit of work here. A little bit of tree annihilation. We got some radiation here, but no biggie. We're going to run it this way, so we want this to be over here. And then we'll want to reconnect that up to there. And then we'll want to take this one out. There we go. Nice, nice. And then we can also do a nice little cross connect here in case we want to go across there. Don't need my novelist thing anymore. Put that back in there. Put that back in there in case we need that later. Put that over there. Okay, here we go. Anybody else want to die? No? Take that tree. Alright, let's go ahead and get our miner in, and we can get these combined and be styling and profiling. Alright. Get right in here. And we've got some filters, so we're fine for now. If we can avoid getting radiated, that's also useful. Love to just get in the zone. Get in the zone! I was sliding down in my chair. I get in the zone, I start going... the problem with a rounded back, everybody. Doctor did say I have a rounded back, or a scoliosis, whatever that's called. When I was a kid, and my parents said, you don't need that. Classic Gen X parents right there, everybody. Say, you're fine. Then, of course, you got to suffer the rest of your life with back pain. But such is life. But I would have had to wear a back brace as a kid, but I might have been better off now, or I might not have been better off. Who knows? Who knows? You won't know until you know, you know? If I could do it again, I would probably opt for the back brace. I think, and as a kid, you probably wouldn't want to, so. But kids don't always know what's good for them, do they? And even adults don't know. I find. They always do the thing that's not good for them. Just because they enjoy it more. And that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Alright, running. Max capacity. 600. So this is a normal node over here. Get out the door. There we go. Label that bad boy before I forget. 600. Alright, nice. Got that fired up. And I think I'm going to run it around this way. Oh, he's back. He's back. I knew he'd be back. Okay, be right with you. Nobilis. Maybe we should use our nuke Nobilis. Ooh. Hey! How'd you hit me? I was hiding behind the thing. He went around the side. Nobilis. Get my detonator. That's it. I've never used the nuke before. Been saving it till this moment right now. Give me the nuke. And he survived that! Okay, don't be anywhere close to that, everybody. I didn't know it was going to be that big. Alright. Let's get the pulse ones in. Alright, punk. Come over here. Come on. Come on. Over this way. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. Come on over there. Over this way, maybe? Gonna drop it right on your head. Oh, and he still could throw even though I knocked him back. Ah, moved away from the edge. You gotta be quick. Alright, enough of that. Oh, health getting low. Alright, no healing. Me versus you. Let's go. It's me. Yet again. Alright, I got all day to play games with you, guy. I got things to do. I gotta eat my num-nums. Num-num cookie. Right here. Num-nums. Eat those num-nums. Alright, we're good. And then around here we go. And then over here so we can merge this other one. And then we're going to run it down like that. And we're going to run it way over there. Okay. And so what do we got over here? We've got... Ooh, boy. We got a pure node. Oh, we're going to use stackers for these. Oh, boy. Yeah, we're going to need to use stackers. Okay, never mind. Change my mind. Right here. Get that out of there. We're going to use some stackers. Do we have any stackers in a thing? We have no stackers, really. Okay. No problem. I got you. Little stackers. Put this one in the first one. Put a nice little curve on it. Nice. Okay, we got to go get this pure one, which is off over this way. We're going to take this, and we're going to run it like this. Huh. This way. Right there. Again, I never, not once, ever bothered to come over here and do these. Might as well just take this guy out because he's just going to be annoying. Here we go. Guy's shooting fireballs at me as well. He's very dead. Yeah, group up. 3 of them. Going for this one first. Good shot. And that one over there is doing good shots on me. I don't know where he is. I can't see him. He's in the bushes. Let's fix that problem. Oh, he did. Wow, he anticipated my move there. You got skills, bro. Good move. Go hide in the bushes. Hard to see you. But now, you did. The guy had skills. Not good enough skills, but he had some skills. Alright, he's got a certain set of skills. Alright. So now we want to take this and run it down now. I'm going to do that. Get this lined up. Again, we're getting all the coal in the entire game and running it together, which is pretty epic. We're perfectly aligning all of our foundations as well. Not too far there. And I go super fast, everybody. Again, if you do have any questions, let me know. I do typically slow down on stream, but I think you guys see me do this enough times now that I don't need to slow down. So we're just going to keep it rocking. Notice how I put that power on the correct side, on the left side. So I can just go ahead and run that down. And then, again, we got 2 things we got to do on this blueprint. We got to connect it to the extractor. And then we're going to try to make it to the front here. And then connect that connection there. That should start it up. Oh, got to overclock it. Now it's going to go at an insane 1200 per minute. The fastest you can possibly run any of those. Oh, I like the curved. The curved one is cool. And then we're going to run this over to here. And we might have to... We'll see if we can get that to go. Nope. Turn this to default. Yeah, it's too far down. Bring it up at all. We go more at an angle. Now we're going to definitely have to use our lifter to bring that down. And then over here, oops. Get out of my line runs. Okay, where's that other one? Oh boy, we gotta bring that across this bridge. Yeah, I bet you it's gonna be right across that bridge there. That one's full. Take this one. Let's go. If I run into any Mercer spheres or anything like that, I typically will grab them, unless I'm in a hurry. Let's ping this bad boy. Oh yeah, right over here. Ooh, is it up high? Doesn't look like it is. It's right over there, across that wall. I love it. I love using this explosive stuff for these. It works so good. Instead of using Noblus, which are sometimes a little tougher, I need to blow up all this stuff, blow up all these baddies. Just absolutely go to town on them. I have so many of these explosive rebars. I made like a bazillion of them. And I just have them auto-feeding into the into the workbench. Get down here, same thing. Yeah, look, it's obscuring that radiation too. Then of course you got this area blocking your transition from one side to the other. They made these so these break up a bit better. It used to be where it kind of hid the it hid that area where when you try to hit the one on the top, then you try to hit the one on the bottom, but it still acted like it was still there, and you couldn't wipe it out. Oh, look at that spider went off the side. Later, bro. Spidey gone. Oh, call. Here's our chance again at the high school dance. Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to knock these guys off, though. Oh, man, you got to have the second one ready right when they're on the edge. Ah, didn't get him. Ah, missed the whole edge there, too. Well, that sucked. Straight down. Blasting him the wrong way. All right, all right. Yeah, you guys get on that side. I got one. Yeah, and you got to do it like 2 times in a row. And dude likes to run in a position that makes it tough. Oh, you little bugger. All right, I'm going to get you this time. Ah, man, dude's got feet of steel. Let us, sucker! All right, those are pulse novelists, everybody. Those are really fun, as you can see. Okay, we got to get this one going over here. We got to stay away from this radiation. What are we doing? We got that one. We got that one. Where are we running this? We're running this across the bridge. This way. Yeah, we want to run that across the bridge. So we got to get this extracting. This is totally in the wrong spot. Let's put it over there. Let's take this out. Get away from this radiation. Get the job done before those guys come back. They will respawn when you knock them off, which kind of sucks. I think they should die personally when they get knocked off of there, but it is what it is. So we'll get the work done here. Okay, that's not what I want to do. There we go. Else I got on this side so I could do the thing. It keeps doing this thing as I keep getting that up. There we go. We got that. We want to go ahead and line up the back here. And like a dish, yes. Nudge that into spot. Boom. Again, a lot of repetition here because we're just doing the same thing over and over where we're getting our... Oh, here comes some other guys. Some other guys want to get up in our business. Trying to get work done here, guys, if you don't mind. Kismet got a lot of stuff to collect. But if you want to die, you want to die. I'm on it. Surprise, sucker! Where's your friend? He's around somewhere. There he is. Oh, big Spidey. Come on, Spidey. No, over here. Come on. Yeet. This way. Come on. Yeet. All right, one more shot, bro. One more shot. Come on. Come get me. Come get me. I'll just shoot you. How about that instead? Coming to get you. Got them all. Anybody else want to die? Again, trying to get out of here before those other guys come back. Having some fun. Again, thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. As you can see, we're doing some mass extraction here. Trying to get the job done here. Right over here, 1,200 more extracting from over there. Running this out of the back. Like so. Run that up. Okay, how about really far up? Okay. And we're just running this back now. Nice and high. Like so. Got some stuff we might want to clear here. We'll go and grab this first because that's easy mode because we're already past the stuff. And then make things that go boom. I mean, I don't have to clear it. I can just make it from really far up. But I don't know. It's very satisfying to remove these because you didn't used to be able to remove these. And you'd play through and always running through these things or they're in their way of whatever you're trying to grab. So very satisfying that they made it where you can blow those up. Oh, too far. Again, I'm just running along the ground. Nothing too fancy on these ones. But we are, because these are all going to be pretty fast lines here, we will separate these into 3 separate lines. There's a lot of coal right there. Running out of there. Why do I have this connected? I connected the wrong thing. There we go. Misconnected that. There we go. Want to connect the output, not the input. And now we've got to get all the way over there. So let's go ahead and run this so we have a general idea where we want to go. Then we're going to go ahead, get our stackable. Let's say right about there. 3 high. Get away from the radiation if we can. Well, this whole side over here is radiated. See, the stackers just make it easier to bring multiple lines at the same time, and eventually you can just eyeball it where you want to go. Any room up there? No. All right, then what we'll do is we'll bring a small one down. Go ahead and middle mouse button that one. Put that there. We'll take the small one and we'll chain that one over to this one so we don't have to be on the ground the whole time. All right, there we go. And then we're just going to middle mouse button our stacker. And we're just going to eyeball and see how we do. Usually easier to grab the stacker from the side. Again, I could run these on foundations if I want to, but kind of a waste of resources, I think. In fact, I could run these like this and take the stackers out if I'm really being conscientious about my resources. But I really don't need to. I'm good. Want some power over here, so we have that up ahead. I love the hover pack. The hover pack is the most awesome thing. Hover above stuff while you're building. Right, and we're trying to go back through there. Is that what we're trying to do? Yeah, I think it is. Let's go over and take a look here before we run any more of these. Also, we can go grab this guy. For no reason other than it's fun. All right, yeah, this one's going around this way. So we're going right through here. And we could probably just run this line. And we got 3 lines we want to run through here. Yeah, this would have been a good time to do some stackers. And we have that crossing under. Remember what I was doing over here. Yeah, we're going to have 3 separate lines going up right here. And we could probably just control those via foundations. We can clean up all these lines too. So once you start doing stackers, everybody, you might as well do stackers for everything. So let's just go ahead and fix this side so we can then fix that side over there. Have them run all these stackers properly, because then you can also do your lifters via your stackers. So that does help a bunch. So we're going to do 2 stackers here. And we're just going to start from the end that the top one is going to go here. And the bottom one is going to go up to there. See how I like that? Yeah, that's not bad. Then we're just going to take all of this out. And this. Doesn't really matter which way they go. Kind of. So this one was which one? Oof. Okay, now we got to figure out which one that one was. I think we were adding an impure to this one. Yeah, the first one that we ran is going to be the one that merges. So this one down to there. This one to here. And the second one we brought through and we cut under. So now it's going to be at the top level. Okay, now we'll just do the one first, just so we don't get those confused again. I'm just going to put them about where we already have the lengths here. And we'll see if this works out. Oh, that's right where that is. Nudge that over. Run that up. Okay. Clean this up a little bit. All right, we'll go ahead and run this into here as a nice straight run. It'll automatically figure out the straight angles. That's really cool. And we'll run this one down. Turn off the straight mode into default. Again, you want to just run the one line first so you know where that line is ending up. Take all that out. Take all this out. Now sometimes I just build it to get it going. And then I'll come back and revise it. I feel like it needs to be upgraded. Like in this case. I made sure first that that line was going in the right direction. And then I can actually go in either direction because it auto-orients itself. Like this, like that. Very nice. And we'll just keep working this back. You do want to get in the habit of running it in the proper direction, but if you got it already oriented, it doesn't really matter. All right, all that. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to take out, but we'll take it out, put it back in, and then we got to connect this one across to that one over there. There we go. And then running this back some more. Now we'll just stack them really high here. Take this out, take this out. Gonna run that one up to there. And then to there. Okay, nice. And we've got the triple stacker that we need to do from there up to here. So we could just take this out like this. Stack this here. Run this around. Oh, that's going that way. Nope, not that way. There we go. Run that all the way to the bottom. It really doesn't matter because that one's going to be already there, and then that one down to there, so it merges there and runs there. And then our 3 are going to stack up here at the top. Now we're ready for our triple stack. And we'll add more stackers as we kind of run them back. Again, satisfying every time. All right. Run this up here, and this time we'll stack them up a little higher, going up over this kind of ridge edge. All right. Come on. There we go. Take off the extras. This never stops being fun, by the way. It's fun every single time. You know, I'm going to start with the top one. Though you should really start with the bottom one because the top one can get in your way. But when it comes to this, we're stacking it from the top down anyway. So best to get that going. There we go. That's a lot of stuff there. All right, how are we looking? Let's say here. Get that a little higher. Again, just guesstimating the distance. Actually doing pretty good right now. Normally I run out of line first so I can see what the max distance is. But I feel like in this case it's all going to work out no matter what. And then up higher again. Again, just trying to elevate it with the angle of the ground. Just trying to get it up higher and higher because eventually it's going to stack pretty high. When we get around the corner over here, maybe want to just fix this here and do a stacker through here. Do this again at the bottom and at the top. There we go. And then that's not going to reach to that, so we'll put one in between. Again, you want to split the difference between the two. Just going to put that up high. So we can kind of get up there. And cut straight across. Get that extra off the top. All right, now we are ready to rock and roll right over here. Our biggest problem is we don't know which one is the non-pure one. Just dawned on me. I had to go back and figure out which one is the normal one. Actually, I could just look on the thing. This one over here is the normal one. And we have to see which level it's stacked. I think it's stacked on the top, but we want to go make sure. Because then that'll tell us what we're going to be doing on the other end when we go to put it in there. Yeah, this is the 600 here. It's actually the bottom one. Okay. Let's just double check, though, that we didn't mislabel it. That is 600, completely overclocked. And the other two are 1200. And we should probably just go check those. I did not label that one. And I didn't label that one either. Oh, my bad. My bad. Feel like rolling along the power lines because that's fun. Not that I have to. All right, so this should be 1200. And again, double check it. Make sure that it is properly set up for 1200. It is. And then we can use the belt to make us go really fast. Wee, wee. Now slide, slide, slippy, slide. Merp, 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 merp. Sometimes I forget to label them. Went through all the trouble to make this label thing. I might as well label it. $1,200 running perfectly. Okay. We need to remember that the bottom one is the 600, which is normally how I run these. I run the lowest one at the bottom. Helps me remember. Be helpful if I could actually get on the belt. Get on. Why are you going to the left? I'm pressing C. Go down. There you go. Whee! So much faster. Okay, so the bottom of these three is the 600. We'll just remember that. And we'll go ahead and do a gap. So what we're going to do is we're going to gap this so we know that these three are together, and then we'll leave an opening there on the middle one. Say those three are being run from that other side, so when I get over here I will remember hopefully what the heck I'm doing. And then this one is part of that line, and then again we'll bring these up, and we can always, I just run them up and then figure out which ones are the excess later. This is just a matter of line runs now. Just a matter of running it over, huh? Get on there. Sometimes a little awkward. Okay. Oh. So touchy today. Come on. Touchy, touchy. I heard something going wrong. Yeah, right here. Heck, I couldn't grab it.
This bleeding temple hums a residence song. Play for us.
Why can't I grab it? Fine. Get wrecked. That's when I landed, it wouldn't let me grab it.
Consume.
Oh man, it's not I'm not trying. Weird, I can get it while I'm floating, but I can't get it while I'm on the ground. Weird. There we go. Throw her in there. All right, so I heard that noise, which tells you there's a Mercer Sphere or a summer sloop or something nearby. When you hear that noise, you want to just kind of look around. You can use your little tracker thing too, but I rarely do. I just look around, see if I can just find it naturally. Just thought of something. What's the name of that? I was watching a great movie on, I think it was on Prime. Was it on Prime? Amazon Prime. It's called A Million Miles Away, everybody. Great movie. Highly recommend. If you do have Prime, go check it out. It's about the first Hispanic astronaut, everybody. He was an immigrant. Started off in farm collecting stuff and farms and stuff. I forget what that's called. Farm worker, farm hand. You know, people backed him up his whole life and said, you know what, you got a gift, go do your thing. Because you never know, everybody, because you got to go out there and really challenge yourself. And everyone's going to tell you how impossible things are, and I love people who give the middle finger to all of those people. Because I've done a lot of impossible things in my life. And I get the question all the time, Kismet, what impossible things do you do? Well, I used to get a lot of jobs as a graphic designer, and I worked in pre-press for many years. And they bring them in and they say they can't be printed. It's impossible. You can't do it. And I said, give it to me. And I've gotten every single one of them to work. Every single one, everybody. All you got to do is know your stuff. That's the thing. It's only impossible for them, not for you. You've got this. You make it happen. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and run these up, and we're going to have to run these as separate runs here. We're going to go a little right on this one. And then we're going to run that over there. Very nice. And we're going to go ahead and get our other one here. Now, this one, it gets a little tricky. What you want to do is go ahead and use maybe one of these lifters to bring that out. Or we could cut this back and offset them. Yeah, I kind of feel like we might want to do that. So we'll cut those back a bit. We'll take this one out. We'll redo this. And so we'll take these top ones out. Don't need those. Don't need this. Take all these out. Rerun these. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and get the... Yep. I'll get this one again. Like that. And we will run that one way up there again. And we'll get some more lifters. And we'll offset this one a little bit. Just eyeballing it. For that second one. And there we go. That's how you get her done right there. Nice, nice. Okay, again, this is massive. This is probably the most coal I've ever put in one spot ever. These trains are going to be incredibly long. Okay, so this is 1200 and this is 1200. So this is 4 and 4. 4 and 4, and this is going to be 2 because this is 600, right? So each of these are going to be 300 each just to keep the stuff flowing. Now you can just put it in there at 1200 if you want. With items, it's not as big a deal as it is with fluids, but we definitely want to do that. So we've already got these 4 in for these ones, right? We do. Okay, so we need 8 and 2 more, which would be 10. So let's just keep this going. I love every second of this. This is nuts. This is absolutely insane size train here. All right, let's go ahead and throw some more in there using our mega modular blueprints right over here. Oh, very awesome on auto connect. There we go. So I already have 1, so this would be 4. And then over here, we will go ahead and try to get some more in here again. The nudging is a lifesaver because it just doesn't seem to like to line up very well when you're doing your blueprints. So the vertical and horizontal nudging helps a bunch. All right, there's 3 more. And this should actually work out perfect. We'll see how it goes. It looks good to me. Go there. And there we go. So again, 2 more sets of 4 and then 1 set of 2. And we should be good. And that'll be 8, 16, 22 in this particular point. Is there any other coal that we wanted to run over here? No, we got all of that. We got all this. We got that node way over there. That's a pure node. Normal, impure, normal. Again, we went and tapped all of these and brought those up. Brought those down and around. And we brought this one across. Brought all those to here. Grabbed these, merged this one into this one, and then ran that to there. We got all these, merged those together, ran that to there. Okay, no, we got this whole area over here. All right, let's see if we can get it done. My 9 button does not work, which is a bummer. I kind of feel like I want to get rid of this output one. I'm not using it. Let's get rid of that. Add that there. Okay, let's line up all these inputs. And get these running. Looks good. And see how I line myself up so it's easier to visualize what I'm doing. And then if you see this green line, then that means that this is lined up, but it rarely ever, it doesn't show you the lining up of the boxes on the blueprints. It'd be nice if it did, because that would be super, super helpful. But I work within the parameters in which I am given. We are going ahead and hit G on that bad boy, so we're just getting just this edge. We're going to remove this edge all the way down. There we go. And we got a lot of these we're going to have to take out, put back in, take out, put back in to make sure they're all working. It's going to be awesome to watch this pick all these up. It's definitely going to need a lot of extra engines at the end. And we'll get those in as well when we can. But again, we'll get this all in. Run that a little extra past the edge. Yeah, this is a big boy right here. Big boy. What do we got? Storage. No, undefined. Oh, what are you doing? It's doing something weird. Get out of there. Not letting me switch. Nope, not the one I wanted. There we go. All right. Yeah, like I was there. Kismet was building this massive thing for coal. And this is just this coal, everybody. Not all that other coal that we're going to get eventually, too. Which I think is pretty wild. It's going to be a massive amount of coal. And lined up, box to box, and lined up forward. Again, a lot of time you just hit H and just nudge it around until it looks right. That's what I do, and it works quite well. Okay. That looks good. That's lined up there. Okay, let's count where we're at so we're not making a bunch of these for no reason. Now we're just going to get another color here. Let's do yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, those are all a group as well. Got those 2 nodes. We have the 1 pure node that we have there. Let's go purple on these. That's the other pure node. And then we need 2 more. Wow, okay. Nice, nice. And that just happened to perfectly work out. Math-wise. And see, it always makes me wonder, did they do that on purpose? Because it kind of feels like they did. It kind of feels like they thought that through, which I find in a lot of this in the game, everybody, they really think through their numbers. They really do. It's actually pretty phenomenal how well they think it through. From what I've seen. Okay, we got that. That lined up. Looks better now. Give it a go. Okay, and then the last 2, we don't really need to color it, but yeah, we'll give it another color. What do we want? Orange. Oops. Wait, it already is orange. Duh. Purple. Purple there. I don't know, maybe some more... What? Yeah, some more green. There we go. Just to visually separate them. And now we want to go ahead and run back this way. Get up and over here. We probably want to connect this other side of the track while we're doing this too. Just to make this where I'm not dipping down like that all the time. I don't know, we could just connect it in there just to get the power. Okay, now we got those running. We want to run our 3 lines up out of here. And again, we need to look at which one's which. So the bottom one is this one. This is the 600. Now here's a good point to actually label. Now I only need to label the one of them. And it doesn't want to let me put the sign on the side. Make me sad. What about a ginormous billboard? Nope. Will not let me label it. Let's try to think this through. Let's go sign down here on the ground like this, and then we hit H, and then we just vertically nudge it way up here where we want it to go. And then push it forward. Works for me. And there we go. And we'll go to layout. We'll just get just the number right here. Go back to settings and say 600. Because we know that all the other ones are 1200. We just need to know which one is the 600 because that's the one that's going to end up at the end. So we're going to go ahead and run this up. And we're going to start with this one. And again, this is going to be hard to gap that far, but we're going to try. We're going to see what happens. That's pretty far to gap to get over here. So we're going to just run ourselves a nice little line here. Which is going to help us run all of these. So we're going to run this one on the inside and say this is going to be our 1200 there. And then we'll run this like this and bring this around to up here to be our other 1200. Very nice. And then this one. This will be our outside 600. Okay, those are all lined up. Ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Oh, watch out. Bring them down and line them up. Like that. Okay, now that we got those going, why are these down below where I had my foundations? Why you do me like that? Why you do me like that? You're gonna redo that. Nope. No, no, no. There's somebody moving around down there. What's up, Fred? What are you doing? Trying to freak me out or something. This one we could actually turn. We could turn all of these. Okay, you know what? Let's do this proper. Let's go. Too close on that one. But we got an idea. Transition from the... Nope, that's not going the right direction. Transition from the extraction grid into the world grid here. There we go. Now we got all those lined up via our walls here. 1, 2, 4. And we'll just go 4. You normally go about 6. And then we can go ahead and put in our nice straight corners. If it wants to let me do that. Not curve. Oh, we don't want to do straight. Alright, fine. We'll just do default then. On these ones here, this is where you want to do straights. So it does that kind of elbow look. That nice 90 degrees. I like to do the corners first. That's just me. Then bring that up. Very nice. And then we will use this to have it come and turn the corner again. And this one we'll just push forward a little bit. And then a straight corner there. Straight corner there, and straight corner there. And you can see it elbowing it out. Perfect 90s. And then again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for maximum distance. Man, what time is it? Oh man, time flying by. 1, 2, nope, not enough. Why are these turned the other way? Nope. Run that down there. What? Who's after me? What do you want? I'm busy! You're back, huh? Well, let's go. Oh, almost went back into it. There's always one behind you. Oh, out of bullets too. That's why you take out the big ones first. Fred, why didn't you tell me there was one behind me? Stop being dramatic. Dramatic deaths. I hear something glowing over here. It might have been worth it. Oh, Morsosphere right there in front of my face. Didn't even see it. I'll take it. Drop it in the thing. Didn't even notice it was there. Busy working. Oh, more num num. Fred, you should have had my back, bro. Should have let me know that was there. But no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. Then we're going to have to build a massive, a very massive train station on the other end. That should be pretty easy, though. All right, so far so good. Where are we at here? Let's see. We got those two done. We want to be right about here. So we're just going to run this to there, say. It should be good. That'll remind us that right about there is where we want to divert one of these. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Just go default. Okay, which one? Double check it again before I get too far. Of which one was the outside one? Oh, I took the sign out. It was this one. Let's go down here and double check. Yep, the bottom one. This one. Okay, let's try the sign again. This is so much better. This is so much better that you can go through and do this kind of stuff. All right. So much nicer. Oh, that's not one that has the thing on the ground. But hey, it works. We'll just put it there. Doesn't have the little foot underneath there, but we're just going to roll with it for now, so we can remember. There we go. All right, 600 on that one. And that should be the outside one. Okay, good. Because I can tell you, when I come back, I'm not going to remember. unless we add some stuff there. Let's run a little bit of power up here. Help us work on this side here. Okay, so now the first one here, we want to divert into this grouping of 4 right here. So we got those. We're trying to get to here, yeah. So we're just going to bring that down. Let's say to here. I'm not going to bother counting because it's going to be less than 6. We'll just go a little early there so we can go like so. And then we'll want to connect all these together. So those can distribute the 1200 among those boxes. And then we'll want to put our lifter. Make sure our lifter is going in the correct direction. Then we'll go ahead and put this one here and just simply divert that right into there with a nice straight edge. Boom. Beautiful. All right, onward. Meow. Oh, here comes the Kevin Love Train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Who's that bringing in that Kevin Love Train? It is Darth Kane coming in with that 6 months of sub love. Got a brand new sub badge as well. Saying, thanks for the Satisfactory build, Kismet. Following along on YouTube and enjoying it. I got this game because of you. This is a 10 out of 10. Actually, it's a 12 out of 10. It's the only game I've ever rated that high. This is a genre-defining game. Once you play Satisfactory and you play another building game, you will be spoiled forever because you'll go, Why doesn't it work like Satisfactory? Why can't I just go like this, and when I roll over the edge, it automatically puts it at the same level, but puts it off to the left? If I go to the middle, it goes up. If I go down here and I aim at the bottom of it, it goes down. Why doesn't it do that in every game? It seems simple, everybody, but I tell you, when you're playing 7 Days to Die and you're leaning off the side so you can try to put a box there and you fall and die, the first time that happens, you're thinking, wish it worked like Satisfactory. You sure do. You sure wish that. So thank you very much for bringing in that love. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. That's your guys' job. When someone brings some love here in the channel, everybody, when they drop that gifted subs, or if they go ahead and sub or resub, make sure to show lots of love in the chat. Again, we take their love, we amplify it, we send it right back out, all right? So just take a moment to throw a bunch of hearts in there. It doesn't have to be my emotes. Everybody. It can be anybody's emotes. It can be global emotes. But make sure to show some love in there. These are people that keep this crazy stream going. Let's see where we're going right here. Same thing over here. We want to go ahead and bring this right up. And we're going to go ahead and divert this over here. We're doing some big boy builds today, man. We are really getting it going. There's always some guy behind me trying to shoot me. What? I'm busy. See, I'm trying to build stuff here. Where you at, bro? Where are you at? Come on. Ah, there you are. You think those bushes are going to save you? They're not. They're actually going to work to my advantage. Shoot at that tree there. What? Fire. 2 fire guys from over there. Get wrecked. Okay, you guys want some of this? You guys ready to take on the man? Use this tree to block the other guy while I'm reloading. You didn't have what it takes. Few people do. Have what it takes to take on the man. All right, diverting right there. Oh, stuck in my own stuff there. There we go. Now we're going to go over here. We're going to do the same thing. Again, we're grouping these so they're easier to find which one we're doing and which one we're on. And all of that. Again, this is a massive, massive amount of coal. We're going to get it all. Every bit of it. Right over here. And then we're going to go boom. And then we're going to back this up because that is not correctly connected. Right there. There we go. And then this one right over there. This one out of here in a nice 90. Give me that beautiful straight 90. Boom. There it is. All right. One more group to go. Let's go ahead and also distribute this among all 4 of these containers. And you're like, Kismet, why do you make each one 300? This way it'll fill and backlog all the boxes, and when I go ahead and fill it in, instead of it filling up at 1,200, it will actually fill up at around 5,000, actually 10,000 at any given time. And you're like, Kismet, how can it possibly run at 10,000? Well, here's the thing. If I fill these 2 boxes up, it's going to run 1,200 and 1,200 out into here, right? So that's 2,400 right there. Let's just round up to 2,500 to make the math easy. And then here's another one. And so if these 2 boxes are backlogged, they're filled, there's another 2,500. So that's 5,000 right there. And then you times that times 2 because we got 2 more sets of 2 boxes over here, or 4 total more. Boom, that's 10,000 that's going into there, right? So it'll just roll up. Boom, it'll feed every bit of all of that coal in there as fast as it possibly can before the thing even loops. And that sucker will be filled. So I use that backlog, right? So instead of doing it 100% efficiency, I drop it down a little bit so it can backlog. I always backlog first before I set up the train. Same thing with fluids. Let those fluids completely fill up the pipe before you start your processes going, and it will run much nicer in the long run. You can see, again, we're backlogging all of that stuff. We got 1 more to go, and this part of our coal is done. So let's go ahead and, again, get these. Now, I could run them all individually if I wanted to, and I could load balance them. Load balancing is great when you're trying to do your power, but I find most of the time there are so much resources in the world that it is fairly pointless. But it is fun to master that 100% efficiency if that's your thing. For me, I have found that it's really not that important, especially in the later game. In the beginning of the game, very important because you only have so much resources and so much power. But in the later game, again, everybody, look how many nodes are in the world. There's a lot. Have I ever tapped all of them? No. This is the most nodes I've ever used in the game ever. And I have finished the game 40, 50 times. In fact, I could finish the game right now. I've already finished it multiple times in release and 30 times in various stages, at least as far as you could go in early access. I think it's much more impressive to finish the entire game with 20,000 power than to make, 1.1 gigawatts or whatever it is. That's not impressive to me. What's impressive is to follow the instructions, which is efficiency first. And I've shown how to be massively efficient. I'm still running all of this. The stuff you see me building, 20,000 power right there, really around 22,000, but you get the general idea. And there we go. We just got one more connection right here. Let's make sure all this stuff is flowing into the boxes. Notice I didn't do all those connections because we're going to have to do a little bit of work once we get the station in here. Yeah, oh, and this is perfect too. We can have this come in, go down, reconnect. Oh man, that's nice. That's nice. This is going to go around and turn around, but I don't think it needs to. I think we could bring it in or out. And again, I forget which direction that this is going. So I got to wait for my other train. Where's my train coming along on this track? Where am I at right here? Okay. So we're waiting for, what's the name of this thing over here? What's the name of this station? Far Oil Station. So we're waiting for the Far Oil train. Where is that Far Oil train? That's a good question. Ah, there he is. Oh, he's going I think he's going the other way, or maybe he's going this way. I don't know. We'll find out when he goes up the spiral. If you notice, it looks like he's confused and he doesn't know where he's going. Well, that's because he's going up a spiral right now, because that's the easiest way and the most condensed way to bring up your peeps along the terrain. Now, again, if you're new to the game, everybody, I just suggest you build it way up high and just run all your trains straight, which is what I do normally. But in this playthrough, I said, okay, I'll go and I'll build it along the terrain so I can show you guys how to build along the terrain, how to use blueprints, how to use modular blueprints, how to use mega modular blueprints, which are max sized, and you can embellish it all with all your railings and all your fine-tuned stuff. And do it. And that's what I'm doing right here. You can see I have all of these where I can just snap them together. We got railings in there, various different colorings and whatnot, just to make that look awesome. And then all we need now is a train station and what I call a turnaround. So let's go ahead and put our train station in. Again, you can see I have them all on my hotbar down here, a bunch of blueprints that I've already done. So let's go ahead and put in our station here. And all we have to do is build out how many we need over here. And then we can just build the same thing on the other side. And it will drop off this massive amount of stuff over there. Okay. How we looking? We looking good there. Sometimes hard to see. I usually go to this side because it's much easier to see if that's lined up. Have it on auto connect, so it's going to auto connect the rail lines and also the hyper tube. All that stuff will auto connect, as well as all the power that's running along the lines here. And then one more item to add, and that is our turnaround, which I already have set up, and also as part of my hypertube and all that. Look at that. Look at that difference in thing. Control page down, so it does a half step. And again, the vertical nudging is what's making this all possible, or at least making it easier. And again, auto connecting all of that stuff. One of the only things that we need to do is do a little connection there, so we have our hypertube powered. And then all of this back here. Now we're going to go ahead and give this a name. What are we going to call this? Oh, this is one of the hardest parts of the game. What do we got the station called over here? This one is called, again, Far Oil Pickup. We can call this like 12-car coal, something like that. All right, is that how many we have? Let's double check. I think we have more than 12. We have 8, 16, 17, 18. We have an 18 car. 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, 18 car train, everybody. We're going to call it 18 car troll. 18 car coal. 18 car coal, just for fun. Car coal, and this is pickup. All right, I don't like to make it too long, otherwise it scrolls, and I hate it when it scrolls, so I just make it just long enough to be fun. Okay, now I've got to do a bit of work. Now, what I'm going to do is take this out, and I'm going to put it back in. I'm going to do every third one. Why am I going to do that? Oh, you know what I should do is I should actually go in and color all of these. I'll show you why I color them, because when I take them out, it'll let me know that they have been taken out and put back in. There we go. We'll hide our gun here. So I got to take them out, put them back in, so that it fixes their connection to the station. If you put the station down last, there's a bug that it doesn't recognize it. And I've had that throughout this particular playthrough. So you can see if I take it out and I put it back in, it's going to have the same color because I have middle mouse button. But if I don't do that, I just go and I pick up the train station here out of transport. And it's a freight platform, and just do that one. Now it's going to be orange instead of red, and that will remind me, hey, okay, you replaced that one. Then I want to do the third one here. Then middle mouse button that first one, which is going to be orange, and then there. And then this one, well, that one's coming in, and then we'll wait for it to come in. Does it look orange? It does. All right, awesome. We'll replace those. And then 1, 2, 3 again here. So every third one, because that's that's part of the blueprint. There's 3 of them in the blueprint. And so this is what I do to make sure that that works. Oh, I got a phone call. I got to be right back. Hold on. I'm back, everybody. I had to take care of some IRL stuff. Always have my kids back when they need my help. That always is my priority. So if I have to go, I have to go. But I just took care of it, and we're good. All right, 1, 2, 3, and right here. And we're going to take this one, and there we go. We all good. We all good. All right. And again, I would definitely double check all of that. Now, any of these that are connected to the orange ones, I suggest just take it all back out like this and then reconnect. Now, one of the problems is all of the stuff that you ran in there. Uh-oh. What happened to my number 2 on there? I took it out. All the ones that you ran in there is going to be removed. So all of that coal that was in there is going to kind of end up in your inventory. But luckily, only this one is the one that I took out of there. There we go. And you can see that that's now running back in there. Look at this running, everybody. That's running at 2400 into the box. And it is cooking right now. Look at it go. All right, and then this is running in there again. Look at how nice that is. This one looks like it's needs to be fixed. See how it's not running in there? So we have to go and fix this so that we reestablish that that is connected there. And then our lifter. And then this one in there. I don't know what happened to my numbers there. Got messed up, but we do what we got to do. And then on this, I would just run all the bottom ones first, because those are easy. That'll get those running into these. And again, this train is going to be massive. Massive train here. All right, and then we'll just do all of our lifters. Probably would have been better to do the lifters first, because then you could have went and did both the bottom and the top, now that I think about it, with your belts. But it'll get done. Again, it does remember the direction, at least, of my lifter. At least that's good. To redo that direction every time. All right, there we go. And then we want to go in. I think this got switched. Hold on, let me fix this. That's going to be too annoying. All right, so number 3 is typically my belt. Number 2 was something which I don't remember what it was. We'll just say it was a splitter. And I don't remember what number 4 was, but whatever. I can always look it up on the stream later. Or not worry about it. Okay, now by default, these are going to be on load, which is what we want. We want the, wow, look at that train. Holy moly. All right, so yeah, we want that on load. Did the train go by? I thought I heard the train. Ah, it went the other way. I missed it. Missed the train. I'm trying to figure out which direction this is going. I'd love to be able to paint the railway. Like you can just click on it here, and then you could like make one green and one red so you know the direction. But what we'll do is we'll see which way the train is going, and then we'll make a sign that says this is which way that's going. Because you forget, and then sometimes I'll run the train lines wrong, and then they'll be reversed. Very easy to get those trains line reversed. So we'll have to listen to that, but we still got some more stuff to do before we do that. I kind of feel like the left side is the incoming train, and yeah, I could actually find out by running to the end and driving the train back. Let's see if that's faster than my train. Yeah, my train's already going back that way. Let's do that. We will dip. Oh, I see. Oh, actually, it wasn't on 1. I was on 8. Oh, I see. I was on a different one. Let's see. Let's get our train right here. I'm going to guess this side. I think it's left side when you're facing that direction going this way. Let's go find out. Perfect spiral. Notice how it doesn't porpoise up and down, which is, I see a lot of people's spirals do that. You got to have the perfect offsets, and some of those offsets are half offsets, not full foundations or full wall heights. I mean, if you just want to do a quick and dirty one, sure, you can do it that way, but you want to really figure out by actually making the offset that you want. So if you want it to be 1 meter, then you would make a 1 meter ramp, and then you would go this way, and then you'd come back, and you'd figure out the distances. And that's what I did, and that's why it's a perfect spiral. And also, since it's a 1 meter, that means it's traveling downward much slower. That's not going slower, but the ramp is much not as steep. Oh, it was left side. The ramp is not as steep, so that means that you're not losing as much speed when you're going up and down the spiral. Works out much better. Though I could make the down be steeper, and it could go faster if I wanted it to. But I like a nice even speed, both up and down. And it also makes it easier to build when you make it very consistent. But I could just as easily make the train going if you like. It's up to you. I just make it because it's fun. Very, very fun. Check the freight station to set to unload, not load. Well, actually, it's not unloading. This is loading over here. We're loading all on this side. But we'll do that on the other side like we did earlier. We'll make sure that it is set to the unload on the other side. This is where it's picking it up. Okay, now we know the direction of what is what with what. All right, we're going to put that there for a second. And we can see that it's facing in this direction. So we're going to make ourselves a little sign. I feel like this is the biggest, best use of signs, is to put a sign in here. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to make it pretty high. And then I'm going to go ahead and just do something really simple. And then we're just going to go ahead and do text like this. There we go. Now we know the direction. And again, we could put another one over here just by middle mouse button. And then put this over here. Oh, if it lets me stop snapping that way. There we go. And then like this. And then we could do like this. Okay? Now, they actually have icons in the game which actually do this thing, right? So you can go in like this and you can get your element settings and you can set which direction the arrows are going. In fact, you can just search for arrow, which is pretty easy. And then you can just say select icon like that, or you can go to a different layout and say this. But personally, I like to go ahead and take all this out. So I'll go in here and I'll just say none and choose none. There we go. And then I don't need the text anymore, so I can just take this out. And then we have something like that, right? But I would probably use a different sign if I was going to use that. I use more of a kind of a square sign just because it looks better. And you could just do this. Maybe even higher. There we go. And then just simply, come on, there we go. Nope, get in there. There we go. And then again, all we really want is just the icon. I like a black background. Then we select the icon, arrow, put the arrow like this, select, and now we know. And again, we can middle mouse button that one. Bring it over here. Now my train is currently in the way. So I'm going to go ahead and get that out of the way here the second we get this properly set up. And again, arrow, don't even need to type the whole thing. And now you know your train directions, right? Very nice. All right. There we go. Now, why do we need to know our train directions? We need to know our train directions because we want our train to circle around in here. Now, currently, this is just here to give me power to so I could build this out. But now we need to figure out the logistics of direction, right? So if this is going back this way, I can just have this come out and connect over to the actual train thing back here to loop back in this direction. That's why we needed to know that. So we just grab this. We can go ahead and say, okay, we're going to go right there. We can take the rest of this out. Now, also, it has power, by the way, like this. We don't need this returning line at all. We can just take that out. Maybe we'll just run along there. I don't know, use it for something. But just take that completely out because now we have an easy return. So it's going to come out, get right back on that line if there's not another one in there. And then all that other switching and all that other stuff that we did, it's just going to do all that automatically. And this train is going to be big. It's going to be a big boy. But we need to also get this train to, of course, come in on the other side. Now, it does go down right here, so we could actually go up a little bit and then circle back down. Or we could just go here, remove our hypertube, and just try to go straight. But you definitely need to be down. Oh, there it is. Now it shows up. Let's go see if our direction was correct. Is it aiming that way? It is. Awesome. And again, we could just have it go up a little bit and then circle around, but I probably will send it under because that's a bit easier. So we're going to go ahead, and this is going to have a lot of train engines. So let's figure out our train engines here. We need 1 extra engine, 2 extra engines, 3 extra engines, 4, 5, and I'll probably put 6 extra engines, not counting the very first engine. So it's going to have 7 engines on here. So we're going to need a bit of space here in the back for those engines. That's for sure. So let's just kind of space that out. There's 1, 2, and we're going to need a lot of room for this to fit in the back here. And then we definitely want to make sure that our block signal there is accommodating those. So that is for sure. All right, we'll take this out. Make a nice long segment here. And we'll try to figure out how to get all these engines in there. 2, 3, 4, 5. How many do we need again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I usually add an extra, whatever I need, because you need 1 engine per 4 cars. So this is 4 cars, so that would be 1 extra engine, not counting the front engine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a total of 5 extra engines in the back, and then I add 1 extra anyway, so it'd be 6, and then the front engine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we need 1 more right over here. So yeah, way back here. Nice. Okay, now how can we get, because I want that engine to be flat like that when it comes up, and it's going to be, the train's going to be flat, so when it takes off, it'll be nice and flat for getting up to speed. So we have the incoming on this side. We could just loop it. All right, no, it's this side, the left side. Be nice if it's that side. No, it's this side. So we're this side. We got to double check. So again, we could have it go over and then up over and then just come down a little bit. Yeah. And we'll just move that hypertube thing out of the way. So what we need to know is how tall that the thing needs to be to clear the current train so it doesn't run into that train. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this. These are actually roofs, by the way. They're actually not foundations. But I use them as foundations because they're awesome and they look great. Get this turned around the right way. And then it looks like we're just going to eyeball that. That looks good to me. And then we're going to go ahead and run this across just to make sure. I knew it was going to hit that hypertube. Oh man, that actually almost lines up to that other side. And then we're going to do this. We will rework this hypertube here. And we want to go ahead and probably just manually run it underneath there. Something like this. And we'll put it on curve mode. And try to avoid hitting the train with it. We'll bring it up as high as we can. Nope. Don't like it. Okay. How about something like this? Hard to visualize it sometimes. So when it comes underneath here. Perfect. Ah, very nice. All right, we don't need those anymore. And then we're going to just run that hypertube right down now. Very nice, very nice. Again, I purposely try to keep it from clipping. You can clip it to your heart's content, everybody. You can clip it all day long if you want. As long as the trains don't run into each other, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. Hey, Foggy, what's up, man? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Yes, says Rick. Okay, and now that we've got that up over the train and we are cleared on both sides, right here, we can just reverse what we did over here and bring this back down. And we'll go in and work on our supports and all that stuff later. But we do want to do, I want to grab our foundations here and run those over and see where we're at. Okay, it looks like 2 more down. Let's say, oh, maybe more than 2. Let's say 1. Oh, that was right. 2 more down. All right. Yeah, this one, no. Over by 1 more, right there. Take these out. Though I do like to go a little wider when I'm doing a turnaround. Let's go a little wider. It's not really going to matter on this end because this way it'll give us a nice turnaround edge. There we go. All right, now we can divert the incoming train to go up and around and grab this massive amount of coal here. Okay, and then we want a little bit of dish in there. And then we'll get this. And I like to start up here, and I like to go 1.5. So I'm going to go here, 1.5 down to there. And then we're going to go ahead and see if we can merge this in way back there. We're just going to take all this out for now. We're just going to kind of trip up our other train, but that's okay. We'll get it fixed. We'll say this, and that, and this one. Going straight. I like how I put my sign in the exact spot in which it was going to be in the way. Way to go. That's talent. All right. Take out all these things. Put in our railings to make it look cool. Angled railings are always really awkward, but they did fix it, so it looks good, though. So that's good. And again, we're just going to put a little bit of embellishment in here with our railings. And it's hard to do. You can't do the angled ones at the same time you do the flat ones because they don't seem to fit very well. Something really weird going on there, and I don't like it. These are offset. Not good, not good. Try to get any of the ones down there by mistake. Nope, doesn't look like it. Why you gotta make it awkward, bro? Much better. Okay. We've got this coming in, and we can go ahead and use our curves. I think we'd use a double curve here. I have a pre-made curve that allows us to go ahead and do a little dippity-dippity. Like this. And let's see if this works out. Okay, and then we'll just go like a so. Oh, we should put another foundation in there. These angle ones are a little awkward when you line it up because they're ceilings. Let's do something like that. And then we'll do something like this. And then we have our curved edge here. And we're coming out. So we'll just run that across for now. And then we'll put our curved edge in on this side. And we're going on the inside curve. So inside curve this way. We're going to turn off auto connect because we're going to definitely have to work a little bit of our magic there. Okay. Not bad, not bad. And this is going to be a little too big for this because this is really only going to be a one lane, but that's okay. We'll just do what we must to make it look cool. And we don't need the outside arc. And we don't need these arcs anymore because we have them lined up. And we're going to go ahead and turn it this way. And then we're going to bring this to the arc edge. And we're going to start with the arc edge here, and we're going to go up 1.5 to right here because it is awesome to do that because you're not going to have that, and then literally just have it do the arc for me all the way across. Look how nice that is, right? Again, I always feel it's easier to just do the flat parts first, the straight parts, and then connect the arc. You know what would be really awesome, everybody? Let me blow your mind right now. See this right here, this track tool? All you had to do to make the foundations rounded, everybody, is make this profile a rectangle. If it was a rectangle the same size as the foundations, you could in theory click on it, make an arc, and boom, you got rounded foundations. Sadly, not in the game. That'd be the #1 feature I would want them to add to the game, everybody. Imagine that. Perfectly beautiful rounded foundations that you could do. You wouldn't have to, jank it up all the time and try to work around the inability to do rounded foundations. I mean, boom, easy mode is all I'm saying. Easy mode. All right, that's a GG's, everybody. That's a done. Now, this train is so massive that we would want this sucker to be able to get off of the tracks as quick as possible. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put a block signal right over here if it wants to cooperate. Get over there. There you go. Cut that whole section out. And then the same thing here. If this one was coming in and it was waiting for this one to clear, I would put a block signal way back here so that the length of this train, which is the length of this whole thing, could move forward and that train behind's not waiting on it. So I'm going to go way back here, the length of the entire thing here, and put a block signal back here because you're going to have 2 on this line now instead of just 1. And we'll want to make sure, well, you got to be like that. There we go, flip sides. There we go, hit R to flip sides. And so you'd want to cut this whole segment into its own segment. So all of this behind here could roll up there, though it didn't update. It did not update. Put another one back there. Yeah, it does not want to update that. This block signal is funky for some reason. Let's take it out. Why you gotta be like that? Ah. Come on, cut that up. Aha, there we go. Make sure it's not flashing. Make sure they're green. Ah, this one's flashing here. Why you like that? It's confused. It doesn't know what to do. So this one's coming back. Oh, it's because it's going the wrong way. Duh. Come on, Kismet. Get it together. Get it together. Train's going that way. I got my block signals reversed. Like I said, you want to make sure you got lots of rope. And block signals going the right way. There we go. Now we're looking sexy. That's the #1 reason that gets messed up too, is it going the wrong direction. Okay, we cut that up so the second this train goes by, this other big boy train can come out of here. We'll want this train to basically stop if that other train is coming by, so we'll want to put something like right there to cut this up. And so this train will come up and it will stop here if the other train is going by. And the second that train goes past this one, it will start going and it will go past that one, and then this train can start to pull out. Though I should probably cut some more segments down there along the way. But we'll probably get to that after we test it out a bit. Okay, massive. Massive train. Take all that out so that can go along there, and maybe even put in some safety railings for all the people crazy enough to run around up here. Nice. Okay, and then we want to take these railings out here. I hit G so I don't accidentally take anything else out I don't want to take out. That's actually looking really good. I think that's a confirmed working. Okay. Now, we need to go back here and make sure we got 6 trains. Or 6 engines in this case. We also need to tie our hypertube into this. So let's do it right here or back here. I kind of feel like back here. So they added hypertube junctions. If you haven't seen these before, they are awesome. So I can, if I choose to go ahead and cycle into the train station, and normally I would want it to keep going straight because this train station is not, get a nice curve in there, This train station is actually not where I would want to stop. I'd want to go all the way to the furthest point, so it would just keep me going. And as you can see, it's got me going there. And let's just make sure that my train can make it under there in both directions. It sure can. Looks great. All right. So by default, it always goes left. So if I'm going this way, it's going to go left, and that'll take me to my furthest station. But I can hit E, and it'll drop me off over here and drop me off at this station, which is way down there at that end. All right, we got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then an extra one, number 7. All right, and we need to move our block signal way back so it says that this is clear in case we have multiple big, massive trains that we might want to use. Okay, come on. Block signal, other side, bro. There you go. Middle mouse button sometimes switches it. So we want that block signal way back there to accommodate the size of the total train. Don't need that one up there. There we go. And let's count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an extra is 6. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm a big fan of backing up your train just a little bit. So that when you do tell it to go, it will roll into the train and start to load everything. So now what we need is 12, 18 train cars. I already forgot. We have 8, 16, 18. Yeah, so 4, 8, double that, 16, 17, 18. We need 18 cars. Here we go. The largest train I've ever bothered to make. Here we go. I could have done it earlier, but we've been waiting for this playthrough. So here we go. 18. 1. Ah, you little. Move forward right when I clicked. We want to make sure it's connected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 10. 1. 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, that last one looked like it moved forward. Yeah, this game's always trying to trip me up in one way or another. Then we have our front train. Okay, now another way to check is to go ahead and look and say, okay, this one lines up with this. So the back car of this should be outside the train station by 1, right? So if we did this correctly, we should see, oh my gosh, look at the size of that train. This one should be out of the thing. This is really going to trip up all the stuff over on that side, everybody. It really is. It's going to trip that up, but it's going to have the priority because it's going to be the biggest train. But we'll see. We'll make it work. So this one should be 1 beyond the station, which it is. And then we have our stuff to push this big, massive train. Right over here. Now what we need is we need another one of these on the other side of this. And I'm a big fan of getting this done so that it can run while you just let it run, and will backlog a ton of that coal. But what we're going to do is we're going to say 18 car coal train right here. 18 car coal train. Bam. And we're going to edit its timetable. And we're going to say go to the pickup. Right over here, we're going to save, and we're going to turn on self-driving. And I'm just going to get out so I can stand over here and watch it do this first massive 18-car load right now it's about to do. Let me back up just a little bit more. All right, 18-car load here. Let's go. Let's see if all of them go. Oh, first try. First try, everybody. 18 train cars. Wow. Yeah, and they're all loaded too. If you've never seen 18 cars being loaded at the same time, you have now. And there we go. And then it will just run the rest of that in there. Now, this train doesn't have anywhere else to go because it doesn't have a station on the other side. But we will go ahead and take the train tracks for a little ride. And why do we want to do that? Before we set this off and running, we want to go ahead and test the tracks. So here we go. And we do have some stuff up ahead that's having a problem as well. I can see it already. So as we're going here, it should put us back on the track. I don't see the other train coming, so we are good to go. And that's probably good enough. We're just, because we know the rest of this track works. And so we just wanted to test it. Going a little bit that way, make sure the transition works. And then we're going to get going this way and make sure that we can transition up and go it around. Try not to crash into our train, but if we do, we can always reset it. And we got it already set to the left train. Now, if we come off the tracks, then we know that it's not working. Oh, am I going to stop in time? Oh, I did. Okay. It's all good. That's all good. All right, now I'm kind of blocking my trains, I feel, because that's why I'm getting that flashing, because I have some trains sitting on the track. And they say the oil can train and these other trains are having issues over here. So we want to go check that out as well, figure out why they're having issues. Most likely because these trains are blocked in one way or another, because these trains cannot move on. There we go. See, the second I took those other trains off of there, it was like, okay, it's clear for me to go ahead and move, which tells you that these trains do not have enough block signals. There's not enough block signals between wherever that is and wherever I am to free up that track that says, hey, you can go ahead and go this way and you'll be just fine. So I definitely should add another block signal over here because you can see this is all one track. And again, this one should be going actually in this direction. So let's just cut that up so it can come all the way over here without blocking in the future. If you see that, you know that one of these directions is blocking. Here it comes. So it couldn't move forward because I had that train on the track, which was telling me which direction the train was going. But now that I put the block signal there, that won't happen again, hopefully. And we'll see. We'll see. And again, we'll get right over here. Try not to go toward my train. And we're going to go back the other way. Because this thing's just ready to go. It's just like, Kismet, I got the loot. I'm ready to go. And see, it only has one option. It only needs to go one direction. It's not going to go the other way. So it only needs to go this particular way. And we're just going to ride the train. Sometimes the train is faster, and sometimes your hypertube's faster. I could have made a hypertube launcher. That would have been fun. But sometimes I just feel like riding a train because it's fun. And again, we're grabbing the loot, bringing it back to a mega base. We've already got all the oil. Now we're doing all the coal. And we consolidated a massive sum of coal there. Actually, I could probably total that up. It's 1,200 times 4 plus 600. Hey, Siri, what's 1,200 times 4? Hey, Siri. What's 1,200 times 4? What's 4,800 times... Hey, Siri, what's 4,800 plus 600? 5,400 coal. By the way, you guys can do the math in the chat, too, by the way. There's a little math thing in there. A little AI math doer. Yeah, there you go, 4,800. Yeah, 4,800 plus the 600 at the end. Over 5,000 coal there. That's a lot. That's a whole bunch. Like how my train goes down so it can go up? That's all train logistics right there. I actually have it running along the ground too, which is not easy to do. That's really difficult to keep the elevations from dipping under the ground. But I have that as well. All right, and again, this just has one path that it can take most of the way. We'll try not to crash into my other trains, but there's no guarantees. I want to look ahead, see if there's a train in the station. Nope. No train in the spiral. Kismet, perfect spiral. Smooth as butter. Doesn't lose that much speed going up or going down. Very consistent every single time. Super smooth. Next level building going on over here, everybody. This is a mega build. I can make this as tall as I want. It'll just go and go and go. All right, coming in back over here to the station. We fixed this up a bunch today. We have really optimized it big time. We're going to go ahead and hit like this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wrong way, wrong way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, no. Crashola. Whoa, it shouldn't have let me do that. Okay. Get back on the rail. Let's take this off. My bad. All you gotta do is just re-rail your station and then turn back on self-driving, and then pretend like nothing happened. There we go. Yeah, it actually it made me go this way, and instead of it going around this way, it flipped me back on this track, which is not good. We definitely want to fix that. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. Oh, you know what? We could have done this. Oh, man, we could have done that the whole time. Look how sweet that is. Let's do that instead. Oh, man, I like that because then you get rid of that split. You put the split here, and then it double merges right here, which is called a Y intersection. Oh, much better. Oh, I like that better anyway. There we go. Then we won't have that problem of it just flipping us around how it's not supposed to flip us around. Right there. I got a little afraid it's going to do it over here, too. Let's go see. Let's see what options it gives us here on this next line. That way, this way. Okay, yes, it is going to do it properly this time. And put us on the side track. There we go. Putting us back into here. That's good. All right, that's what we want. We want it to run right in there, which is our coal. So what it's going to do is come in. It's going to switch tracks as well, which is going to bring us through. Switches tracks, run through our first coal station. And again, everybody, you can see we got a lot of trains going. This is all the oil in the entire game running to this one location right over here using my mega modular blueprints. And so we'll want that other coal train, which is going to be absolutely massive, to just make its way through here, get way up here, and then end up in a station on the other side. Now, building this station over here, pretty easy. Since we already have some connections, we already have the connections on its way back, so it can go back in the opposite direction. Not sure how this one's going to get going that way. Now that I think about it, how do I get it to go that way? I mean, it'll go and it'll circle around this way, but we need to get it to go that way. And this is going this way. And then down and under. But we need this to come back and tie into this. Yes. It's going to come back, tie into this, then go through here, then go on the left side, and then go up. Yeah, that's what we're going to need to do on this side. That's okay. We got it figured out. Now, time to make a bunch more stations. And again, this is what's so great about blueprints, is that you can just keep building those blueprints over and over, especially if you run your power first into your track lines. Then as I go out over the water here, as you can see, we still got to do foundations and stuff in there. We'll do that later. But we got a lot of these to build, so let's get to it. Let's do it. Get out of blueprint mode, and we'll try to get this lined up, and we're going to have them on this side, just like we do over there. And we're going to nudge those into place nicely, and then we're going to turn on our auto connect, and we looking good. Now I wish the blueprint function worked so I could snap this, but it often snaps it in a weird way, but it kind of does. And then you auto connect it, then you hit H, because I never trust it, because sometimes it's vertically or horizontally not lined up, but in this case it actually lined up. There we go. Again, we want to auto connect so it's bringing that power out. So that's 3, 6. See how it does this weird stuff? Why don't you not just go up here? Why do you not just line up? There, it actually kind of did line up on that one. Very nice. And that's 9. And we just need 3 more again. There we go. So 3, 6, 9, and 9 plus 9 is 18. So that means we need 3 more because each of these has 3. And there we go again. Now it's snapping a little better now that we got that going. Again, 9. We did 2 more. We need 1 more, I believe, but I will absolutely count them just to make sure. Again, hitting H, making sure we're good. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put our station in just to assume that we did do it right. And then we'll count them to make sure. All right, is our station lined up? Looking beautiful. Oh, no. We are out of iron rods, but no worries, everybody. Just wait a minute because they're all going in Dimensional Depot. I've been using a lot of resources today. As you can see, holy mackerel. But again, see how my rods are out? But I have 20 boxes of rods back there, everybody. So it'll fill that back up in no time. But I've used so much rods today that I've just drained the Dimensional Depot. But it'll take care of it for me. All right, let's just assume that I did it right. Then we're going to go in and we're going to color all of these in red. I use red for trains. There we go. And then we're going to count them. We're going to count them and fix them all at the same time. Now, whenever you make a station, it's going to get messed up on the blueprints you put down before you put the station down. So we want to take one of them out. Usually the front one, you want to take that one out, put it back in on the freight platforms. So this is 18 car coal drop off. All right? Is that what we called it? 18 car. I think I called it 12 car. 18 car train. No, I did. Okay, so 18 pickup, 18 drop off. All right, nice. All right, so we'll take this out, and instead of copying the one over there, I'm going to manually grab the freight platform and put that in so it'll be orange. And then we'll go, we have three per blueprint, so we want to take the front one of this one and put it in here. Again, I don't make the games, everybody, so if they got bugs, I just work around them. I feel like that's one of the trickiest things you can do. And a great way to just know if you did it or not is to use a different color. Like this. And like that. This also is going to help me count as well. Okay, there we go. I guess I could have put that in the blueprint too. So this is 1, 2, 3, right? So that's 3. This is 6, 7, 8, 9. So right here is 9. You know what? I'm just going to mark that with purple. All right, that's 9. This is 3. This is 6. And that's 9. So that's 18, everybody. We got all 18 in, looking good. Now, the hardest thing, other than putting my turnaround in, which actually isn't that hard, pretty easy, I'm going to go ahead and hang off the side here and try to get this to line up. There we go. Notice I'm using the hyper tubes to line up. That works pretty good. We got the auto connect in. It's going to auto connect all of that. Looking good. Let's make sure it does. Auto connect all of that. It sure did. We'll get our power up here for our stuff. That should put that on. There we go. All that looking good. Okay. We got our drop off. Now, the hardest thing I find to remember is to set this to unload. Over here. All right. Again, we're going to get this set up and we're going to let it run. And when we come back in a future playtime, we're going to have a massive amount of coal here. Again, you can see I'm backlogging all the oil. I'm backlogging all the coal. And that's going to help me start up the plant just that much easier. So you definitely want to go through and be real diligent about your unloading. And we'll know, because when the train comes in and we see all of the cars going at the same time, then we know it's working. If any of the cars don't go, you'll want to take that freight station out and you'll want to put it back in again. Also good to do this before I put in all my storage boxes, because I always make storage boxes. I always have it running out. And the reason why you want to do that is so that it offloads it, so it has more room to bring more in. And then again, instead of backlogging it just on that side, you're also backlogging on this side, which means you're backlogging it on both sides eventually, which is awesome. All right, and we'll go ahead and just do what we've been doing, do a little bit of dish. And we're just going to go out by 3 as well, zoop some of the stuff in. Again, I can make blueprints for this, but sometimes I just feel like zooping. Gonna hit G there so I don't accidentally take out the wrong thing. Middle mouse button. That is one massive train station. Still going. That's a big boy. We're building some big stuff today, that's for sure. Something wrong with this row. Something wrong with that row. It got offset. Sometimes it does. No problem. Just take it out. Put it right back in. You just have to take them out one at a time too, everybody. Not only did they not have zooping where you can put a bunch of them in at the same time, but you used to have to take them out one at a time as well. And I did for thousands of hours. Because I'm old school. Played it since day one. Day one, minute one. Sure did. Approaching like 3,000 hours. It's actually going to be one of my top most played games of all time. As well. Okay, now we just got to get it to bring all the coal and drop the coal into some boxes. So it's just faster for me to actually make the boxes than it is for me to have a blueprint for it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get the output. Now the toughest thing is to remember that which one is the output and which one is the input. Now in this case we don't need any lifters, so we can move this a little closer. And we're just going to try to line these up. Also a little easier to line up because now you can see both lines. With the blueprint you can't usually see both lines. So that does make it more difficult. This should make this easy. And again, flying overhead also makes this super easy. Our hover pack allows us to line up. Oh man, I feel like we went off track there. We still good all the way down? Alright, just that one at the end got a little offset there. Sometimes when I click, my mouse is so sensitive that it moves just ever so slightly when I go to click. And that actually tells you that for a wireless mouse, that's pretty awesome. That it's very sensitive to your slightest of movements. High DPI, as they say. Speaking of, it did it on the last one. That's funny. There we go. Now this is easy mode. We're just going to go ahead and top these on the top of here. Make sure they're going the same direction. Go up a little higher. Make this easier. Go in the same direction so you can have two separate outputs out of here. And you'll have two separate boxes to backlog this insane amount of coal. In fact, between that one and this one, we could probably start up all this oil here and really do a lot, but we're going to do it all. We're going to need coal for other things as well. All right, there we go. And again, we'll go ahead and see how close we are, and we might be able to do our stuff just in one move here. Oh yeah, sure can. Okay, awesome. Let's do all the bottom ones first, just because that's going to be easier. Ah, that one was off. Oh, now it's backwards. Yeah, might have done those backwards. That just threw off my whole thing. Again, I feel like the game is constantly trying to trip me up all the time. I don't know, it just made me paranoid. It's always trying to trip me up. Oh, headphones are dying. Hope you don't mind me speeding up. Always sliding down in this chair. Nope. Stop sliding down. One of those kind of chairs. And very unlucky with chairs. Doesn't matter which chair I get. No matter how long you sit in it, it gets very uncomfortable. I had me a really nice DX Racer, but I used it for so many years. And that chair was very comfortable. It's like a giant office-sized DX Racer chair. But I tried to go with another chair instead, and it's okay. I just don't like the high back of those other chairs, so this one's much lower. Because I'm not going to put my head on the headrest. You can see it's back there. I forget what the name of this chair is. I haven't even put it on the website yet. Because I don't like to recommend chairs, because chairs are very subjective. And I can't wait to build out my van, which is going to have my cool gaming setup. Which will eventually be cool. Who knows how long that's going to take. But I'm the type of person, everybody, I never give up. I will work at it forever. And either I'll die or it'll happen. One or the other. Most of the time, it happens. But occasionally, it might die. We'll see. Well, at least the one time. Okay, I feel like we got our signals in. We're looking good here. We need a big, long part here. So this can come back and do this. And we definitely want to put a block signal in here. Definitely right here. There we go. So that's going to need to be able to stop there while this other train rolls out of here. But it's actually not going to go back that way. Now that I think about it. Because that's not going to go the way that we want them to go. We want this train to go over here. So in fact, we could just go like this. Yeah, and then we definitely want to put a block signal over here. Boom. Cut that into its own thing so it can come up and be waiting for this other train to go. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I like it. It's good. Fix that hypertube, maybe. I love to do these hypertubes in a curve. Because it's fun when you're in there, when it's curving. And then this one's going to go... might not reach. Let's see. Oh, it does. All right, cool. That's going to curve back that way. Trying to keep it up high so it's not in the way of the train. Very cool. All right, we got our hypertube in there. We can control what direction. Because this is a really tricky one. If you're coming up in really fast, it'd be hard to switch. But you're going to need to switch right and then switch right again to go in here. So you'd be better off coming in slower to try to get into that train station as well. So we have this here. This is definitely not going to be long enough. This is going to be 6 of these here. Oh, I didn't accommodate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, that just makes it. Wow. Ha! Like I did that on purpose, but I didn't. Very cool, but we're going to definitely have to have this way back here, just behind where that is cutting. Yeah, that's going to be insane. All right, let's take that out. Not sure that's going to work. Yeah, we should have moved that forward by one more thing, but might be able to get away with it. Let's see. Nope. There. Yeah, otherwise this is going to wait for that train. So we might want to cut this back a little earlier. Maybe here. Yeah, and this one we'll cut it back a little earlier. We'll have to move our hypertube out of there. Let me just move it up here. Why didn't I put it there in the first place? Now it dawned on me. Why didn't I just put my hypertube right there? I don't know. Let's put another entrance back in. We can just do a horizontal vertical thing. What about this way? Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then I was doing something here with the station. I don't need that one. Put that up there. That's turned on. Okay, we fixed that. Now, we got to definitely move this back. Definitely. Again, use your scroll wheel. Sometimes that'll help you out. I'm going to say right there. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these out. We're going to figure out what the size of this track is here. Take those back out. And we're going to make this track all into one piece again so that we can cut it up properly. So, if you're having trouble trying to get your trains to go where you need them to go, make it one long piece again. Take out the block signals. And we got this train that can just move on. And then we're going to put our train things back in again. There we go. Again, these are just going to stick out the back here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I did 7, didn't I? Oh boy. Because we needed 5 and I added 6. So 7 in the front. So yes, that's good. Okay. Then we're going to make our block signal right on. Not what I meant to do. No. E, quick switch. No. No, it's not E. It's R. R, switch sides. There we go. And we'll put it way back there. And that should cut that line. Yes, it does. Okay, nice. Okay. I think we might be ready. And again, once that train goes through there, and it has enough room for those, then this train can go and go back without any problems. This one's going to go this way and then back here. And here we go. We're going to test her out now, everybody. And the way we'll know is if that train makes it all the way to here and does all of these at the same time, we know we got it. So we spent a lot of time making sure that we set all that up. And most of the time, there's always something for you to fix, everybody. It's like, oh, I got to fix this, or I missed this, or I got to click that. And that's okay, as long as you know you get those things fixed and whatnot. All right, we're going to edit the timetable, so it's already picked up. And then we're going to go 18 cold drop off right over here. We're going to hit save changes. And that train is going to roll out of there. Where is it? Where is that train? I like how it gets rid of all the other stuff, by the way, when you go into this thing where you can see it is 18 coal train. It is operational. Let's see if it rolls out of there. Oh, it's moving. You got to give it a minute because it takes some time for it to come up to speed. Where's my other train? My other train's going the opposite direction, which is awesome. Yeah, my far oil train is going up the spiral right now. So they should pass each other on the long... You want them to pass each other on the long stretches so they're not in each other's way. I do have several trains that are coming that way. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, this one's going in. It's coming around the side. This one's still doing the spiral. Again, we'll see if they get in each other's way. It'll let us know. That's for sure. Again, our big goal today, everybody, get all this coal over here. And again, that's like a huge section of that coal, too. So just a massive amount. Again, some of this coal we'll use for other processes, but for right now, oh, it's on the straightaway. Other one's still coming up the spirals. I think that one's about to hit the other spiral. Yep, there it goes. Oh no, it just went around that edge. It's going underneath the spiral right now. And then it's going to start spiraling about right there. Yep. And they're going to be on the spiral at the same time. Yes, so this one's spiraling up one way, and this means they're just going to pass each other. They won't be in each other's way, which is awesome. In theory, we'll see. Because that's a huge strain. The train seems to be waiting to go down the spiral. Yeah, it's waiting for that other train to pass. Yeah, I need to fix that so it could go down the spiral. It's just sitting there waiting to go down the spiral until that other train clears. That's definitely something I want to fix. And then this is coming down the way here, and it's going to enter the spiral. Oh, it's going to wait for this other train to go into the station. Oh no, that one's going that way. Other one's coming out of the station. Man, we got a lot of trains right there right now. We got a lot of trains just right in that one spot. Going in the station, turning around. I don't know what train that is, so it's either going to go down the spiral or it's going to cut right. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on that spiral right there. It's by where my sulfur is. Yeah, this one's going this way. Okay. Again, I don't know if those are going up or down the spiral at this point. Those ones went down the spiral. This one right here is coming up the spiral. This one right there. The 18 can or oil can train. And that one's going to go off to the side and then kind of go up this way. So it's going up the side there. It should turn right and go up this way. And that frees up the 18 car train to go through that sulfur station and then come in and end up going down the spiral. Our oil train is unloading. And now they're going to go... They'll go down the spiral here. Very cool. Look at all these train stations. Tons of them. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can see the action. Now, we can't really see it. I mean, I could look over there and see it probably from here, but the whole point is to watch it on the map and see if it's having any issues slowing down other trains. And then now it's just going to come down. We're going to see it dipping right in here in a minute. Let's go watch it from way up here. Oh, yeah, here it comes. Coming down the line. Let's dip in here and watch it come down. It's going to go through that other station. Oh, here it comes. Slowing down, which means it knows it's in the right station. Let me back up a little bit here. And we're about to see 18 cars unload if we did it correctly. If we didn't, we'll figure out which ones are not unloading. And solve that problem too. Let's go. Are we going to get it first try? Oh, I think we got it first try. I don't see it missed any. It's 18 cars, by the way. 18 cars at once. The largest train I ever bothered to build. It's all good. And off it goes. All right, and then it should cut over. Oh, we should check our outputs. Every output looks like it's working. We can check the top blocks. Yep, filled. Okay, this one's going to go this way. And then this one's going to wait on that massive train. That train needs to clear these other stations. God, look how long that thing is. Holy mackerel. That is a big boy train right there. All right, nice. It worked. All right, that's GG's, everybody. First try, too. That's pretty cool. Again, we did a lot of pre-work to get that going. But now it is working awesome. So now all you got to do is just chill and let it just keep filling up, filling up, filling up. And then, of course, next time what we'll do is we'll come in and we'll grab even more coal because we've basically gotten the bulk of the coal in the lower third. We've gotten all that coal running back to the base down here. And so we want to get this stuff here in the middle. We got a train station right here that we could just grab all of this and consolidate it. Maybe even this one here. And just run all of this together into a station there. We could run... Oh, wait, we could grab... That'd be pretty far to grab it there. But we could grab this to here. Maybe have this station get all of this. Go up. Pull all this in. Pull all this in. Go here, grab that, go here, grab that, and then run back with all of this from that half. And grab all of this. Yeah, grab all this. Yeah, I would combine all of this and just run that down to where we have a station here. I have one here. I could go here and then elbow L-shape out and then bring these up. A lot of options, but man, that's a massive amount of coal. Look how much coal we got running. That's a lot of nodes. Again, eventually we're going to hit that build limit, everybody. I've never hit the build limit before, but I never bothered to build out that level until until it went release here. All right, so I think we're good. I'm going to let that run off stream. Just let it run for a while, so it'll backlog a bunch of that just to make sure that it is working, doesn't run into anything. We don't have any train issues. Because you do want to let it run because you never know when it gets into a certain rhythm. When all the trains get in a rhythm, you could still have a problem where they kind of block each other or things happen. You got to put some more block signals down. So you do want to let the simulation basically run. And we got those trains going all over the place. Let's go over here to the train station so we can see just the trains here in the timetable. There we go. Now we can just watch all the trains run and see how well they're running. It doesn't seem like much, everybody, but that's like hundreds of hours worth of line running there, especially when you're massively embellishing it and you're running it through the terrain. If I brought it up like this, I could literally bring up all the resources to the top part, and I could gather all the resources that it would let me before I hit the build limit in the game. And I could just, if I wanted to try to get all the resources, I could just minimize what I'm building. Just build the most basic thing. Train track, a lifter to bring it up, and then have it go into the trains without any boxes or extra embellishments, for sure. That's a massive amount of coal, though. It's a massive amount. If we hit the build limit, then this playthrough is over. But we'll see. We'll keep going until we hit that limit. Until it brings my machine to its knees. I'm a pretty decent machine. But I think that's good. And there it goes. There goes another one. Big old oil train. All right, how we doing? We got our train almost back. Oh, I was going to just be in the mode here so I can see my trains. Let's see. What's it doing right now? 18 car. Oil train is loading right now. Loading while the far oil train is working its way down a spiral. So we could line up to this, or is it going up the spiral? I wonder if this train is waiting for this one right now. Kind of feel like maybe I need to put another block signal there, because this one could have pulled out of there by now. Yeah, see, once that one passed, I can see this one's moving forward. And then this is going to pass a certain amount there, and then that one will be able to move forward again. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be a block signal there. Again, we'll see how it works out if they get on opposite sinks of each other, which is what you really want on these two trains that are going all the way across to the absolute edge of the map here, for sure. For sure. Okay, time for the Kismet love train. Here we go. And that was a 9-hour stream, and we even started late. And that's it for me, everybody. We're going to head on out here, but check all this cool stuff we're going to be doing this week right here. Tomorrow or tonight, depending on how you look at it. It's later today. It's 1 o'clock for me now, 1 p.m. So Wednesday night, we're going to be doing some Fallout 4, Rise of the Tycoon Empire. So literally, I'm going to go to sleep, wake up in about 8 hours, and boom, I'll be back here again. Really, it's about 9 hours, but for me, I'm going to wake up in 8 hours. So about 9 p.m., and then I get ready for the stream, prep everything, and then we're ready to rock. Also on Thursday, we're playing Subnautica 2 Early Access. Already got it ready, got it installed. You can install it early, everybody. You can get Subnautica right now. Go get your bonus little figure that you get for in-game as well. I say just snag it up, everybody. It's like $30. It's like the best deal going. You're going to get massive amount of time. If you liked any of the other Subnauticas, everybody, I have a feeling you're going to have a phenomenal time in Subnautica 2. I already know that I'm going to be building a massive amount of stuff in Subnautica 2. I'm probably going to spend more of my time collecting resources than doing anything else and building bases. And what I really want to do is build a bunch of bases that are all interconnected so you could walk from one base to another. Because that's what I wanted to do previously, but this time I'm really going to go all out and connect all my bases. And so if you wanted to, you could just go from one to the other. It'd be nice if you had an interior vehicle that you could drive through these long canals or long tunnels that you set up. That would be awesome. Then, of course, on Saturday, we're back with my crew playing some 7 Days to Die 2.6 right there. We're having some fun playing with the crew. We're on game stage 2,000 plus. I've never even seen game stage 2,000. Anybody playing at that high. We're in an absolute in crazy mode over there as well. Then, of course, some Conan Exiles bonus stream for you all on Sunday. We're going to be playing that on the server. If you want to come join us, feel free. We're just going to play it for the night just to see what's new in the enhanced version. It does look pretty awesome. So we're going to go gather some resources, get everybody in there. Then we're going to go ahead and build ourselves a base like we normally do. Just just kind of get the gist of the game. Check out all the new updated graphics. They've had so many updates in there, but it reminds me very much of No Man's Sky, where they have a ton of updates along the way, which has improved the game massively. Now in Unreal Engine 5, by the way. So very, very cool. You can turn on all your global illumination and all that other cool stuff as well. So we're going to definitely do a bunch of that, and then we'll be back next week pretty much like this again, except for I think on Sunday we'll be doing some more 7 Days to Die solo play. But we'll see how it works out. I got a bunch of other stuff lined up as well, which I can't tell you about yet until the NDA is over. So we'll add that in as well. So again, I'll be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if no other IRL stuff gets in my way, everybody. Sometimes it does. Sometimes that IRL stuff just goes, hey, I got to go do IRL stuff instead. So again, I'm going to go ahead and put a bunch of links in the chat. Everybody pop over to youtube.com/KismetBP, or if you're already there, even easier, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and of course, leave a comment. Check out twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button there. The more you do that, the more love that I give to the stream, meaning I can do more giveaways and other projects that we do here on stream. Feel free to check out discord.gg and as well as kismet.gg. I know, a pretty cool website, right? A bunch of cool stuff on my website for you. You can check out all my studio equipment. You can check out my studio setup. And all of that fun stuff as well. And all my favorite games, links to all my stuff in my studio, all that. You can also check out patreon.com/Kismet, the best way to support the Kismet Love Train and support the stream in general. Videos, guides, highlights, IRL, you name it, everything under the sun over there. And of course, exclusive content for Patreon as well up there for you guys to check out as a Patreon supporter. So again, I appreciate everybody that does. And then we're going to go ahead and, I'll press the wrong button again. We're going to go ahead and give you a bunch of Kizcasts for being awesome, being super smart, hanging out all the way to the end of the stream, which you can use for future giveaways. All right. And that's it for me, everybody. We're going to roll on out of here. We're going to go ahead and see if we got somebody we can show some love to. I'm going to go ahead and drop some raid action here. Let's see who we got. First thing I'm going to do, of course, is check my Teamwork Tycoons, my crew. If you'd like to be part of my stream team, you let me know. I don't see anybody on right now. So we're going to find somebody who's playing some Satisfactory. And I typically don't raid very large streamers. I typically try to help the small guy, help the guy or girl on the way up, or the guy and the woman on the way up. Man, a lot of people don't have cameras. I typically will only raid people who have cameras. I find the camera much more entertaining. All these people are in another language. They are not in English. Why are they showing me languages that are not in English? Hold on, let me turn my little English filter on. Right over here. All right. Oh, you know who I see him right here. Oh, let's go show him some love. Exceptionally great streamer and also Satisfactory builder, everybody. He builds insane builds. So we're going to go ahead and get that going right now. We're going to throw up some raid. Boom of the... Oop, I put it in the wrong channel. That's not going to work over there. It's got to be hard to rate him if I'm typing it in his channel. Raid Total Eclipse. There we go. We're going to go see Total Eclipse, everybody. I want you guys to go over there, throw the Kismet Love Train in there as well. And I'm going to say a Love Train and see if it gives me the Love Train here. And then I'm going to try to copy and paste it in the chat. Let's see if I can get it going. And you guys can just copy paste what I put in there. There you go. And again, he does insanely huge builds, everybody. Pretty decent YouTuber and streamer as well. And I think you're going to like his channel. Again, hit that follow button. We're going to show him some love. Right over here. Let's see. Are we good to go? You are good to go. All right. We're rolling on out of here, everybody. Rolling out the Kismet Love Train. Here we go.
Hi, this is Norver. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.